I'm desperately trying to figure out what they're playing. We got headphones on, haven't we? We got Raging Bolt against Frostlass Monkey Dory.
Oh, okay. So kind of a little bit of telegraphing there. So No Fear saying, yes, I am playing this card in my deck, and I am bringing one of the Pokemon in my deck in sort of physical plushie form support. We'd love to see that. But there's the fist bump. We are kicking things off. Nicholas won the coin flip and is opting to go second, so Perrine will be going first.
And what have we got here? We've got a Teal'c Ogerpon in the active. We are immediately using that ability to go and attach a Grass Energy and draw a card. Oh, it's that Luna Rock little combination. And immediately using Lunazone's ability to discard a Fighting Energy, draw 3 cards. So we've got Raging Bolt here, but it seems like we've got some Sun and Moon action going on.
This is fascinating. This is like a version of Raging Bolt that I have seen some murmurs about, but I don't think I've actually seen it in action yet. So the idea being, you're playing this Fighting Energy anyway, why not incorporate this little bit of a mini Lunatone Soul Rock package, get those energies in a discard pile for your Professor Stardust Vitality, draw some more cards, and then you also have a really great single prize attacker to KO the weaker stuff. Absolutely.
If you're early game and you're taking out those little evolving basic Pokemon, let's go for Soul Rock. Lunatone draws you extra cards, and I think you made an excellent point there, Freya. You need Fighting Energy in the discard for Professor Stardust Vitality, so why not get it in the discard with Lunatone? It just makes your deck run smoother. So while we got a second, Perrine is playing Raging Bolt, and the way the deck goes is this. You attach energy using things like Teal'c Ogerpon and Professor Sada. You use Raging Bolt. You discard energy. You deal 70 damage for each energy discarded. You do an absurd amount of damage. It is a one-hit KO deck, and we're going to be looking for some big one-hit KOs. One issue, however, you're not playing against a deck with lots of big Pokemon to one-hit KO, and you're playing a few abilities as well for Frostlass.
Yes, yes, we absolutely are. I'm just trying to take a moment to like process, look at the prize cards, look at list in general. Yeah, I'm not going to lie, Ross, this kind of particular build of Raging Bolt has blown my mind a little bit. I've really not seen anything like this. We have seen like a little bit of Raging Bolt in the past go for like this build using Crispin and a couple of not Teal'c, the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon to kind of make use of that Torrential Pump for like double damage and deal with weaker Pokemon that way. But this Lunasaur package is fascinating. But we are over to Nicholas's turn, who begins with an Arvin. Let's talk through the strategy of this deck.
Now, this is an awkward kind of deck. It's Frostlass Monkey Dory. So basically, we see a Precious Trolley coming in here. Gets all your basics, many as you like. Frostlass drops 1 damage counter on each Pokemon with an ability during Pokemon checkup. That is after your turn, after your opponent's, after your turn, after your opponent's, etc. And that is yours and your opponent's. So Frostlass is putting damage on your opponent's Pokemon with an ability, but also your own. Half of that's good, half of that's bad. So what we do is we bring in Monkey Dory with that rather lovely Adrenabrain ability. Oh, speaking of which, there's Monkey Dory with that lovely Adrenabrain ability.
Very
and there's another, and there's another.
3 of them.
And then what you do is you use Monkey Dory to move damage from your Pokemon to your opponent. And of course, yes, Frostlass damages Monkey Dory. So what you're trying to do is just generate damage on both sides of the board. On your opponent's side, on your side. On your opponent's side, yay! On your side, Monkey Dory, fun time. Oh, and that Evil Tail there, that'll trap something in the active. And what you really need with Nicholas's deck is time for those damage counters to build up.
Yeah, this is basically the make your opponent do nothing for as long as possible and then build up enough damage with, as you mentioned, the Monkey Dory and the Adrenabrain ticking over the Frostlass to just sweep your opponent's board and take the game from there. So many decks feature support Pokemon that don't really attack, so if they get stuck in the active, they're not going to be able to do much. So that Yveltal is there, as you mentioned, Ross, to buy some time, get this damage racked up, and, I mean, onto opening with the Precious Trolley there, this is such a strong start, and with the finish off the Itchy Pollen for good measure.
Yeah, you do 10 damage, you stop your opponent playing item cards from the hand next turn, and now of course you do need to manually attach to all your Monkey Dory. That's what Nicholas has started. Over to Perrine here, and we are again using the ability of Teal'c Ogerpon to attach an energy and draw a card, and then if there's an energy, we could now attach for turn, and that would give enough to start attacking, KO that Badoo if that's what you wanted to do. Of course, Raging Bolt is, you know, traditionally fairly aggressive, but no, we are retreating into what else?
Yeah.
Solrock, because this is what you use to KO little Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. It is with that Cosmic Beam, if I really remember the name rightly. So yeah, 70 damage. It only works if there's a Lunatone in play, but it also punches through weakness and resistance. So it doesn't matter if you have a Psychic, a Fighting resistance, you still do 70 damage. Unfortunately for Perrine, with that Bravery Charm, 10 short of a knockout.
Yeah, that Badoo's got rocking 80 HP right now, but you know, there's only 10 left. We'll get there. For now, we got Lily's Determination, one of the best new cards of the Mega Revolution era. Shuffle your hand into your deck, draw 8 cards. Now, if you don't have 6 prize cards remaining, then if you have 6, sorry, you get 8. If you don't, you get 6. But the great thing about this in Nicholas's deck is, this is a deck where you drop damage, drop damage, drop damage, drop damage, multiple KOs in one turn. So you're going to stick at 6 prizes for longer than your average deck, making Lily's Determination way more useful than it would be in your average deck, because you get this perfect game sometimes, Freya.
You really do.
6 prizes, 1 turn. Lily is getting you 8 cards for the whole game.
And this is a trick that we've seen decks like Dragapult use to great effect as well, where it kind of, in a very similar way, you sit behind this Badoo, you item lock them, you don't necessarily want to take KOs early on because you're just drawing 8 every time with the Lily, and then you only start taking KOs when you're doing it in a way where your opponent can't come back from it. Very similar kind of mindset, really.
Wow, we do have Frostlass up now, so we are going to start seeing this tick over and around. We've just moved damage over to Solrock. We're then going to do 20 damage with Badoo, because of weakness, and then we're going to start ticking over these damage counters with Frostlass's ability as well. And this, you can already see Perrine here with no items. They're struggling to set up a bit. And that damage is already starting to accumulate. Oh, and it's just a straight hit with Solrock onto the Badoo.
Okay.
Good news, you get to take a prize, whoop, yay, etc. Bad news, however, that damage is still ticking over, and you might take it out Badoo pretty easily. Evil Tail, that's going to be more annoying.
Yeah, it's going to require 2 hits. I mean, granted, that is kind of the same as it was with the Badoo Pix and the Bravery Charm, but I think the bigger thing right now is that Nicholas has bought himself, what, 2 now 3 turns just by making use of this Ice Knot with the Itchy Pollen. Perrine's not done much of anything in the meantime.
No, and I hate to break it to you, Freya, there's not going to be 2 hits because Monkey Dory's coming in.
Oh, you're right.
And it is going to be healing quite nicely. That Evil Tail's going to be there for a little while. Right now, we got a Buddy Poffin. And, Badoo's coming back. And that's one of the really cool things about Nicholas's deck. You don't really mind giving up, you know, multiple Badoo, because that's not your win con.
No, it absolutely isn't. Like, you just give it the prizes. Sure, it's weak, but it's item blocking, and that's all it needs to do. You just want to buy those turns. But, like, right at the beginning of the game, we were saying this deck wins by just buying turns either through, you know, retreat, lock, stalling with Yveltal, or item locking with Badoo. You build up more and more damage until you can just clear the entire field, like you said, have a perfect game, and just sweep from there. And that's kind of what's happening here.
And that's what we're doing. We're moving damage with Monkey Dory. I don't think we're quite KOing that Solrock yet, but don't worry, it's not going to be long. Now we are going to be doing this, and now we're moving over onto the onto the Teal Mask Ogapon. One kind of thing you might want to do here sometimes is try and manipulate what's in the active so that you can essentially hurt your opponent's attacking options. Good news is, in this game, it does seem like Nicholas is in a pretty good position.
Yeah, and very smart there. Only moving 1 damage counter over, because that's all you needed to put the Solrock onto 90 damage, and then Itchy Pollen hits for Solrock's grass weakness and does 20 instead of his usual 10, so that would be 110. That's a knockout on the Solrock.
That's the perfect maths, and if you're playing a deck like Frostlass Monkey Dory, you better have practiced your maths pretty well. Here comes an ability from Teal Mask Ogapon, that Teal Dance, draws a Fight Gong and gets an extra energy on the board. And the bad thing when you're Perrine here, your usual whole thing of, you know, going for Raging Bolt, it doesn't work as well because it's a lot of effort for, you know, an attack which is gonna, I mean, you still kind of need to have a good attacker. It's just awkward that you're putting so much in and KOing these little Pokemon, but it looks like we got Sandy Shocks right now.
Yeah, hold on a second. Like, that's a Pokemon I haven't seen in a while in the Raging Bolt deck. That Sandy Shocks. It has an ability where if your opponent has 4 or less prize cards, if it's an even play. I think it's the opponent, or it might be. No, it might be.
It is. If your opponent has 4 or fewer prize cards, which now we're not there yet, unfortunately, you get to accelerate an energy.
It's specifically a fighting energy from the discard pile to itself.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is how Raging Bolt used to play back in the day. Before Teal Mask Ogerpon was a thing, this was the way you would get extra energies onto the board. But Perrine kind of doing a little bit of a throwback here, just saying, you know what? Actually, this extra energy acceleration to itself is very valuable to me in many matchups.
It is, but the problem is Niklas here has only taken 1 prize, so the ability isn't active yet, and you can kind of hold off now.
Yeah.
The thing is, you can basically have a situation where you spread damage around and don't take prizes, so you're kind of forcing Sandy Shock to just do things the old-fashioned way.
Yes, you are. So it's kind of very interesting dynamic that is playing out here. I think the bigger problem, though, is, like, let's be real, we're not really seeing much. There's no Raging Bolt coming down here, and the thing is, normally you think, oh, I don't necessarily want to, put down a big 2-prize Pokemon that isn't not going to do much for me, but Raging Bolt doesn't have any abilities, so it's not going to receive damage from those Frostlass ticks.
It is not. It's also not weak to grass, so that means that you're not taking extra damage from Badoo, for instance. So, yeah, that's a point. Right now, we've got damage, shockingly enough, going from Niklas's side, using that Monkey Dory onto that Teal Mask Ogerpon. And I love watching these kind of decks tick, Freya, and that is exactly what we're seeing here.
Pun maybe slightly intended there.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's go for yes.
Yeah, let's go for yes. Yes, the Frostlass hits coming in thick and fast, and then just another Itchy Pollen, and Perrine just not really able to mount much of anything. I mean, just this damage is coming on so thick, and then even more ticks from the Frostlass's ability coming in, more and more damage coming down. There's a Latias EX, that's not going to be much help, and look how many items are in that hand.
Yeah, there's quite a few items in that hand. It's one of those things where if the Itchy Pollen lock goes off, Perrine's going to have the most fun turn you've ever seen. Right now, it is a Crispin coming down. Lets you grab 2 energy of different types. 1 goes to your hand, 1 gets attached. Really good for these kind of dragon Pokemon with awkward attack costs, which, of course, Raging Bolt very much is. But for now, it's just, your hand is clogged full of items. This is something that you can do that might get you there. The thing is, you haven't even really started mounting attacks with Teal Mask Ogerpon yet. We're getting quite late in the game for how much damage is on the board. And, right now, that Lunatone is a pretty easy 1-prize KO. That Teal Mask Ogerpon is pretty close to being KO'd. And then it's just 1 2-prize knockout for the win. And there is Blood Moon Ursaluna in Niklas's deck. And they love taking that last 2-prize KO.
Not only that, yes, Blood Moon Ursaluna is there to do that, especially if Perrine is able to take a lot of prizes. But in this instance, Perrine's barely taken any prizes. So, Joe, what else could work? There's a sneaky little tech card that Niklas is playing. Play a 1/1 line of that new Mega Lopunny.
Yeah, Mega Lopunny also will come in, doing it quite nicely. It's exactly the same kind of deal, just coming and taking those final prizes. Speaking of prizes, Perrine finally takes prize number 2 off Badoo number 2. But once again, and this is the thing, Niklas's deck is working. Those Frostlass damage are coming down. We got 2 Monkey Dory with energy attached, which means 2 Monkey Dory ability per turn in addition to Frostlass. And remember, Frostlass activates during Pokemon checkup. So that is after your turn and after your opponent's turn. Those damage counters are ticking over. It adds up very quickly. And right now, there's no multiple prize Pokemon for Perrine to go after. And it's Badoo number 3, Freya. Who needs anything else? Oh, and this is fun.
Oh, yes.
You play Iono. You put your opponent down to a 4-card hand. And then you get some Itchy Pollen floating around.
Just, I mean, you think it's almost counterintuitive, right? Because you know that your opponent's hand is clogged full of items, so why would you want to give them new cards? But the more cards that they have, the more likely they are to be able to piece some kind of out to the item lock. So just put them on a low hand size again, keep up that Itchy Pollen lock, leave them with little to no options, take the game from there. Sounds like a good game plan to me.
I mean, that seems like a pretty nice way to win. Earthen Vessel comes down here, search out a couple of energy. Of course, one of the advantages of using Badoo right now as opposed to something like an Yveltal, you don't actually have energy on all your Monkey Dory.
No.
You really want the 3rd Monkey Dory to be energied up this turn. So having a Badoo in the active now gives you an option to still keep that lock on, but it also gives you another turn to attach an energy. And now you're basically going, so what we got? We got four, everything's got an ability. So there's 4 abilities on Perrine side of the board. So what we're doing is essentially 9 damage counters of Monkey Dory during your turn. Then 4 damage counters after yours. Then 4 damage counters after your opponent. That's 17 damage counters between your turns.
It's kind of absurd, isn't it?
That adds up quite a bit. And as the whole time, you're saying to your opponent, have fun knocking out my 30 HP Badoo.
Whilst you can't play any items and mount any kind of comeback.
Yeah, enjoy your 1 prize a turn.
Wow, yeah. I mean, Nicholas is in a commanding position of leading this game, in spite of the fact that, you know, technically Nicholas is losing by being behind on prize cards, but that just means you get to play Countercatcher.
Yeah, Countercatcher comes in, brings that Lunatone into the active. Another advantage of not taking many prizes is that you keep Countercatcher on the board. It's an item-based gusting, only if you're behind on prizes. Monkey Dory damage, KOs a Teal Mask Ogapon. Behind on prizes no more, and this is where we are getting very close to the end game. That Lunatone will not last very long, at which point all you need is 1 big attack, and it's not going to be from Blood Moon Ursa Luna. That's in the prizes. But honestly, you've got enough time here with 4 prizes left for your opponent. You don't need a big KO. You can just keep doing your thing. You've got plenty of time.
Yeah, I mean, and here it is. You literally just need these 2 prizes now. Ichipollen KO on the Lunatone. Could you even just be able to do it next turn with like Monkey Dory damage and something like the Yveltal's attack? I think I'll get you pretty close, you know.
We got 18 damage counters we're going to need. So that's 9 from Monkey Dory plus 2 from Frostlass. So you'd need 7 more if my maths holds out correctly.
Yeah. Also, not only that, but it wouldn't quite be 9 from the Monkey Dory because there's not enough damage to move over based on what's already on them as well.
Unfortunately not, no, because there's going to be 1 more coming after your opponent's turn, so you would need a bit more time. No, it's not happening next turn, but you got no multi-prize Pokemon out.
Yeah, I don't think you really care, to be honest.
That's what I was saying a second ago. Like, you've got plenty of time. Your opponent doesn't play cards that take multiple KOs or a 1 KO at a time kind of deck. So, let him KO Badoo. Don't win the game next turn, and then just do the same thing and win the game.
Yeah. And so for those of you wondering at home, so that Sandy Shocks, it does have an attack, which, but
and that
it doesn't matter.
Nicholas is going to win game 1. Perrine up and start taking prizes quickly. You can win, but you are on a clock. What do we see in the prizes? Maractus? 1 Soul Rock?
I think it's okay. I'm not seeing any drama there. I mean, the Sandy Shocks isn't going to be that useful in this matchup for Perrine, so that's fine. Yeah, I think both players are going to be okay with these prizes, to be honest.
There we go. Well, we are off into game 2. We have a Snorunt on the bench, our old pal Badoo in the active, and then a Nest Ball coming down, giving Nicholas an opportunity to search their deck for the first time, and then they can find a basic Pokemon and bench it. But of course, this is your first deck search of the game, so you need to take this opportunity to figure out what's available and what's in the prizes.
Yeah, and a very interesting contrast, given how Raging Bolt has been played most recently. There's no Fan Rotom package in this Raging Bolt deck. It's gone for a very different kind of all-basics approach, and because of that, unlike in the past, this is a deck that actually wants to go second. So Perrine, having lost that game, chose to go second here. There's not going to be any turn 1 supporter for Nicholas this time.
No turn 1 supporter, but what you really want to do, your absolute goal here, Monkey Dory Darkness Energy.
Yes.
That is your goal. Now, honestly, getting a Bravery Charm on the Badoo would be awesome to stop a potential Soul Rock KO. But the main goal here, get an energy attachment on Monkey Dory, try and get your Bravery Charm if it's possible, and you need a Snorunt down to evolve. You've already got the Snorunt down. You've got an energy in hand to attach to the Monkey Dory.
There it is.
It's it, and a Bravery Charm. That is literally everything Nicholas needed. That were the 3 things he needed, got them all.
Because the other Monkey Dory, you can get down later.
Yeah.
They're basics, that's fine. That is as good of a turn 1 going first as you could almost ask for.
Protect against the easy KO from Soul Rock, get your first Monkey Dory energied up, and get yourself so you can have your Frostlass next turn. 3 ticks needed, tick, tick, tick. Job's a good one. Good work, Nicholas. Nice turn.
Yeah, so now it's going to be on Perrine to try and mount, hopefully for them, as equally strong as a response. Starting off with a Nest Ball here, I would not be surprised. It's not in the prize cards. I think we might see an aggressive angle with Squawkabilly here. You just need to really find an aggressive turn 1 something.
You need to get going. There is a Soul Rock in the prizes, but there's 2 in the deck, so 1 is available. But, you know, things like there's 2 Fight Gong in the prizes. They're actually sneaky, very, very good for, you know, helping you get set up, finding your basics, and you've nailed it, Freya. Squawkabilly already down. Ooh, turn 1 Crispin, 1 energy attached. And actually, This would allow you to attack turn 1.
It would. So Crispin, of course...
Not KO, though.
Yeah. So Crispin being a card that lets you take 2 basic energy cards from the deck of different types. One goes on one of your Pokemon, the other one goes into the hand. We see a Lightning and a Grass.
There is a sneaky play here where what you can essentially do is get your energy down here, and then if you get a Teal'c Gogapon grass energy, you can actually do 140 and KO that Badoo with Raging Bolt, even through the Bravery Charm. That is actually possible because of this Crispin play.
I mean, you could just do that. If you have a Fighting Energy in hand, you can just attach it and it gets the job done as well.
Oh, sorry. I'm always thinking about leaving 1 energy on so you can attach next turn.
Yes, but
You're right.
Yeah, but I think in this particular matchup and also in this instance, even if you can't get a 3rd energy down, this is worth doing.
Oh, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
I still want the Teal'c Gogapon, but that's got an ability, so do you really want to bench it against a Frostlass deck? Arguably not.
Yeah, I think this is actually one, especially given that you don't need it, the Teal'c Gogapon, to enable something like the Noctowl's Jewel Seeker. Maybe this is okay. I was about to say maybe this is a matchup where you don't want to bench it, but I guess Perrine seems to think it's still too important.
I still like this, I've got to be honest with you. I really like the idea. We saw a lot of keep away last game. I like the idea of getting as much energy on the board as you can so that it's easier to string those attacks, because that's how you beat a deck like Frostlass Monkey Dory.
It's very true.
You attack and KO every turn.
Yeah, and very interesting here, we did see that Perrine did bench the Iron Bundle and is choosing to use that Hyper Blower now. So this ability is going to force Nicholas to pick either the Monkey Dory or the Snow Runt and bring it up into the active. Neither one feels great here.
You have to go Monkey Dory.
Yeah.
Like, you have to put the Monkey Dory active.
But it still doesn't feel great.
No, it feels horrendous. Because now you don't have a Monkey Dory set up ready to go next turn. But Frostlass is more important to get rolling super early, and you've only got 1 Snorunt on the bench, so you had to put the Monkey Dory active. But I love that play with the Iron Bundle, because now, you know, Badoo is going to be there. There's going to be more Badoo. We know there's always more Badoo.
And there is more Monkey Dory too.
Indeed. But the Monkey Dory don't come out as easily as a Badoo. They all need their own energy. So even if a Monkey Dory comes out next turn, well, you got 1 Monkey Dory when you would otherwise have had 2.
Yeah.
So a much, much better target for the attack.
Yeah, the restriction with the Snorunt is that it has to evolve. The restriction for the Monkey Dory is that it needs that dark energy on it. And because you use your manual attachment, you only get 1 per turn, of course. That's been used up on the Monkey Dory, but now this Monkey Dory is being KO'd, so that attachment has been essentially worthless. And
we do see, as predicted, an energy left on the Raging Bolt. So now, if you want to KO that Badoo, 1 energy, and then that Badoo is guaranteed KO'd next turn. And this is very, very different to game 1, because now Perrine seems to be able to be stringing attacks together, and we don't see that deluge of damage counters coming down like we were seeing in game 1.
I mean, let's be real. We didn't see a Raging Bolt EX game 1.
Nope.
So, and given that it has no abilities, it is, even though, yeah, it's only taking out single prizes, probably the best attacker in the deck against this.
And not weak, so it takes, you know, it's only 1 less damage counter, but it's every turn from that Badoo, which is Nicholas's preferred attacker. So we do see Lily's Determination coming down. It's going to give a new hand of 8 cards, because they've still got 6 prizes remaining. You need a Darkness Energy and a Frostlass at the absolute minimum, but there's also a strong argument here for getting some bench protection, because what's to stop another Iron Bundle coming down next turn?
It's trying to, in terms of recovery that the deck plays. So you could keep doing this, especially if, so Nicholas is really going to want to find more outs to bases here. Oh, does redraw that Mega Lopunny that was in the hand beforehand. There's a Frostlass, that's a good find too.
We like this. Do we have a Darkness Energy not in hand?
Oh, there's a Luminous.
Okay, that'll do.
That'll do the trick. You also would rather maybe that go on something else, but at least it is there just in case. I'm not seeing many other outs to basic Pokemon, though.
I want some bench protection here.
Same.
Because when you're only playing 1 Iron Bundle, when you're playing 2 Rescue Stretcher, Night Stretcher, sorry, it's actually easier to play it from the discard than it is to play it from the deck. So it's quite, oh, sometimes it is at least. But the point is, it is absolutely possible next turn. And if I'm Perrine, if I've got a chance, but I can't Night Stretcher if they've got Badoo, so maybe that's what Nicholas is betting on here.
Yes, quite possibly. Oh, here comes a Counter Catcher as well. Very sensible, I think. Going to be able to bring up that other Raging Bolt, so now it will force Perrine to find some kind of energy acceleration to get an attack off, or a way to get this Raging Bolt out of the active.
Which, again, under item lock is much harder. Professor Sada's Vitality would be wonderful here. That would be the best card we could see. Well, the good news is it's a way to get out the active. It's a prime catcher. The bad news is it is an item card.
Womp, womp. A perfect card for not the right situation.
Oh, but draws Professor Sada off the one card from Teal Dance. That was a good draw.
What a Teal Dance that was. Dancing into the perfect out to the situation. Professor Sada's Vitality, 2 energy accelerated, 1 each to 2 of your benched, 2 of your entry Pokemon out in the field. 3 cards drawn. It's 3 items.
Do we have an energy in hand?
There's plenty, yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's loads. Yeah. Okay, we're good. So now that Badoo will go down that... Seriously, this turn, if they hadn't got exactly Professor Sada's Vitality off that Teal Dance, this would have been a very different turn. But they did.
They did. Now, I would personally like to see some mixture of, I think this is actually fine here. Just keep 1 energy on the banked on the Ogerpon, 1 off the active, 1 off the bench. It gives you a nice spread of your energy, basically, to avoid being in a situation like what happened last turn. No,
absolutely it does. This gives you the most opportunity to be able to play around something like a counter catcher. So it looks like we do get a second Snow Run down, bit of protection against something like an Iron Bundle. You wouldn't be expecting a second one, but that doesn't mean that one couldn't come down anyway. Here we see a counter gain.
Oh, hold on a second. Are we going to be maybe seeing an angle with the Mind Bend?
I think we might be seeing some Mind Bend, Freya. Yes, we've got an energy and a counter gain, so we've got everything we need. A Mind Bend is really fun in a situation like this, because it confuses your opponent. It makes them flip, and then if they flip heads, the attack works. If tails, the attack fails, and they take 3 damage counters. It's a risky play. But whereas in game 1, Nicholas was just in control, ran away with game 1. They are very much on the back foot in game 2.
Yeah, they need to do something a little bit more unorthodox to try and buy themselves that time. There's 2 Raging Bolt down. Both of them are really, really threatening and scary right now, especially with the amount of energy that's on the field and just the amount of resources that Perrine has access to, even in a worst-case situation of an item lock. But she's not even getting item lock this turn, and there are so much less stuff on the bench than there is for Nicholas last game.
Absolutely, and it's worth noting Raging Bolt has a retreat cost of 3, so if they are confused, you will need an item card to bring up, say, another Raging Bolt. And we know that, we know they've got Prime Catcher in hand.
Yes.
But Nicholas doesn't know that.
No, but we do see there an Earthen Vessel discarding TM Evolution, not going to be of much use here. We do see that Baneri come down onto the bench. Okay, this is a really cool attacker that can take a 1-hit knockout on a Raging Bolt as long as it's had 1 damage counter placed on it. Of course, it does 230 damage. That first attack the Gale Thrust. So with Raging Bolt having 240 HP, you do need the 1 there. But it is a Mega Evolution Pokemon EX. It's worth 3 prize cards, and it's not going to be that tricky for the Raging Bolt to KO it back.
No, essentially, this is your game ender.
Yeah.
You do not evolve into Megalopony until you've got game with the attack. That's a great way to lose. But I love having a Baneri down on the bench.
Yes.
Last game, you basically had your perfect bench all game. You didn't need it. You didn't have room. That's fine. Here, you are opening up the door, and you don't need to evolve an attack with it now. What you do, however, is open up options. And look, it might come down to, I've got nothing going on. I'm going to risk the bunny. I'm going to KO the active and just hope they don't get a big KO. Because that's better than just losing.
It is better than losing. But for now, we see the Mind Bend. So the counter game reduces the attack cost of Mind Bend by 1 because Nicholas is behind on prizes. 1 psychic, 1 colorless, 60 damage, and your opponent's active is confused. So now Perrine has a decision to make. I mean, actually, to be fair, no, because we know that they have the Prime Catcher as an out to this already.
Now, Prime Catcher, what do you go for? I think there's a pretty obvious answer here.
Frostlass?
Yeah. Take the Frostlass with the Prime Catcher because, okay, maybe they get another Frostlass to evolve the Snow Run, but at least make them have that, make them have to have it. And at least it does save, 1 round of damage counters.
Yeah, it's by far the most meaningful thing to KO this turn. It's the thing that will kind of deny Nicholas the most opportunities to come back into this game. You do not want to KO that Baneri now. You want to force Nicholas to evolve it into a Megalopony, because if you do that, then 1 knockout on Megalopony will just win you the game.
Speaking of 1 knockout on Megalopony, it can be a pain with Raging Bolt. It takes quite a lot of energy to do so. You know what's way better at KOing Megalopony?
Oh, the Sandy Shocks?
Sandy Shocks.
Of course, because it's weak to fight. The Megalopony is weak to fighting. Oh, I like that.
So now we see Professor Sada's vitality, we see an energy going down, and this is essentially Perrine trying to checkmate Nicholas, going, look, I know that you're building up a potentially big bunny to end the game, so I am going to have a counter there. If you use Megalopony as anything other than a game-ending play, I will have a counter for it. You don't need to worry about whether I've got enough energy with Raging Bolt. Sandy Shocks will counter it. 200
doubles to 400, that is more than enough to get the KO on that Megalopony. So, yeah, exactly like you said, Perrine is setting up their board beautifully to just give themselves as many avenues as possible to close out this game and take the match to a game free. Just not making sure they don't miss anything, drawing more cards. Even the Tiamat Ogerpon has a nice bit of energy on it as well. And then 2 energies discarded from this Bellowing Thunder will get the KO on this Frostlass, and then it'll be up to Nicholas to try and see how can they make this comeback here.
Absolutely. And just a little note here, like, Raging Bolt is now 1 energy away from attacking. And the other Raging Bolt is 1 energy away from attacking. And the Sandy Shocks is 1 energy away from attacking. Everything on Perrine's side of the board has been left, except for the Teal Mask, which you're not really attacking with very much. It's been left 1 energy away from attacking. Again, just leaving maximum options open. Very careful play here.
Yeah, very, very, very careful play. I think also making use of the Prime Catcher at the right time as well, because you really wanted to be able to attack that turn. And more than likely, Nicholas's way out in this game is probably to try and re-establish the item lock with the Badu, as we see. Maybe, okay, very, very on point there. Oh, no, actually, I was about to say, maybe going to consider getting back the Badu, but actually does opt to just go for that Snow Runt again. I think really wants to try and establish double Frostlass to make the damage really tick up.
And that is always fun when you can double it up. Ino's going to put both players to a new hand. Nicholas to a hand of 6. Perrine to a hand of 3. I'm just double-checking what Baneri did. It switches to the bench. It's not terribly relevant. We might see a Desperation Megalopony play here. If you look at the way Nicholas has set up the board, putting your opponent down to a 3-card hand when they don't have much draw, just the Teal Mask Ogerpon. You've got the Baneri, you've got the energy. It might be worth, you can move 1 damage with Monkey Dory, that's fine, the extra damage counter sorted. There is an argument here for just take a cheeky KO on the Raging Bolt and just hope your opponent doesn't have the 3rd energy.
But hold on a second, if Nicholas were to do that, he would need to find some way to get that Megalopony to the bench and move it back to the active. Gale Thrust only does the extra damage if it moved to the active during that turn.
Yes, absolutely, they would need that. I'm not saying it's the greatest plan, but we are getting close to emergency plan stage here.
Sure seems that way. I don't see a way to do it with Nicholas's hand, you know. Is it just going to be not
just a retreat?
Just a retreat. Mind Bend again?
Okay, so it is going Mind Bend. The Megalopony play is still alive, but right now we've got a Mind Bend coming out to confuse. And look, you put your opponent down to a 3-card hand, and you know they've used Prime Catcher, so you're hoping here that the Mind Bend is going to stick. It did not do well sticking last time.
No, it really didn't.
But you're hoping it can this time.
So upside down goes that Raging Bolt, and yeah, got to make sure that all of the damage counters get placed for. I do believe that it was only on the Sandy Shocks that that Perrine did it. I think and then you see one more on that Squawkabilly as well. I'm fairly sure it was only on 3.
It should take on to the Squawkabilly, the Teal Mask, and the Sandy Shocks.
Yeah, the Sandy Shocks was done. The Teal Mask Ogerpon was done there. I think there should be one more. No, it went to 3 from the Monkey Dory and then it's gone to 4. So yeah, no, I think we're all good.
There we go.
Yeah.
So now that is going to help.
Yes, that is going to help.
Quite a lot.
That Latias with the Skyliner ability will give all basic Pokemon on Perrine's side free retreats.
And look, you knew that was an option, but again, you're just hoping that the Ino was going to stick. You still need another energy onto the Raging Bolt or onto the Sandy Shocks. Oh. That will help for both.
Perrine not missing a beat after these Inos, after all these disruption cards, just getting more and more energy onto the field. Just like Sada after Sada after Sada. What do you do if you're Nicholas here? Like, Perrine just has all the outs.
Do you want the honest answer?
Sure.
I think if you're Nicholas, you consider conceding the game. You play a deck which doesn't win quickly, it wins slowly. You've got 15 minutes remaining, and you are in a bad position in game 2. So concede, take it to game 3, and then that gives you more time and the option of whether you want to go first or second in that final game. Because right now, Perrine's about to go down to 2 prize cards remaining. You do not have enough damage on the board. And that Raging Bolt, you know, it's going to go down soon enough. But even that's got like 110 HP remaining. It's not like it's about to get KO'd.
No, exactly.
And your bench is looking anemic. It's not looking good. I think if you're Nicholas here, you need to seriously consider saving time for a game 3.
Yeah, I think that is what he's thinking about, but maybe there's some line back in that we're missing that is the reason why he's decided to not take that line right now. There's a Precious Trolley, a little bit late.
I mean, it's great on turn 1, pretty good on turn 2. Turn 17, I mean, it'll still get you any basics you need, but it's not quite as good. So we are going for an eval tool here.
So is it turn 17? Have you been counting along the whole time?
I made up a number off the top of my head that was more than 5. I went for 17. I think I probably overshot, but I'm absolutely okay with that.
Seems seems viable enough to me. Let's roll with that indeed. But
you get lots of turns when you play a Frostlass deck if things are going well.
Yeah, no kidding. But so what is the grab then off this Precious Trolley? Yeah, I guess maybe some monkey business to try and find a way back here. Oh, maybe this retreat lock on the Yveltal could be a way to make use of something here. Onto that Squawkabilly, perhaps.
That might be the way you have to go. We would need some gusting and stopping retreat. Again, you're saying to your opponent, I know you've used your prime catcher. You're not a deck that plays a huge amount of switching because you've got that Skyliner on the Latias. So maybe, because the other thing is you've just benched a Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yes.
So you have given your opponent an out to take in their final 2 prizes to win the game.
Yeah. Now, it's a tricky decision here. So I just mentioned that if you're going to go for this retreat lock strat, what do you go for? Do you go for the Yveltal? Do you go for the Squawkabilly? Maybe you could go for the Latias as well. I think these are like, you know, the 2 targets you consider, but there's a bit of a disadvantage here for each one. With the Squawkabilly, it can still attack. You can do 20 damage a turn and motivate, and eventually your Yveltal will get KO'd. With the Latias, however, it will get KO'd quite a bit sooner because of the fact that it's weak to Dark. So maybe you won't be able to buy as many turns of stalling that way. So it's a bit of a weighing up game that Nicholas has to play.
Well, we're going to see a Lily's Determination for the time being. That is going to go and get a new hand of 6 cards. 8 cards, because they still haven't actually taken any prizes. And hopefully that's going to give them... I mean, if you're going Evil Tau, yeah, you need a counter catcher at this point. I think you need to combo it with that.
Yeah.
And counter catcher, to be fair, is not a card you're going to play as a one-of in Nicholas's deck. You basically aim to be behind on prizes, so...
There's 3 of them.
Yeah. You're going to play it as like a 3 or 4 of a lot of the time.
Yeah, and 8 cards is a lot of cards to try and find it as well.
Yeah, you want to be behind for pretty much the whole game. That's how you play.
See, is there a switch? I see, but it's a switch, but I don't think I see a counter catcher.
I don't see a counter catcher in that hand, Freya.
One out of 2.
That is not an ideal situation. And there we go.
Yeah.
Nicholas says, I'm not winning this game. Let's go to game 3. No counter catcher means it worked entirely. Looking at the prizes, Latias being prized there. And that is a one-off, so that is gone. Poor Sliverwing there. But it is the Latias that stands out to me. That is a one-off, and it's gone. But we start game 3. We are off the deciding game. Perrine gets both a Soul Rock and a Lunatone.
Pretty good.
Draws 3 cards with Lunatone, but watch the clock. We are running out of time.
Yeah, Perrine, both of the players really need to play lightning fast if they want to try and finish this game 3 on time. And I think the big thing for Perrine here is going to be try to play as many items as possible whilst you can.
Yeah, because you know Badoo's coming down. Look, Badoo's quite slow. Takes a little while. It's a little Pokemon, right? Takes a little while to get somewhere, but Badoo is coming. It's on its way, and when it gets there, your items are going to be largely useless. But the good news is playing Fight Gong does let you search through your deck and discover things like, oh, guess I'm not using Latias this turn.
Yeah, and that is actually especially awkward given that you started with that big hefty Raging Bolt EX in the active. That's going nowhere anytime soon unless you can find some kind of switching out, and your main one being Latias is not available to you, so... Ugh.
Yeah, it's not ideal. I mean, honestly, but to be fair, you know, we saw this in game 2. It wasn't that big a deal. If you can get a Professor Sada's Vitality and a manual attachment, you're not discarding a lot of energy to take key KOs. So, honestly, as long as you can hit a Sada turn 2... You don't even need a Sada turn 2 to be fair. You can do it with manual attachments.
And there is a Sada in the hand, so as long as there's no hand disruption, they will be good to go there. Now, what is Nicholas's setup like? I see a Buddy popping, but that's not a Precious Trolley or an Arven.
That's not ideal. We want a Precious Trolley or an Arven to get a Precious Trolley. So Buddy is going to go and get 2 Pokemon with 70 HP or less. Now, the good news is it'll get you a Badoo.
It will.
And the good news is it'll get you a Snorunt.
The second one as well, because there's one in the active already.
And we do quite like doubling up on those.
We do.
The bad news is, yeah, Monkey's too big.
110. That is more than 70.
Way more than 70, and that's a big downside. We love Buddy Buddy Poffin, but you need to start getting your Monkey Dory established. And look, this is my favorite kind of best of 3, because we saw Nicholas winning game 1 with his deck doing what his deck does, and Barine winning game 2 with their deck doing what their deck does. So what we really want is game 3. Artisan helps actually.
Yes.
But we want to see, both of these players have won one game with their deck doing what it does. Who's going to win that crucial 3rd game? So you can look back. What happened in game 1? Nicholas got the basics out, got the Monkey Dory with energy turn 1, got the Frost Last turn 2, and kept all of those pieces on the board. What happened in game 2 when Barine won? Consistent KOs from the first attacking turn, taking a KO every single turn and not allowing yourself to be disrupted out of attacking for a turn. That's what we're fighting against here. Whichever one of those works, that's who's going to win game 3.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And how that will play out, I mean, the main tricky thing is just how little time we have left to bear witness to that. 6 minutes and 40 seconds left. One deck that does win very, very fast, to be fair, but another one that doesn't. At the very least, Nicholas does have a pretty ideal turn 1 setup here. Even without the Precious Trolley, there's a switch, there's an Itchy Pollen.
And if I'm Barine here, I want to play super fast, because, yeah, I can win pretty fast, but I got to take 6 individual KOs.
Yes.
It will take me 6 turns, taking a KO every turn. And then that's 6 turns for Nicholas as well. Well, 5 turns for them.
Yeah.
But you're going to have those turns. You need to make sure you are essentially taking as little of the clock as you can, so that Nicholas's turns, which do tend to sometimes be a little bit longer with the damage counter and everything else, and everything has got time to basically resolve with you taking 6 prizes. There's no point taking 3 prizes and going, oh, I was in a great position to win. Yeah, but you didn't.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. This is very unfortunate, actually. There is no single prize Raging Bolt in this list. So the only option that Barine had to fetch a ancient Pokemon from this Artisan was the Sliverwing, but it's prized. So that forces a 1 energy Sada.
That is not ideal. You want the 2 energy Sada, and you're right. Artisan does not go and get your EXs. It has to be your single prizes. And the only one you've got is, well, I mean, single prizer. It's a fitting name.
A single prizer and as a single prized copy.
Unfortunately so. So you get 1 energy. And look, it's still enough for now. You're still getting a KO on the Badoo, even through the Bravery Charm. So you're fine, but it's just asking more of you next turn is the issue.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing a hesitation here. It's understandable, right? It's a tricky situation. You don't want to do the wrong thing, but there does have to be a trade-off at some point. You recognize that time is low on the clock. You know how many, how much time your physical actions are going to take based on the fact that, as you rightly said, you have to take 6 individual knockouts on single prize Pokemon to win the game. I'm not sure if that's going to be able to pan out.
And the new timing rules are really important. It's +1 turn, not +3. So what it used to be is, if you get to 4 prizes before the time runs out, you will get those 2 extra turns of yours. But now there's no guarantee. You've got to actually do it before time runs out. You might get 1 extra turn. That is it. So take 5 before the time runs out. Very different proposition.
Very, very, very different proposition. And it also is not helped by the fact that, I mean, Nicholas is also playing a deck that as we mentioned a lot, is a deck that wins more slowly. It's just how it operates. You build up a board slowly and slowly whilst hiding behind either retreat or item lock, and then you win the game from there. But it means that you need so many turns to win. I'm honestly not sure if there's a way that Nicholas can pull off the win before time runs out, to be honest.
It's going to be very difficult. Interestingly enough, benches an Iron Bundle.
Okay.
And then discards a Countercatcher with Ultra Ball. Iron Bundle makes your opponent choose. Countercatcher would allow you to drag whatever you want active, but it might be that you're playing the Iron Bundle now with the aim to use it in a future term.
Yes, it might be.
Use it now, Countercatcher is just better.
Yeah, I think that's probably what's going on here, and I think a recognition that right now your back is kind of against the wall. Has Nicholas played out his entire hand? Is that it? Yeah, no, that is a 0-card hand, so no, it's just going to be the Iron Bundle now. So
Iron Bundle comes down, Solrock comes into the active. That's very relevant because Solrock is a viable attacker. Solrock can KO the Snow Run here for a single energy. So Perrine can keep the pressure up in terms of getting those KOs on the board.
Yeah, there's very much an open door here with Nicholas with 0 cards in hand and not much of anything going on. If Perrine can just get these KOs coming through thick and fast, she might actually just be able to pull this off in time.
And I am playing as fast as I possibly can if I'm Perrine at this stage. The clock is running out. You're probably going to be able to string attacks. The thing is, you can't just do nothing.
No.
You can't just announce your attack. You need to set up. You need to get your energy on the board. You need to make sure you've got attacks ready to go while also playing as fast as you can and then not trying to make mistakes. It's an awkward situation.
Yeah. And also, right now, the big problem is that Perrine doesn't actually have a spare fighting energy. So that's why she went for the Ultra Ball here to grab a Teal Mask Ogerpon. Really needs to find an out to a fighting energy off of this Teal dance.
Yeah. Because otherwise you're not going to be able to attack. You need a fighting energy for that Soul Rock. And like you said, Freya, it's not in hand right now. And there's Draw Engine in this deck. There's not much. You need a fighting energy off this grass energy.
It's a nice ball. Bad news indeed. And with no KO having happened...
Oh, no, we got... Oh, Sada, but Sada's not going to attach to the Soul Rock.
And with no Latias to retreat, and also there's the only draw Pokemon that Perrine plays is Vesentipity EX. We see a lot of these Raging Bolt lists play Mew EX. This list is not one of them. Oh, but that's Superior Energy Retrieval!
But you've already attached an energy to... Oh, that was the ability, so we've got it now. That's lovely. So that is going to go and get you that fighting energy so you can attack with Soul Rock. But this turn is taking too long. We've got a minute and a half left plus 1 turn nowadays. Things are getting awkward.
Oh, I guess this also works. You could, just attach to the active and retreat. That also works. I think actually you have to do that because I think, Perrine attached both fighting energy from the Sada, so now you can't get one back with the Superior Energy Retrieval to attach to the Soul Rock.
So we just, okay, well, we are...
Maybe I missaw?
Well, we're using it anyway to just go and get ourselves some cards from the discard pile. We'll see which cards are available here.
Oh, wait...
There is a fighting energy there, so now it gets attached to the Soul Rock, and the Soul Rock can go ahead and KO the Snow Run.
There is, and also I need to correct myself. I thought it was the Slitherwing that she took from the prizes last time, but no, it was actually the Latias. So the Latias is already in hand. That was an option if needed, and now she's taking the Slitherwing from the prizes. Okay,
so Slitherwing's out, Latias is out. Now we've got a KO on the active with the Soul Rock, but we've got 40 seconds left, and here's a heartbreaking thing if you're Perrine in this game, right? You're pretty well set up. Your opponent's got very little going on. There's not nearly enough damage on your side of the board for you to be concerned. You don't have time to win this game.
No, it's an unfortunate matter of, like you said, trying to find the right balance between recognizing that you need to play faster because of the clock, but not playing so fast that you do a silly blunder that lets your opponent back into the game. Just a really hard balance to find, and unfortunately, 10 seconds left on the clock. I think that's going to be all she wrote for this game. I think it's going to be a tie.
Well, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is the end of time. That means that Nicholas will finish his turn. Perrine will get 1 more turn, but Perrine's not going to be able to take 4 prizes. Nicholas is not taking 6 prizes this turn, and with 1 game having been won by each player and game 3 not resolving, that means we are going to be left in a tie. Now, the players are welcome to continue playing this game out if they like. Here's a counter catcher onto a Lunatone, for instance.
That was quite a draw for turn. I mean, if the game had gone on longer, that could have actually helped out a lot.
That could have been crucial to slowing Perrine down, getting set up. We see Badu with Itchy Pollen, and that will mean that Perrine now has the final turn of the game, assuming our clock is correct, which I think it normally is.
I think the players discussed in a way where, I think they know. So, draw for turn is a grass energy. I mean, you play this out, you might as well, but there is, unless I'm missing something blindingly obvious.
I feel very confident, Freya. You are not. We are going to see 1 more KO with the Soul Rock onto the Badu, and that should be the end of the game, and we are finishing in a tie. 1 game for Nicholas with Mungidori Frostlass. 1 game for Perrine.
Their prizes. Now we get a glimpse of exactly what they're both playing. Ross on the right-hand side, not telling too much. There's a Grass Energy Prime Catcher, which is never something you want to see. That left-hand side there, couple of those Psychic Energies, Churros, Rare Candy. Again, a small inkling about what we're going to see in this feature match.
It's going to be God of War for Rune. It's going to be Joltik Toolbox for Vincent. And can we get a fist bump? Get rolling here?
We're waiting.
I'm excited. I'm itchy. Here we go. There's the fist bump. We're rolling with round 5 action. Rune on the left with God of War Jellison. Vincent on the right with one of those mega Pokemon in the active. We got Joltik Toolbox, but Rune's going to start us off here.
Yeah, absolutely. And just as we are just looking at what Rune's going to be utilizing, that Nest Ball's played, it's going to be checking his deck to find out what is being prized. Just to give a bit of a rundown, we've seen Gardevoir as a deck and archetype for many, many sort of months and sort of almost years now, but it's all centered around that Psychic Embrace Gardevoir EX. That card has a fantastic energy acceleration with your psychic energies from the discard pile, utilizing numerous different attackers, especially likes to utilize some of those single prizes like Screamtail, where you're just kind of racking up damage counters on the board state, alongside maybe sometimes flinging some damage with Monkey Dory, and then really just trying to manipulate the board to a position where you're taking out those key threats on your opponent's side and really just dominating how the board is from your side and your opponent's.
No, absolutely. Gardevoir, it's been a very tricksy deck since we got it. In the past, we've seen things like Drifloon coming around and Screamtail. Obviously, Monkey Dory thrives in this deck because you're self-damaging with the ability, but also you don't need to worry too much about energy attachment. Looks like Secret Box is going to come down here, and that is a wonderful card. It's your ace spec, right? You got to discard 3 cards from your hand. That's a downside. But you get an item. You get a tool, you get a supporter, you get a stadium card, and all of those. So you're trading 3 cards for 4 here, and it means you can really get set up nicely. And, of course, Lily's Determination, 8-card draw from your supporter. If that's finishing off your secret box, that's, that's options there.
Well, it is turn 1 first to begin with.
Oh, you're not using it this turn, but next turn.
Next turn is incredible, because then you get all those sort of combo pieces to begin with as we're going through. As you can just see there, that Bravery Charm, the Artisan, just kind of getting the board state set up. Rare Candy for the next turn as well, trying to maybe burst straight into that Gardevoir EX. I mean, right now, Rune is just staring down at that Mega Marwile EX in the active spot there. So maybe not really having a true inkling exactly what he's going up against. But here comes the Artisan, likely just to see maybe another Routes come down, or maybe just knowing if there's a Mega Marwile, well, the chances of getting another attack off, so you can potentially go for more Monkey Dories. But safe play first, Routes, second Routes, I should say, coming down.
Yeah, absolutely. I would like, if possible, to see a Darkness Energy on the Monkey Dory, just because, Gardevoir is accelerating all your Psychic, so you can use your turn attachments on Monkey Dory. But Gardevoir's another one of those decks, like so many decks in the format, where they're just not satisfied with one Monkey Dory. They want to go multiple, so the sooner you can get multiple Monkey Dory with Darkness Energy, the better.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just trying to work out if there's anything else we can do from this. There is no Dark Energy there, so we won't be seeing that. Pass over. Vincent here is now going to be kicking us off for his first turn of this feature match to the Swiss round 5 here, and we're going to finally get a chance to go through the deck. That Artisan is going to be so important because we're going to grab that Joltik, Ross.
Yeah, and this, we call it Joltik Box. It all comes from Joltik. Joltik has got a 30 HP, right? It's not lasting very long. It's almost certainly giving up a prize. But it has one of the most ludicrous attacks we've got for accelerating energy, because for 1 colorless, it will get you 2 basic grass and 2 basic lightning and attach them anywhere you like. So what that means is that you're basically getting 4 energy out of 1 energy attachment, and your Joltik goes down, you still got those 4 energy, and then it's a variety of attackers. A lot of the time, early game, what you really want is that Iron Hand, because Amp You Very Much will take an extra prize if you KO a Pokemon. Only does 120, but Monkey Dory, Routes, Pokemon like that, and then you can transition into bigger Pokemon like Pikachu, for instance, Miraidon itself, things along those lines. Mega Moral if you fancy it.
Absolutely. I think Mega Marwile is something. It's a deck I've had a chance to pilot to a tournament as well. Mega Marwile has actually got quite a unique attack because you're combining cards like Crispin to power it up alongside an energy attachment. That Gobble Down, once you've taken sort of 4 prizes, it's 80 times the number of damage times the number of prizes you've taken. Well, 80 times 4 is a nice little 320 number, and that takes out a big EX like Gardevoir.
Gardevoir, absolutely. That's what you're looking at here. Take 4 prizes, finish off with Mega Moral. Job's a good one. Speaking of that Crispin, here it comes down. You need 2 energy of different types. 1 gets attached, 1 goes to your hand.
Yeah, so this is the moment. Does need to find a way to maneuver out of the active spot, because like we said, we do have to get Joltik into the active to use Jolting Charge. There's the energy attachment from the Crispin. Hand attachment looks like it's just going to go to the Joltik here as well. Oh, there we go. It's double energy.
Is that their hand? What have they?
Oh,
is their hand just energy?
He's just missed the complete retreat there. So it's just a double energy attachment to the Mega Marwile. Gobble down, not able to do any damage as you haven't taken any prizes.
Literally does nothing.
And this is a massive potential swing turn here, because often when you want to go second as Joltik works, you want to get that jolting charge off. You want to get your attackers ready, and this is going to be push himself one further turn back.
Yeah, this is the worst case scenario as a Joltik box player. You're acknowledging the fact that your Joltik is going to give your opponent an easy prize or something. A Monkey Dory can just put 3 damage on and KO it. You're acknowledging that that easy prize is being taken, but it's okay because that 4 energy burst at the beginning of the game essentially sets you up. If you don't get that burst, things go very badly. There is a world here. Could we see, we've got Gardevoir, could we get, enough energy accelerated to then move the damage onto Joltik with Monkey Dory? No, we'd need double Monkey Dory. No, we wouldn't. We'd only need one.
Need one.
It is in the realms of possibility off this Lily. We need energy in the discard. We need a darkness energy for Monkey Dory. But if we then accelerate 2 energy, we can then move the damage of Monkey Dory and KO the Joltik.
Yeah, absolutely. And because Vincent does have things like that Mega Marwile EX, which is, as a Mega, give up free prizes if it is knocked out, you're kind of going back into the kind of free attacks to go and take your 6 prizes as well. So definitely something we're going to have to keep an eye on here, as Rune has now played that Lily's Determination, as no prize cards has yet been drawn, has 6 left, will be able to hit the full 8s here. Does have 1 Psychic Energy, as we just saw Rune flick out from his discard pile as well, just kind of double check what's available. Let's see what we're working with.
We need a darkness. We need a... Oh, I think I see a darkness, actually.
I'm not too sure I saw anything else to get an energy at this moment in time.
No, there is an Ultra Ball to discard an energy, but you need to get the energy before you can discard it. 2 Lily's Determination, 1 Iono in there, I believe. A Frillish, which, it can become a Jellicent in the future, which could be fun. But not doing anything now, and that's the problem. You can't move free damage because you can't have free damage.
So what do we work with here? We have the the dark energy attachment to the benched Monkey Dory with that Bravery Charm. Does have that psychic energy there as well. Psychic Embrace to the active, so can maneuver. Retreating down, we are going to go down the Frillish route.
Oh, I kind of love this. And now, the downside here is that you still don't have free damage in one place to get the KO, but what you can do here is use Frillish, turn off those item cards, and you still get to move a couple of damage. Move the rest next turn, it'll be fine.
Yeah, so here we go. Rune identifying maybe this is what I just start to apply some pressure on this Mega Marwile EX for the moment, alongside that Oceanic Gloom attack. So item lock for Vincent here, 40 damage on the Mega Marwile, down to 230, so a little bit easier in range, but we know Vincent's hand's full of energy, so it looks like it's likely just to be a hard retreat here into the Joltik.
I mean, look, it works. It doesn't feel good. You're getting a turn 2 Joltik attack rather than turn 1. You're losing 2 energy, so even though you're accelerating 4, you're only really getting 2 because you lost 2 to do it. But you still get the Joltik out. You've got your Iron Hands potentially set up for the following turn. If the Frillish doesn't evolve, then that's an easy 2 prizes plus stopping the Jellicent, or otherwise there are some other options. But doing it a turn after, it just feels so much worse. Yeah,
absolutely. One scary thing is this is where Vincent has to decide, of course, as he's just using Tandem Unit to pull out another Lightning Pokemon. He was kind of semi-eyeing up that second Iron Hands as well, but it looks like he's maybe going all full hog here for the Iron Hands. Oh, does split up the energies a little bit. We're going to need to see some of that Ampu very much at some stage, so does load up that Iron Hands with 3 energies, knowing he's got energies in hand as well, and it's back over to Rune. Very simple turn, but that's often what you need, and that's what he would have wanted 1 turn earlier.
Yeah, I actually really like this play because it means that you're still 1 energy away from attacking with Iron Hands. Manual attachment will do it, but if for some reason the Iron Hands does go down or doesn't get a good chance to get an attack off, you've not put all your eggs in one basket, so to speak. So we're going to be getting 8 new cards here. We did see the Jellicent. We get an energy. That is a nice little hit. We've got energy and Jellicent, which are really the only things we needed.
Yeah, there was a lot of cards there. You've got a Earthen Vessel as well, so you can get another further 2 Psychic Energies or an extra Dark if you choose to do so, as Rune has decided here, and then we can Ultra Ball away that Psychic Energy to get another one of those pieces that we need, including getting the energies in the discard so we can start utilizing Psychic Embrace, getting damage counters on the board a bit further, as we do see some of the movements there. That was the one that was discarded with the Earthen Vessel, and then very quickly KO'd on the Joltik.
Yeah, it would have been great to see it last turn. Never had 3 damage counters in one place, but you did this time. So you move 3 of them with Monkey Dory, you KO the Joltik. And here's a fun thing. You now force Vincent to put something active in the middle of your turn. And it's little things like you didn't evolve to the Jellicent. So your opponent is hoping, oh, maybe they whiff the Jellicent. Maybe they don't have it. So I can put Iron Hands up, I might get a cheeky KO. But we know that Jellicent is an option. Did it get discarded with the Ultra Ball?
Yeah, just got discarded for Rune to grab a Curlier there. But by sending up the Iron Hands, this can be a bit scary as well, because you want the Iron Hands to take as many prizes as possible. If it's going to take a hit, it usually means it's only ever going to maybe get 1 Ampere very much off, as we get at the deck second Dark Energy now on that Monkey Dory. Let's see the direction that Rune's going to take. Does have Screamtail as an option on the bench as well, but currently has the 2 energies on that Frillish. It is a bit of a sort of bulky Pokemon to try and maneuver around, as we do get another Psychic Embrace to it. Does need 3 energy cards to retreat it, as we do see the pay retreat here. Screamtail moving to the active spot, Ross.
Yeah, I love this, because Screamtail doesn't have to hit the active. Screamtail can hit anywhere. So we get free energy onto the Screamtail. That means that you can do 60 damage anywhere you like on the... Well, sorry, 120 damage anywhere you like on the board. 20 per damage counter. So you could start firing it into the Iron Hands, or it could go onto, for instance, that Mega Moral that gives up prizes. Now, I know that was a Monkey Dory, but I'm just saying what you can do here is just start piling this damage around. 120 onto the Iron Hands, and this is where you want to be a lot of the time as a Gardevoir player. Damage all over the board, Monkey Dory ready to go. Loving it. You're giving up 2 prizes, but you feel like you're in a good position.
Yeah, we've had to commit the 3rd Metal Energy now to the active Iron Hand, so we can start swinging away with Ampu very much. We have an Ultra Ball of the actual hand as well. Gonna have to try and get some level of draw. There is that Mew EX that is available in the deck at some stage as well. It looks like we're eyeing it up, because it does have that fantastic ability restart, allowing you to draw your draw cards until you have 3 cards in your hand. But to identifying the Pheasantipity first, no current cards in hand. We're gonna amp you very much. We're gonna get 2, but just saying, well, I'm gonna keep this Pheasantipity for the moment and just kind of semi-protect myself for a future turn.
Yeah, I kind of like...
Oh, had the Joltik knockout as well, I should say.
Joltik got knocked out by the Monkey Dory damage, so absolutely flip the script on board. And here's a fun thing of your Rune, that Iron Hands has a bunch of damage, that Moral has a bunch of damage. Yeah, that's 5 prizes, that's the game. Your prize map is actually built up really quite nicely here, and there's going to be an extra 60 damage from Monkey Dory every turn from now on. And that's in addition to all of your attacks. We could see this game ending fairly quickly. And honestly, you know, okay, Vincent takes 2 prizes here on the Screamtail. You KO the Iron Hands. Then what's Vincent doing? Like a 300 hit with Pikachu and lose all the energy?
I mean, all the metal energies are currently expended as well. I mean, it's kind of one of those things where sometimes maybe I would have liked to see the Mew here, but maybe want to keep that kind of additional bench slot open, do get the Power Glass attachment to the Pikachu EX as well. A very unique sort of tool card. At the end of your turn, if it's in the active spot, you do get to get a basic energy from Disco Pile and attach to it, as we do get an Ampu very much. Now, Vincent going down to 4 prizes remaining after taking out that Screamtail.
Absolutely, and here it's over to Rune. You really want to take out that Iron Hand this turn. It has to go down. The good news is it's already got 12 damage counters on. You can get 6 on very easily from Monkey Dory, and there after that there is not much damage that needs to be done. So take that out and try and set up that Mega Morile. And really, if you're Vincent right now, what to attack with becomes really awkward. Oh, Alex, could we see a Mew using... Because that's in Ampu very much range. The Iron Hand is in Ampu very much range. Mew can copy Ampu very much for free colorless energy, Psychic in this case, and that's a free prize KO.
Yeah, so maybe even could just ignore the Mega Mawile EX on the bench as the free prize or knockout, and let's just take the additional, let's legalize the cheating effectively through Iron Hands' Ampu very much, through genome hacking.
I mean, I'd love to see it. That is a fun play. Now, we do have Countercatcher, and Countercatcher is actually live right now, but I still think you have to go after the Iron Hands here.
Yeah, you remove the energy from play, and I think that's the most active thing. There's a Professor Churro scenario to remove.
It's happening, Alex. Amp you. Mew says, amp me very much. Amp you very much. Of course, we are going to move the damage with the Monkey Dory first, obviously. And onto the Pikachu. I love that, because Pikachu's ability works when it's got full HP. Ability is now turned off, so now we can amp you very much. Rune does the hands, and we see the KO on Iron Hands with its own attack for 3 prizes. That was beautiful.
Yeah, and now Rune just down to 2 prizes remaining. Vincent is going to have to look for a particular card to just try and swing this back. There is an easy knockout on this Mew, utilizing Blood Moon Ursaluna that is being piloted and played in Vincent's deck, of course, because of Season Skill's ability, and that Blood Moon attack dealing 240 just needs that 1 energy attachment to it, of course. But that's one way. It is a big, tanky Pokemon with 260 HP. But right now, Rune's in a pretty good spot, it looks like. But let's just see how Vincent kind of takes care of this Mew for the moment.
And because Rune took 3 prizes off that amp you very much, a KO from Vincent on the Mew will not activate Countercatcher, which means it's more likely you will have to go through that Blood Moon Ursaluna in the active, who is a bit of a menace, quite frankly.
Yeah, I guess one of the other things that Vincent might be holding is that Iono as well.
Oh, here we go.
Not a card we too often see in such aggressive archetypes, but could really come up trumps here because there's not really any draw power on Rune's board state right now. So we'll only have the 2 cards plus the draw to work with, especially if we're taking down this Mew. Does hit the Earthen Vessel for an energy card as well. So we're gonna get that Blood Moon Ursaluna attack off here, if this is the route we're going, of course. Does still need to retreat, does have the energy on the Pikachu already to do so. So it's going to be a massive season-skilled Blood Moon attack, I'm sure, here. And it's going to be on Rune to try and turn this around.
And here's what's awkward. Rune's got an Ultra Ball in hand. So you can go and get Pheasantipty and draw 3 cards and flip the script. But if you do that, you put a 2-prize Pokemon on the board that Blood Moon Ursaluna can KO, which there currently isn't. So that is a risky play if you want to go down that route. We need to see what the 3rd card Rune is going to have access to will be. For now, it is a Mew using Restart and then a Pheasantipty using Flip the Script, going to 6 cards in hand. And now we're going to retreat with a Pikachu. In comes Blood Moon Ursaluna, and it is a big KO on the Mews. Not quite as fun as Mew using Ampu very much, but it is just as effective. And now the question is, can we finish off this game? As a Rescue Stretcher as the final card. Could get Mew. And then you could use that for Pheasantipty.
Which, well, you can also just get Mew. You've got Monkey Dories if you're loading out with damage counters and then flinging it over the Blood Moon.
There we go. So genome hacking is going to copy Blood Moon Ursaluna. Mew takes 5 prizes in a row and finishes off.
We're showcasing so far. We get a chance to see the prizes, but Ross has already got his highlight moment of this weekend, I reckon, there. But
it's going to be hard to beat, man.
Here we go. Game 2. I'm sure here Rune's going to be starting once again because when you're Joltik box, you want to be going second to get that jolting charge off. Here comes a Nest Ball with that Monkey Dory in the active spot.
And look, if you're Vincent, good news. That was like the worst case scenario. Joltik box doesn't normally win if you missed a turn 1 Joltik. So scrub that game and go, right, that game wasn't working. I tried, it wasn't working, never mind. Game 2 is going to be better.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those where it's like, it was surprisingly close anyway, despite missing that turn 1 jolting charge. That Iono could have been so different. It could have just been 3 energies.
Yeah.
And then that way, Rune then would not be able to take the KO. I mean, even with Gardevoir dealing 190 and 2 Monkey Dories, it's 250 damage dealt there. Well, Blood Moon Ursaluna has 260, and that's a little bit hard to kind of sometimes deal with. But here we go. We've got just looking like a pass over. Does have the Mew. Looks like we're struggling for draw as well. Vincent here has Nest Ball, has a chance to get something like that Miraidon, get some of those additional attackers going, and we're going to see a jolting charge this turn, I'm sure. I think I saw an energy, unless I'm corrected there, Ross.
I'm fairly sure there is an energy. We're eyeing up Iron Hands and Pikachu, but of course they are Pokemon that you get from Miraidon. Miraidon essentially allows you to go and grab a couple of other lightning Pokemon. So the goal essentially is you get Miraidon off your Nest Ball, and then that goes and gets you your other lightning Pokemon. We've been doing it since Scarlet and Violet base set came out, and we're still doing it now.
Yeah, one of the great things that Rune obviously has been able to do is get that Bravery Charm on the active spot there. Just kind of then reducing the opportunity if Rune does have to continue leaving that Monkey Dory in the active, that Iron Hands Ambu very much is not going to be able to take that out. But there we go. The Grass Energy attachment has chosen not to go down the Miraidon route. Maybe just saying, I'm committing all 4 energies here, potentially to this Iron Hands. Does get Pheasantipity down as well, knowing that that Joltik doesn't typically stick around, as you mentioned, Ross, but it's just a jolting charge. We're going to load 4 energies, I'm sure, onto this Iron Hands. If I see one on that Pheasantipity, I'm going to question some things because we're going to need to get an Ampu very much off as soon as possible.
Yeah, we really are. The good news is, I mean, they've got to all go on there. There we go. All of them on the Iron Hands. And, you know, Vincent choosing not to fill his bench up. Of course, with things like Monkey Dory spreading damage, there are reasons sometimes to be a little more conservative in your bench. For now, it's... Actually, how many more items does he play? Oh, he only plays 1 and it's in the prizes.
Oh,
I assumed he played 2. But no, there's only 1 Miraidon. It's in the prizes, so that's why we didn't see it. But it looks like Monkey Dory is going to be KOing the Joltik. So, first prize for Rune. But are we going to see an Iron Hands take 2 prizes off the Monkey Dory? Not yet with that Bravery Charm.
Yeah, but we're going to be looking for something like that. Arven maybe trying to get hold of that one-off Tool Scrapper. There is double Arven in the prizes. There's only really 2 left in the deck. Can we get hold or get to that Tool Scrapper to be able to even take an Ampu very much knockout here? Boss's orders on the routes instead.
That's even better, because that means that Gardevoir's not coming out for at least 2 turns, and you still get your 2 prizes. And if Gardevoir's not coming out, what are you using to KO the Iron Hands? You don't have enough energy. I mean, you'll confuse it with Monkey Dory, but that's not a KO.
But it's still very scary to be a confused Iron Hands. But here we go. Another Ampu very much. We didn't see the hand action from Vincent here, just going with the one-hand motion there as Mew goes into the active spot. Rune looks like he has hit a Nest Ball there. Maybe could go down the route of picking up that Pheasantipity to draw more cards. Looks like that's the route we're going down.
Yeah, you have to.
When you're Gardevoir, sometimes you're okay not necessarily getting a route on this turn if you can get that Mind Bend off. If Iron Hand then does hit Tails or doesn't find another way like a Prime Catcher to maneuver around and maybe... Well, actually, it doesn't have an easy target right now, to be honest.
No, and it's worth noting that Bravery Charm's still on the Monkey Dory. So even if you flip heads on Ampu very much, you don't actually get the KO. So we would have to see an arm press for 1 prize. And even that's a 50-50 proposition.
Yeah, so it's kind of going to be a tricky moment here. Rune could literally leave his board state as it is for the moment, get that Iron Hands confused, and maybe buy himself a turn. And that could be one direction to take it down. Gets the extra energy attachment because we want to draw 1 from Mew first. Hits Ultra Ball. And then here we go. Pheasantipity. Flip the script for 3 cards.
Ultra Ball, energy, and a Prime Catcher, I believe.
Not a terrible batch of 3 cards there to work with.
Catcher.
Yeah, as we do see the Ultra Ball being eyed up now. Jellicent EX hitting the discard pile. Another Psychic Energy going into there as well. Routes is back on the board state. Can't evolve this turn, but we're going to prime and get it ready for a future turn.
Worth noting that it is a very aggressive deck for Vincent. So we have Prime Catcher, we have 4 Boss's orders. 1 has already been played. Here we go with the Mind Bend. You need to turn that Iron Hands upside down. He's confused. And now, if you want to attack with Iron Hands, you better be good at flipping heads. Because if you don't flip a heads, you don't get to attack. But have we drawn into the Virizion? Well, that can help, because now you can flick into the active. And then that's got a much nicer retreat.
With the ability
moving the energy over, absolutely. Much easier retreat. And then you're not confused anymore. And that's going to be lovely.
And I think
and there is a boss in hand as well for the route. I said he played 4. There's 2 in back-to-back turns. And now 4 prizes in 2 turns off of routes. Now I feel like it might be going bad for Rune.
just a little bit, but there's not too many more outs, I'm sure, to maybe getting out of a confused lock. But at the same time, we'll see how Rune can do this, because he hasn't been able to draw too well thus far. Does have Ultra Ball, and that Counter Catcher still in hand. Of course, Counter Catcher now being discarded alongside, it looks like, that Gardevoir EX with the... Oh, no, it's a Clefairy's, right? That is a Clefairy.
That is a Lily's Clefairy EX, you are correct.
So it's just going to be an Ultra Ball just to thin down the hand a little bit more, maybe get the routes. He does need them to be able to get into this game, but we can then Mew up to 3 cards and then Pheasantipty to get up to a 6 and maybe have to weave in something like an Iono alongside that Monkey-Dora just to reduce the number of cards that Vincent has access to.
That would be the ideal situation here. An Iono combined with a Mind Bend. Now, was that an Iono or was that a Lily's Determinant? It's a Lily. Oh, so it's going to be 8 cards here. Choosing to use that before the Pheasantipty, which, look, you could have used Pheasantipty to try and dig for an Iono. But then if...
Yep, but at the same time, you could go for the Iono, but you know what? Sometimes it's just so much better to just go and say, look, if you have it, you have it. There's still plenty of time for the moment, 23 minutes or just under 23 minutes, and at that stage, we'll work from then onwards.
Yeah, and if you don't have it, then I get my 8 cards off Lily, plus my 3 from Flip the Script. I'm sitting here rocking an 11-card hand. You've probably got this game, but if you don't win next turn, I'm in the best possible position. Here is a Mind Bend. Turn that boy upside down. We've got confusion coming in. Now the question is, can we get around it again?
Oh, does they double checking that Prime Catcher's there? He must have hit Arven.
Oh, it's an Arven, so now we Prime Catcher. That's the switch. Retreat. KO with the Iron Hands taken of Verizon.
So we get a chance to get a glimpse of the prizes there. 1 Gardevoir EX, 1 Joltik. Of course, these decks, as a Joltik box, does play 2. Vincent will be going first at Iron Leaves EX in the active spot now. So we won't be able to see that Rapid Vernier ability to be able to maneuver maybe a Pokemon out of the active spot. But there's loads of maneuverability in this deck itself. I would normally say there is, but Latias EX we saw already is actually priced as well.
Yeah, there are some cheeky prizes in this game. The Latias prize for Vincent when you start with the Iron Leaves is actually kind of annoying. The one of Mew for Vincent is prized, and one of the 2 Gardevoir EX are prized. And yes, you play 2 of them, but it's just much harder to hit it if you've only got 1 there in the deck. You've got fewer outs. So, good news is you're going... Well, you don't want to go first.
No.
But the good news is because you're going first, you attach the Joltik, you can worry about the retreat next turn.
Yeah, so let's see what... Ooh, I don't know if I really like Rune's hand too much, actually. I don't know if I saw a supporter, but we're getting an Ultra Ball off first. We're pitching away that Latias EX and that 1 additional new tech card for that Gardevoir decks. That Mega Diancie EX there has been pitched away with the Ultra Ball. I'm sure it's a card we're going to see come up a few more times across this weekend, so we'll get a chance to talk about it later. But Rune here has to work out what his best route is to just try and protect himself. He knows he'll have 1 more additional turn because Vincent will need to Jolting charge. But if we're not working with a supporter in this turn, it's going to be real tricky.
No, absolutely. It's always a bit awkward, you know, especially when you see your opponent. You know they've got it next turn because Iron Leaves has a retreat cost of 1. So you can just manually retreat that. Joltik is going to go off. Iron Hands is on the bench. You know that Vincent is going to have their ideal turn next turn in that they can Joltik onto an Iron Hands. Your job is to try and make sure that the impact of that Iron Hands is as low as you can do.
Absolutely, and it looks like we're just getting the Ultra Ball for the Monkey Dory for the moment. We know how vital that is, even if we can get a turn off at some stage to either Monkey tick damage over the Joltik, take an easy knockout, or even just utilize Mind Bend again at some stage as well. We do see the shuffle out. We'll double check what's in hand. Yeah, there is nothing in there, Ross. Just the routes coming down to the bench alongside the Monkey Dory. Attachment to the routes in the active spot. We're going to have to collect for a card here.
Oh, that is not what you want. And you know what's happening to that routes next turn. What was the card, Alex? I missed it.
It was that pink secret box card. So we're going to get a game on the next turn.
Okay.
We have Air Balloon on the active spot here for the Iron Leaves, and that Pepper or Arven that we see in so many decks nowadays. It looks like we're just going to grab that Bravery Charm there, maneuver to the front of that deck, and just kind of the World's Your Oyster looking, eyeing up a Poker Gear, because, you know, when you get Poker Gear, you're going to try and look for those Boss's Orders and so many other useful cards.
Yeah, you can't search out a supporter with Arven, but you can go and get a Poker Gear that hopefully leads you towards a supporter you want. Getting that Air Balloon was huge because now you're not wasting an energy to get that Iron Hand, to get that Joltik into the active. So now you are going to be in a much better position. You do play 2 Iron Hands. I am a fan, generally, especially after how last game went, of just trying to go double Iron Hands. And you know Vincent was thinking about it. We saw the Iron Hands coming to the front there, but deciding that Pikachu with the ability to do 300 damage, better in the end. In comes Joltik into the active, and we are going to see we're going to see a very particular kind of charge. It's going to be a jolting charge.
Yeah, and again, it's going to be that question of loading up the Iron Hands or maybe sticking one on the Pikachu as well. Does have E-Switch in hand right now, but yeah, it's going to be all 4 on the Iron Hands. Does have that Bravery Trump on it as well, so it's a big, beefy, tanky 280 HP Pokemon right now, and Rune, after drawing in his next card, immediately plays out that secret box. We've got a game, ladies and gentlemen, simply because of that Routes Collect. It looks like we're going to finally just kind of see how this could all pan out. Just eyeing up a few different cards there. Looks like that Technical Machine Turbo Energize being eyed up as the tool card of choice with an Earthen Vessel, that Mystery Garden opportunity for these types of decks to draw even more cards, where you can discard an energy card and then draw up to the number of cards in your hand of the number of psychic Pokemon on your board.
So actually, that Technical Machine was just searched out to be fodder for the Earthen Vessel, immediately played. So what we saw there was a search of Lily's Determination, Mystery Garden, Earthen Vessel, and the Tool. Tool gets discarded for the energy, and we end up with Mystery Garden. Now we get to discard that to draw until we've got 3 cards in hand. It was a Rare Candy and a Night Stretcher. And then Lily's Determination. This is the play I was talking about earlier. When you get to use that secret box, you get all the other bits, all the other tricks, and then you go, oh, and now I'm going to shuffle draw 8. It doesn't work turn 1 going first, but on any other turn, this is a great way to finish off a secret box play.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be such a vital moment here. I mean, Rune, last time he did play that first Lily's Determination and get game 1, just obviously won in the end, but did miss the kind of additional energy cards to try and utilize things like the Psychic Embrace. Just trying to see what we're working with here. We haven't drawn into anything like the Gardevoir EX there right now, or Rare Candy, so it might just be a bit of a slower turn once again. Or maybe I was a bit wrong as well. That looks like that Mega Diancie there.
Mega Diancie is in hand with Fezandipti, Frillish, Screamtail, Nestball, Lily's Determination, Ino, and a Psychic Energy. That's what we got hand-wise. So Fezandipti coming down. Won't draw you any cards yet. Vincent's yet to take a prize. But, you know, a couple turns' time, that thing's going to be wonderful.
Yeah, so
it's actually going into the active because it can take an Ampu very much.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where, although Vincent is holding on.
Oh, no.
He's holding on to that pink Ace-Spec, that Prime Catcher, but it's also top deck boss's orders at the same time here. Now, he's going to have that decision to make because, there are 2 roles. I mean, in terms of the attack.
Okay, I was going to say.
Because it's targeting the Monkey Dory that has the Dark Energy on it, can limit what Rune can do on future turns here. Pay the retreat of the Joltik. Iron Hands moving into the active spot, Ross.
Yeah, amp you very much. I want to see Vincent do the hand. Maybe if you use it too much, you stop doing the hands. But either way, 120 damage onto a Monkey Dory for 2 prizes, not for 1. And no, your Joltik hasn't been KO'd. And there isn't even a Monkey Dory on the board. So even that Joltik is actually going to be a pain to get rid of at this point. And Vincent seems to be really getting into the driver's seat in this game, because not only do you have your Iron Hands, but how's it getting KO'd this turn?
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of trouble for Rune. I mean, we'll get to draw additional cards from the Fezandipiti as well. We'll try and look to combo his way into some important pieces. Ultra Ball there, pitching away the Frillish and another Psychic Energy, eyeing up a Curlier, because there are 2 routes. Does only play 1 Curlier, kind of playing the quote-unquote little bit more of a, I guess many people say, a bit more of a turbo build rather than the Technical Machine sort of evolution type Gardevoir decks that we see. We do see the Monkey Dory, or the second Monkey Dory, hit the field now as well. We know how vital that is just to kind of get into the game and get big knockouts.
Is there any way to get a Gardevoir this turn? Because there is a way to KO the Iron Hands. The way is you get 2 energy on a Mega Diancie, you discard both of them to do 240, and that's actually enough damage. Here comes an Ino, so Rare Candy Gardevoir. You can't evolve the Bench Curly, you just evolve that.
Yep.
So if you can hit Candy Gardevoir, it is possible to do it this turn. I'm not seeing either part, but here comes a flip the script. Frillish, Lily's Determination, Gardevoir, but I don't see a Candy.
And that does mean we're likely to see Iron Hands survive yet another turn. Therefore, another Ampu very much is very much live here, especially when Rune doesn't have double energy on a Monkey Dory this time to even try and slow things down with a Mind Bend. Counter Catcher on the Miraidon. At the same time, he has Iono'd his opponent's hand, so let's see what Vincent's going to be working with shortly.
Well, we see an energy on the Monkey Dory. It's not going to do anything this turn, but again, next turn when you start getting Gardevoir, and next turn you will have a Gardevoir, it's in hand. You just can't evolve it this turn. So that was the odds. That was what you wanted to do, right? That Mega Diancie, the new card from Phantasmal Flames, that was the answer here to get a 2 energy, 240. That was the only way you were getting the KO. You missed it. There was actually a Bravery Charm on there anyway, so you would have needed to remove that, which might have been too tall a task. But right now, we see a Crispin coming down. We're going to get 2 energy, and that means that Miraidon... Yeah, that's getting out the active pretty easy. You only need 1 energy to get it out the active, and that routes, you don't need to do anything else. That route is going down. The Iron Hands will unfortunately be smacking it out the active.
Yeah, get the energy attachment onto the Pikachu EX as well. Just saying, if I can get some more energy attachment, does evolve up the Joltik into the Galvantula as well. Something we've seen as a tech card, as a key attacker into some of those pesky dark type Pokemon. Here comes the Iron Hands once again, Ross.
And 120 onto the routes. Your hands, who are watching at home, I want to see the hands going. Oh no, if you don't do it. And now we get 4 prizes, and game 3 is starting to look a lot like game 2. Galvantula also means you don't have a 30 HP Pokemon sitting on the bench with Monkey Dory running around. So yeah, that's a pretty big card. Even if you never attack with it, that extra 70 HP is crucial. But Rune still needs to KO this.
We're in trouble. This 280 HP behemoth.
290, I believe. It's 280 or 290?
50 plus 230.
I don't know why I corrected you. It was 280. You were right all along, Alex.
I try sometimes.
You're too nice to me.
No. Gotta give you a moment at times, Ross. But it's big. We know it's hard to take down. 280 HP isn't easy.
That's the takeaway. It's big.
It's big. And sorry, Curly is in the active spot right now. We know we have Gardevoir in hand. But what can we piece together to even take this out? We know Mega Diancie can do 240, so that's one direction. We then can get the Gardevoir in the active spot. We have double Monkey Dory tick over to the Iron Hands. That is one way to deal with a big, hefty Pokemon with such an efficient attacker.
And that's what you've got to do here. You need to accelerate 3 energy, and I think you kind of have to get them all onto the Mega Diancie unless there's some going elsewhere. You need to get 2 lots of free damage counters in the same place from Gardevoir's ability. Move it all over. That brings it down to 220. And then 2 energy on the Mega Diancie, discard them both, KO. That is what you have to do here. You will also need a pivot for the Gardevoir, but of course you can accelerate to the Gardevoir, retreat, and then accelerate those same energy to Mega Diancie, which will actually give you the damage you need for Monkey Dory.
Yeah, absolutely. We get the Mystery Garden as well, so we're going to see some more cards. Draw up to 5 into hand right now. 1 in hand, so 4 from the deck there. Does hit... Oh, it does hit Ultra Ball and Earthen Vessel, so we can even see even more energies sort of flying around into the discard pile to maneuver and sort of utilize that late stage as well. But we're going to see how we're going to work with this, because ideally you want to be disrupting Vincent where possible alongside a knockout. Vincent there just showcasing that, yes, that Bravery Charm is currently on that active Iron Hands, but we know that knockout's there, but we'll have to utilize that big free prize Mega Diancie EX to be able to take the knockout here.
Yeah, and this seems like it's pretty straightforward at this point because, like I say, you accelerate energy to Gardevoir to retreat, you accelerate the energy to Mega Diancie, move the damage over with Monkey Dory, and then hit with Mega Diancie. And honestly, playing the Mega Diancie doesn't matter at this stage. Your opponent's got 2 prizes left, and it's not as easy to KO as Pheasantipty. So you're not putting yourself at any risk here. The thing is, if that Pikachu can attack, that is going to end the game. You need 2 more energy, but if it attacks, the game is over. Right now, we see a flip the script. Jellicent gets evolved up from Frillish.
Does find the Iono, which is always the biggest thing as well. That was what I was going to mention. You want to try and limit what your opponent can do. You want to limit the opportunity to find that Crispin. We know one has been played already. And then
4 in the deck.
4 in the deck. But I'm just kind of also double checking. I'm sure we'll see in a moment. But, you know, Rune's got to play to his outs, and his outs are to take down this Iron Hands EX as soon as possible. I'm sure it's got to be the way. This is how we got to deal with it for the time being, at least.
And it really does look like Crispin is the out here. That's how you need an extra energy. You need energy acceleration. We play energy switch, but there's no energy on the board to switch, so that's kind of pointless. Out Power Glass is not going to work until you've been in the active for a turn. So it just needs to be Crispin.
Unless you find Boss and Blood Moon Ursaluna again.
I mean, fine, Boss and Blood Moon Ursaluna would work fine, but I want to win the game with Pikachu.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen Pikachu there with energies before, but can we get there? Let's see what happens, of course. Here, we still just kind of still have the Gardevoir. There you go. There is a Psychic Embrace. 2 energies to the active right now. Takes 40 damage, 20 for each energy attached via Psychic Embrace, of course, here. And now it's just kind of working out the maths and numbers, because you can pitch over 30 damage over to the Iron Hands from the Gardevoir. You get 2 more onto the Mega Diancie. But maybe we're just slowing the game down a little bit more. We're going to slow the game down to the point where we're going to stick the Jellicent EX in the active spot. That's attack, the power press, 80 plus 80 more if at least 2 more energies attached. Dealing 160 plus a Monkey Dory ticks does push it up to 220, and then it's got 60 HP left. So maybe just saying 1 more turn rather than give you a chance to see more cards through other things right now.
And that maths is perfect, because 60 is 2 Monkey Dory abilities, 2 Adrenabrain. So you can basically KO it mid-turn and then get another KO immediately, going for a double KO turn. But here comes an Arven for a Power Glass and a Poker Gear.
And I guess one of those things is, because now you stopped items, I mean, did end up hitting the Prime Catcher into hand. Arven for the Poker Gear for the moment, knowing we can't play it for the time being with that Oceanic Curse ability, a card we've seen already as an LAIC champion. As long as this Pokemon is in the active spot, your opponent can't play any item cards or Pokemon tool cards from their hand. So it's a tricky Pokemon to deal with if you did not find a boss's orders. Mew here for 1 card. We've already played the support of a turn. It was just a Joltik.
Yeah.
This is actually a turn where we can't really do too much. We're just going to have to arm press here, I'm sure.
Yeah, arm press for 160 puts Jellicent up to 180, which, you know, is not terrible. The thing is that you're going to be losing a lot of prizes this turn, because double Monkey Dory should be coming down to KO the Iron Hands.
Yeah.
What we got 220. So yeah, 60 would put it up to 280, which would be perfect. So then the question is, what's the follow-up attack here?
Well, it depends what comes into the active spot, course, but Rune here is maybe giving himself an extra turn to find the right pieces to begin with. We do see an Ultra Ball here. Just going to try and eye up what's left in the deck. It's pretty short. We've just got just under 5 minutes to go before we even hit sort of the final additional turn of time. It looks like maybe we could be kind of going quite close to that for the moment here. Looks like we're going to get a Night Stretcher, kind of picking up some additional pieces. Wonder that's the Psychic Energy. Just kind of use Mystery Garden to draw some more cards. Draw 2 more. Of course, with Serendipity can only go up to 5. Is that enough? There's another Iono again. So maybe that's another route to just kind of continue to maybe cause havoc and create chaos. Here comes the Monkey Dory Adrenabrains to the active.
Double Monkey Dory gets the KO on the Iron Hand there. That's 2 prizes, but that was an ability. It's still your turn. Do you know what would have stopped that?
What,
Not
Russ?
Battle Cage, because it's in the active. Still want to see some Battle Cage. But key KO there. Now we see the Iono coming down, putting both players to a new hand. Rune gets 4, Vincent gets 2. And this is where Rune is trying to win the game. We've got 4 minutes left. We need to keep an eye on the clock. And what Rune's saying here is, look, I've taken your energy off the board. I've taken out your main attacker. I get the next attack, and you've got a 2-card hand, and the only draw you've got is Mew. I can come back and win this game. But if Vincent gets a boss, Blood Moon Ursaluna, there are Crispin, there are options to go and win this game.
Yes.
There are outs.
I think that's where Rune's going to just try and have to calculate this turn here. I did get a glimpse. Vincent does have the boss's orders. So it looks like it's just an attack off onto the Iron Leaves EX for the moment. It doesn't have anything else, just those boss's orders. It can then draw an additional card with the Mew, but can that be enough at this point?
I mean, you'd have to boss and hope to hit Blood Moon Ursaluna off your 2 card, which I mean is possible. And you've got the free retreating Iron Leaves in the active, so no. Iono here, same as before. You get 2, your opponent gets 4, but really just I was going to say, you took 4. It's only 2.
Yeah.
Okay, it's definitely 2. Put 4 down, got terrified. What have we hit?
So
it's an
Arvin and an Earthen Vessel gets a Mew restart for 1. Crispin
It's a
for next turn.
So next turn, Vinter's got the game.
Yeah, but then, so is there enough that Rune can do from this scenario to kind of deal with this at the moment? It's going to be a free retreat, it looks like, into the Mew ES. Just kind of say, I need that free retreat pivot Pokemon, and just pass over Rune here. 2 minutes, 28 on the clock, 26 now on the clock. Can we do anything else? Right now, Power Press is not taking the knockout. Can do, of course, with the Monkey Dory ticks there. Looks like it's just applying this 60 damage pressure from the Adrenabrains.
And that's the KO on Iron Leaves. So that means that we can then get a KO with Gardevoir onto Mew, and that is going to be the game. Rune takes 6 prizes in 2 turns.
Both players have their headsets on, so I can confirm Saito playing the Gardevoir.
Oh, no.
And Henry Brand playing Dragapult. Not pretty prize cards there for Saito.
2 rolls. Now, I think we need to check here. Those are the only 2 rolls that Shoichi plays.
Oh, it is the Jellicent build.
It's a 2-1-2 line. There is no rolls for Shoichi in this game.
There is Mega Diancie, though. So, you know, we did tease it just before this game. Mega Diancie is an efficient attacker, but we did just see Saito just attach and pass with the Pheasantipity in the active. This is not fantastic. Henry Brand now able to set up his Dragapults. Set up his Dreepies, I should say. I'm getting ahead of myself there.
But just in general, just much better prizes to work with. A couple of Lilies Determination. Pheasantipity isn't ideal. You want that to draw more cards as you go along, but you definitely take that over your only 2. Like, imagine if all 4 of Henry's the Dreepy were prized. That would be the equivalent,
and
right?
This is what we've seen. We've seen an upward trend of just playing 2 rolls. Are these Gardevoir lists getting a bit too greedy? Are there too many options for Gardevoir to ignore to put in the list? This is the Jellicent variant. I can confirm, if I haven't already, is playing the Mega Diancie, Screamtail, Lily's Clefairy, all of these obvious options. But, you know, just 2 rolls. I can imagine there's going to be somebody screaming at the screen right now saying, I told everyone you should be playing 3, don't be silly.
Well, clearly someone wasn't listening.
Yes, and even worse for Saito here, staring down a Bidoof. This is not great, and Ino as well. I don't suppose Saito will be too worried about that, considering how poor his hand was in that first turn. And here we see Henry does have that Buddy Puffin, can search up another Dreepy, maybe even a Duskull as well.
I mean, this is all you really need, right? You have an energy to retreat to Itchy Pollen, just 1 more Buddy Puffin, and you could just Itchy Pollen all day, every day. Yeah, second Dreepy down, Duskull down for good measure. Shoichi's in a really rough spot here. Yeah. And that hand, I'm just having a look at it. It looks bad enough as is.
Does have Ino?
Yeah, but that's kind of it, isn't it?
Yeah. No Mega Diancie. I mean, it's only... Saito hasn't obviously looked through the deck yet, so isn't aware that there are no rolls to get out. But, you know, I would imagine once he does have a look... well, even with Itchy Pollen, can't play that Ultra Ball to even know. This is not great. And I think because you're not able to deck search and see if those are 2 rolls in the prizes, Saito is just elongating this game, right? Just trying to continue to search for these rolls. And for Henry, I think, you know, you saw him eyeing up that second Bidoof as a potential option. So he's just going to be item locking until he gets these Dragapults set up to start doing some real damage.
Yeah, and I think the reason why Henry opted not to in the end is because he realizes with as slow a start as Shoichi had, he's not really scared about this Bidoof getting KO'd. Like, I mean, I'm not even sure if Shoichi plays a way to do it with like that combination, like with the way the energy and the board setup was on turn 1. Yeah. I mean, you can item lock back, I guess, with this Frillish. That could be something.
Yeah, going for that Frillish. He was able to look through the deck. I don't know. I would imagine he'd be going through his deck quite a lot to try and search for those rolls, but wasn't able to do so. So here we see a retreat into the Frillish. Does have energy in hand, can get off that item lock to start disrupting Henry, but Henry won't mind just evolving naturally.
Oh, and draws a Hilda for turn as well.
Yeah, that's pretty good, right? I mean, that's exactly what you need. A Dracloak now. We'll be able to start drawing some cards.
I mean, this turn you want a Dracloak and you want to drop an energy. Hilda gets you both of those, so you are more than fine with that. I mean, there's an energy in hand already, but that just means you have one for next turn.
I mean, I don't really think Henry minds being item locked necessarily. I mean, Dragapult, we do know evolves quite slowly to be able to use those recon directives from the Drakloak. That is the main engine of the deck, really. So here we see the Hilda only plays 2 type of special energy, does play the Neo Upper Energy, of course, is the ace spec of choice, does play Luminous Energy as well for the Monkey Dory Adrenabrain. Let's see what option he goes for. I would like to see maybe a potential setup of a Monkey Dory, if possible. Can get the Neo Upper Energy ready for next turn if he's able to evolve, but looking to go for that Dusclops, actually.
Yeah, so I think there's a really great argument to go for Dusclops here. It's not necessarily to pop it straight away. It's so that you can get into Dust Noir without having to make use of rare candy. Because if you combine a Dust Noir with some other stuff, it's a really great way to, say if Shoichi finds a small out to try and get back in. Henry doesn't necessarily know that all of Shoichi's rolls are prized yet.
Yeah,
so you're just kind of preempting the board wipe, but actually, no, just going to go for the Drakloak here.
I think the reason I would like to go for the Monkey Dory is just you're keeping that Badu safe, right? We know that the Frillish is only doing 20 damage with the item lock, so Badu will be getting knocked out next turn. You'd imagine if Henry isn't able to find any sort of Adrenabrain
but I mean, don't forget, Hilda can only grab evolution Pokemon, so you can't use it to grab a Monkey Dory.
Oh no, yeah, of course,
yes,
sure.
So,
maybe even going for a recon directive into it, but
didn't find it. Looks like there's
wasn't able to find it, and is item locked as well, I should say. But there is an artisan on board, so is able to find the Monkey Dory if possible. But I don't think Henry necessarily minds either if this Badu is knocked out, because it does unlock potential options for him to get back, and does make those INOs oh so better. Does have a counter catcher in deck, of course, as well. Yeah, and Henry committing the Neo Upper Energy here to this Drakloak is kind of more content to just build up the board, thinking, okay, you know what, if this Badu goes down, it really isn't the end of the world. It just means I can then use my counter catchers if I don't get item locked, for example. So I kind of understand that. Yeah, he does feel safe, of course. You know, there's no Gardevoir coming next turn, so isn't going to be able. Well, Saito isn't going to be able to do any sort of attacks next turn. So yeah, attaching that Neo Upper Energy is still pretty safe, unless Saito comes out with the with the surprise enhanced hammer or something, which I doubt is going to happen with any Gardevoir lists. But here we see the attachment to the Monkey Dory. Adrenabrain now active, removes that 1 damage counter onto the Badu for a knockout. Still with Saito, of course. What does Henry promote? Goes for that Drakloak with the Neo Upper Energy. I really do like this promotion, only because it doesn't have any sort of free retreaters on the field. So with just 1 evolution into a Dragapult next turn, is going to be able to start attacking, getting those Phantom Dives up and running, getting that board state. Getting some damage on Saito's board state. Yeah, so it looks like it is evolving to Jellicent and pass. So kind of a double-edged sword here. So this does mean that it's kind of a beefier thing that won't be KO'd as easily. It also means that if Henry can find the boss's orders, you actually have a way to play around this item lock. How many copies is Henry playing? 3. 3, okay, it's quite a lot. Yeah, there are some ways around it. That is the weakness of the Jellicent build. You know, not without attacking as an effect for item lock. Well, your opponents are able to go around it. It's not so much about the build rate, it's just about the choice of whether to ability lock with an attack, with an attack rather than item lock with an ability rather than an attack. Yeah, this at least keeps a Pokemon on board, right? Yes. Because we know that the Phantom Dive isn't going to be knocking out that Jellicent. And that's probably why Shoichi made that decision as well. Yeah, you'd imagine so. So, oh, but there's the boss's orders! Yeah, this is massive now. Is going to be able to take out that threat of that Monkey Dory, evolution into Dusclops now. If he's able to pop off that Dusclops onto the Frillish for 50 damage, this Phantom Dive will be taking 2 prizes now. Taking out that Monkey Dory and the Frillish on board for 2 prizes. And speaking of Monkey Dory, Henry now opts to use the Artisan to find it after kind of prioritizing the extra Dreepy first. Now is like, you know what, this is the time to do it. Back to the Luminous Energy on it for good measure. There's the Dragapult. Wow, what a commanding turn from Henry. I also really don't mind 60 damage onto this Jellicent. No, not at all. I think that's not any, not only do I not mind that, I think that's objectively correct, actually. Yeah, this is a pretty good play. I mean, you know, softening up that Jellicent for this turn, no Monkey Dory on board to be able to take that damage off. This does put it in within range for a Phantom Dive with an addition of Adrenaline. And of course, here we see the scoop. Very understandable. I mean, Shoichi at this point will be well aware there's no Rolls prize, no way to come back. I mean, even if you start taking some prizes, Shoichi didn't notice, but we knew that the 2 Rolls are in the middle of the prize card, so not picking them anytime soon. Just say the time, go to game 2, Henry takes game 1. Yeah, I mean, it's a dominant display. I mean, unfortunate for Saito not to have any sort of Rolls available to him to start getting set up for that game, but Henry Brand was able to keep that pressure up on the board state and was able to use all of the options available to him to get up and running, was able to find that Phantom Dive at the right time, that in connection with the item locks in the earlier turns. It didn't really give Saito any sort of chance, did it?
No. This was a masterclass in kind of, clenching your jaws on the victory, right? It's knowing, yes, I'm ahead, I have a huge advantage, let's not offer my opponent any opportunities to make a comeback here, just doing everything the right way to make sure that with this a huge advantage, you don't lose it. Setting up the board beautifully, especially at this final turn, set up the Monkey Dory with the Luminous Energy on, Dragapult for good measure, Phantom Dive, set up the damage on a Jellicent, and Shuichi recognizes, yeah, no way of me winning this, let's pack it up.
Yeah, I mean, Henry wouldn't have known, of course, that those two rolled surprise, but that was, I would say, a perfect scenario for Henry, really. He was able to find the right damage at the right time with the Phantom Dive as well, and it just put him in such a dominant position moving forward into that first game.
So Shuichi, we can see the hands here. Shuichi's having a debate over whether to start with a Ralt, so not all of them prized, or that Mega Diancie. He does opt to start the Ralts in the end. Let's take a look at what the prize cards are. Okay, the other Ralts being prized isn't great, but I think between the Game 1 and Game 2 prizes, you pick these every day.
Yeah, most definitely. For Henry, there is one Duskull and one Dusclops. I can confirm that he's playing the thicker line for that Duskmar, so there is a 2-2-1 line.
And want to know, if Henry wins this game and therefore wins the match, he will be on enough match points to make Phase 2, so it's a big deal. This is a winning game.
Yeah, 6 wins will put you into Phase 2 automatically, so this, yeah, like you said, this is very important to be able to get this win now, just for the mindset moving into the last stages of this Phase 1. And like I said before, puts you in a great position to potentially make top 8 as we go into the second phase, if you're able to keep up the wins.
Yeah, like the kind of the earlier you bank your wins, the better, right? It means that you feel safer as the tournament goes on. For all that top hot spot, could not have put it better myself. And tell you what, going first, not really what you want to be doing playing Dragapult, but if you go first with a Buddy Puffin, maybe you don't mind.
Yeah, not terrible, not terrible. Buddy Puffin for 2 Dreepy. That's not bad at all. And here we see the pass over. Is there any option? Yep, does have the Arven in hand. These full arts are confusing me as to what's in hand. You never know what they are really. And here we see this secret box. You can imagine this is just the ordinary setup for most Gardevoir. Secret box just giving you the chance to go through that deck not only, but also finding those crucial item cards to get set up.
And, I think now would be a great time to go through and actually kind of, for the folks at home might not be familiar, explain what these decks do, because Game 1 kind of played out very weirdly, so didn't really have the chance to. But to give a brief rundown, so this Gardevoir Jellicent deck that Shuichi's playing, what it wants to do is set up its Gardevoir and then maintain a consistent stream of like psychic attackers that kind of do annoying things to your opponent's board. But with the Gardevoir Jellicent build specifically, you have this option of the Frillish and the Jellicent that both do item locking in different ways that kind of give you a little bit extra room to play with in terms of doing those little tricks. So Gardevoir is meant to be the deck that has the answer to everything, and the Gardevoir Jellicent build, you sacrifice a little bit of the consistency of the regular Gardevoir build to incorporate some more of these tricks, including the item lock, which can be really devastating against some decks.
I mean, we've even seen Frillish as an addition in the non-Jellicent builds.
Yeah,
you don't necessarily need to play the Jellicent to be able to take advantage of the item lock from the Frillish. And here we see the Arzazon coming down from that secret box. Does find that Frillish. Imagine item lock coming down this turn.
Well, that's why you get the Latias down, right? This is a card that often the regular Gardevoir decks won't play, but and not even all Jellicent builds play it, but you value that turn 1 item lock so much. In the same way that the Dragapult values its turn 1 item lock with Budu, that you want to have another way to get that Frillish into the active turn 1, and that's paid off beautifully here for Shuichi. It's not Itchy Pollen, it's Oceanic Gloom, 20 damage, no items for Henry.
Yeah, but with 2 Draglo in hand.
Oh, goodness, I did not even see those.
Just easy, isn't it? And with the Lily's Determination as well, is able to see an extra 12 cards this turn in connection with that Recon Directive. This is pretty good for
Some people
Henry.
are just built different, aren't they?
They certainly are. I mean, with this Dragapult build, I mean, like I said earlier, it isn't necessarily item dependent. Getting item locked isn't terrible. You always want to be naturally evolving into these stage 1 Pokemon any case to find the engine for your deck. It's not like, I would say, Charizard or some of those other stage 2s that rely on rare candy to get up and running. Dragapult's built a little bit differently, isn't it?
Yeah, it really, really is. And I mean, sometimes the item lock can hurt, to be fair, but I mean, kind of to your exact point, I was just like looking through the deck list to see how many items that Henry plays. It's like 9?
Yeah, it's
no,
not
no,
many.
no, okay, no, it's a bit more than 9, because you have the night stretches and the counter catches in there as well. But you have so many other ways to find stuff. You have the Dracloak Recon Directive to look for more cards. You have Laser Determination. You have Ino. You have Hilda. You have so many non-item outs to your stuff that, yeah, like you were saying, being item locked, it can hurt, but it usually isn't the end of the world.
And even with 2 Recon Directive on board now, you know, you're seeing at least 4 cards per turn just from the Recon Directive alone. So
yeah, I mean, you don't get to keep all 4, but you can C4.
C4, yeah, I should
C4
say,
keep 2.
I should say C4.
C4 keep 2. Yeah.
So you are able to find those crucial pieces that you.
Speaking of which,
you see the Badiou coming down.
So
perhaps, with the Latias as well, you know, is able to take advantage of that ability.
Oh, hello as well.
Tracing that Pheasantipity into the Badiou, and does have that Adrenabrain as an option.
And the jamming
tower is massive. Doesn't use Adrenabrain though.
Maybe saving it for now, because if Shoichi benches a Monkey Dory of his own, then he can just fling the damage right back, and he doesn't want to give Shoichi a chance to do that. So just leaving that damage onto the Pheasantipity for now.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think maybe saving that jamming tower would probably be the best option, but getting rid of that Artisan in connection with item lock, it would be more of a detrimental play, but at least able to find that Mystery Garden as an option for additional draw.
Oh, hold on a second. Shoichi, you had the Mystery Garden, drew a card, and found the Lily's Determination to bail him out of this mess.
Yeah, huge top deck from that Mystery Garden, able to now shuffle up and draw 8 cards. No prizes taken thus far in this game 2 of round 6.
And so just whilst you're shuffling up, to kind of go back to your earlier point, didn't mean to interject.
No, it's fine.
But yeah, like you were saying, it's even though there was the counter with the Mystery Garden, if there wasn't a counter, that would be like even stronger. And now even with there being one, like you were saying, it still bumps the Artisan. So either way, it was absolutely correct to play the Jamming Tower.
Listen, Freya, if you're going to interrupt me to correct me, you can do it all day long. All right, I don't care. It's fine.
I was actually interrupting you to agree with you. But in that instance,
oh, well, that's even better. That's even better. That's even better. Now seeing 8 cards in hand. Are there any options? Item cards not able to be played thanks to that Itchy Pollen, or no thanks to that Itchy Pollen in this circumstance for Saito. And now it's maybe going to... where do you attach this energy, perhaps? Is that the option?
I mean, you could maybe bank it onto this Frillish on the active, right? Just in case you want to evolve into a...
Yeah. Yeah, just prepping that Jellicent for perhaps next turn if you're able to find it. Did have Monkey Dory in hand. I think he was contemplating maybe benching the Monkey Dory with the Psychic Energy for perhaps even a Mind Bend if he needs to deal with some pressure from Henry. But here we see the pass over to Henry. Does find that Hilda and will be able to find now that Neo Upper Energy with that Dragapult TX. Damage is coming thick and fast, Freya.
Pretty much the perfect supporter you can find this turn. And I mean, you haven't even used your Recon Directives yet. So the Dracloak number 1, Dracloak number 2, you can just go ahead and draw even more cards. But you found the 2 that you need already. So you're really just finding extra pieces to put yourself in a more commanding lead. And not only that, but of course, with this Monkey Dory on the bench with the Adrenabrain, you're able to KO this Rolls with the residual damage from the Phantom Dive.
Now, does have that Bravery Charm on that Rolls, so will.
Okay.
However, what I will say is that Henry does play 2 Jamming Tower, so he will be looking for this Jamming Tower from these Recon Directives. I don't think he was able to see it.
Oh, no. That is absolutely what he was aiming for, but it looks like it's a miss. Having said that, you could still maybe do it residually later, and actually something else that could be really good. Say if Shoichi isn't able to find a Rare Canyons or Gardevoir, once Shoichi evolves into Curlier, that Bravery Charm is no longer online, and suddenly that Curlier is looking a lot closer to a KO.
Certainly is. I still don't mind just an item lock here, just saving your board state for later on, but I guess with this Dracloak having the Neo Upper Energy is susceptible to a knockout from the Jellicent, so I wouldn't mind an evolution into the Dragapult just to keep it safe.
You can see an argument for both for sure, but it looks like it's going to be the Adrenabrain, and actually it is going to be the Itchy Pollen. Okay, it's really, really interesting decision here, because I think you're right in that you could see an argument for both here. It could be item lock or just go aggressive. Let's see how the decision pays off for Henry here, because honestly I think it could well.
I just want to go to that earlier point, just not evolving into that Dragapult will keep that Recon Directive active, of course, so prioritizing draw rather than saving that Neo upper energy perhaps, but you know, with item lock, it's still going to be pretty hard for Saito to be able to take this out.
Down goes the Lily's Clefairy, so that's a great tool that the God of War deck has, because it is going to give all of Henry's Dragon type Pokemon 2 times weakness to Psychic with that Fairy Zone ability. But I mean, if you don't really have a great attack to make use of that weakness with right now.
No, I should correct myself. Saito doesn't play any boss's orders, of course, as most God of War don't. But at least with maybe an INO, saving that option for later turns, hoping that he isn't able to evolve into a Dragapult could be an option. But and here we see just deliberating what are the options available to me here. I have the INO, I think there was also an Arven as an option as well.
Arven doesn't really do much for you here, does it?
No,
though?
it really doesn't.
I think you're playing Ino here, and you just want to find a Dark Energy. You want to start being able to fling back some of this damage over the Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain. 6 cards. Was that a Dark Energy? Yeah, okay. That is exactly what Shurichi would have wanted to see.
Yeah. Adrenabrain now going to be live, is going to be able to heal up that Ralts, or now Curlier, I should say. And just keeping it out of range. That Bravery Charm no longer active, so actually still has the same HP, right? Oh no, Curlier with 100 HP.
Yeah. So there's a Mystery Garden, so we'll be able to draw 2 more with the 5 Psychic Pokemon that Shuichi has out. And then not going to move the damage over just yet. Oh, hold on, did I misread the hat? No, he opted to commit to the Lily's
Clefairy. Yeah.
And honestly, this kind of makes sense. You just need something that's going to one-shot a Dragapult. So with no God of War in play, honestly, I get it.
Yeah, needs to be able to deal with any sort of pressure if Henry's able to find the pieces that he requires. Does find Boss's Orders from that Recon Directive. Here's another 2 cards. I think it's another Boss's Orders. Another Boss's Orders and an Ultra Ball, but with item lock, I think I would rather favour the Boss's Orders to be able to stream them turn after turn, if that is a play that's available to him. But I don't see any Dragapults, more importantly.
Oh, right, of course, yeah, because they were shuffled away from the INO, so...
Yeah, don't see any Dragapults, so yeah, like I said, you know, not evolving into that Dracloak, it is susceptible to a potential knockout next turn, but I think with the energy in hand is able to prep that second Dracloak. And here we see, oh no, going for perhaps the Mind Bend. This is interesting.
I mean, you kind of don't really want to put one of your 2 Dracloak inactive right now because of both the potential to evolve into Dragapult, but also the fact that each one is an extra 2 cards you can see. So, okay, here we go. We're going to go in with this Monkey Dory, and is it just going to be Boss's Orders, Adrenabrain, and Mind Bend for the KO? Yeah, looks like it. Oh.
This is the next turn now, because Saito will have Counter Catcher, and the Counter Catcher is now live thanks to Henry now taking prizes. So if he's able to take out this Dracloak with the Neo Upper Energy, it does put Henry in a bit of a predicament, because he will not be able to take out any sort of big hit knockouts with a Phantom Dive for his next turn. So let's see what Saito's able to do now. Does have the Lily's Determination. We'll see 8 cards from that draw. You can imagine a promotion maybe of the Latias just as a free retreat, as you can imagine. Does find an INO. Now this is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's I think predicament is like the perfect word for example. I can see this going like multiple ways. This is such high-level play going on, because there's when your back's against the wall, right? When you're a God of War deck, but you don't have access to the main namesake of your deck, you have no access to your energy acceleration. You have to like approach things very, very carefully. You only play 1 Counter Catcher if you're Shoichi, so you have to make sure that 1 Counter Catcher is used at the perfect time. And I think Shoichi's basically saying now isn't that time.
Yeah, it's still a tall order fighting it, like you said. It only does play the 1. Super Rod coming down now.
Wait, no, hold on. Is that the Counter Catcher in the discard pile already? Did you already play it? Yeah, no, it's not. It's not in the hand.
It's not in the hand?
No.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it being played. Let's have a look.
Yeah, no, I think that was it earlier. Yeah, so actually the Counter Catcher isn't an option.
Oh, okay, fine.
So now, okay, well now all of a sudden this gets very ugly for Shuichi.
That's changed things quite a bit. So
yeah, I'm fairly sure that's just peeking out the end of the discard pile there.
Okay, so now we see the Super R being played. We'll have the Mystery Garden.
It's actually no, hold on. It might be a Night Stretcher. To be fair, I might be getting it mixed up. Either way, like so, we're gonna know now. So
yeah, we'll see. We'll see eventually. We'll see eventually. Lily's Determination coming down. We'll be able to see 8 cards from that draw, thanks to its effect. Without taking a prize card, you will be drawing up to 8. such a fantastic supporter coming out of that Mega Revolution set, such a staple now with many of these slow evolving stage 2 decks. Here we see the card now. What do you find from this? Let's have a look.
Very important 8 cards. Counter Catcher would be a great find here if it's still in the deck and not in the discard pile. 5, 6, 7, 8. There's a Serendipity. Okay,
so the script is still there.
Yeah, 3 more cards can get the job done. The Monkey Dory did indeed take a KO, 3 damage on the turn, so there's going to be no, skipping those shenanigans. There's going to be no skipping flip the script shenanigans. And now that Shuichi has a chance to play items, he's going to play as many as he can.
Yeah, we've forgotten the fact that it is going to have to find some Ralts eventually as well.
I don't know, you sure?
Who needs it? I mean, he only plays 2, so he's obviously not prioritizing it.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it isn't just a matter of finding Ralts. It has to be a recovery card, right? That's why Shuichi played the Super Rod. The other Ralts, as we mentioned at the beginning, is prize. So that Super Rod was very, very important to find. Flip script, free cards, very important free cards. What does he find here? Monkey Dory, Nest Ball, and Rare Candy. Okay. So you can get another Ralts down at least.
Yeah, you can get the Ralts. Does have Rare Candy Gardevoir in hand as well, ready for next turn. Yeah. There's the Night Stretcher.
I don't think I saw the Counter Catcher in the deck, so I think my initial instinct might have been right, that the Counter Catcher was either already played or discarded. It's certainly not in the prize cards. We can see
certainly not on the prizes.
That much we know.
Yeah, the Ralts coming down now. I was going to hope that's going to survive now next turn, but
very, very, very thankful for our trusty prize cam here, so we always know exactly what's going on with the prizes.
I think it's going to be an interesting choice now what you do here, just because wasn't able to find a Jellicent either. So this Oceanic Gloom Frillish is going to be susceptible to perhaps a Phantom Dive next turn. Just getting rid of this damage on board as well will put it out of range of a Mind Bend at least next turn if Henry isn't able to find the Dragapult. And just debating now where to put this 20 damage from this Adrenabrain.
I guess the thing you're scared of is if Henry can get back the Monkey Dory and repower up the Adrenabrain with another Luminous Energy, you then know the Ralts can get killed with residual damage from Phantom Dive, and that's going to be a very, very bad feeling.
Yeah, it certainly is. And yeah, here we see the Adrenabrain. Where's this 20 damage going? I mean,
it's got to go somewhere.
Yeah, it certainly is. I wouldn't mind it going on a Bidoof, perhaps to set up an easy 1 prize knockout. But then again, maybe taking advantage of the fact that it's 30 HP later down the line, it is a very easy option.
I mean, not only that as well, but maybe you don't necessarily... Well, I guess you're going to be going to less than 6 prizes now, no matter what, because you need to KO with Monkey Dory. Oh, no, you don't. What am I saying? No, you're doing Thriller. Yeah, you have to be extra careful then, because now this means that if Henry can find the Dragapult, then Monkey Dory can come in Adrenabrain, and that Ralts gets KO'd. That's a horrible feeling.
Yeah, it's not a great position to be in. Here we see the first Recon Directive of this turn is able to find that Jamming Tower. Isn't going to be too much of a choice now as it was in those previous turns, but at least it is a good option if perhaps a big knockout with something of a Bravery Charm. But here we see another Recon Directive now. Does find a Dusclops. I think it was perhaps an energy card. I think it may have been a Psychic Energy from there. There's not much in hand, and especially with item lock, you will have to find that Dragapult just through draw alone. Does have Lily's Determination still, at least.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of cards in hand is not the ones you need, right? Dragapult is the name of the game here, and there ain't one in the hand.
No, there isn't. And more importantly, no Duskull on the field, so isn't able to put any sort of further damage counters on the board either.
Or not even threaten it.
However, I mean, that Ralts is still there.
Yes.
So with 1 Adrenabrain and a Phantom Dive is going to be able to take out this Frillish and the Ralts. So it's going to be so important to find it now this turn for Henry.
And very, very key here, did find an energy to bank onto that second Dracolope. That means that if one of them gets KO'd, the other one is still within powering up range, and that's very, very important.
It's such a focal point for Dragapult for getting set up. It's a big reason why they play the Neo Arper Energy, is because they are able to accelerate energy onto that Dragapult to deal with the big threats that are so aggressive in the format, like your Iron Hands or anything like that. So with that energy attachment, at least he has the security for the future turns.
There it is, a little Psychic Energy there. Very, very, very important to know. It seems like a relatively inconsequential thing, but it's actually super important for the progression of this game in this turn.
Yeah. I just want to say, so with this Adrenabrain now, with this 20 damage on the Monkey Dory, with this energy attachment and locking that Adrenabrain, if you put the 20 damage onto this Rolls, it will put the Frillish and the Rolls in range of this Phantom Dive. So
that's why
it will put Henry in such a dominant position if he is able to find the Dragon Ball.
And he finds the Dragon Ball off the Lilies Determination.
Oh, and here is a turn, isn't it?
That is exactly what he needed. No more, no less. It's Dragapult EX, and if you find it, you're in such a commanding position. And if you don't, I mean, you don't lose straight away, but wow, could not have found it at a better time. This is a devastating turn for Shoichi, and an amazing one for Henry.
Yeah, this will put Henry in the driving seat for sure. Is steering down a Lily's Clefairy with 1 energy attached, so may have the response knockouts as well, but you know, with no Ralts on the board, no Frillish either, your two main Pokemon are out for the count at this point.
Yeah, and oh, this is super smart as well. Notice that there was residual damage left over, like in terms of you only needed 5 to KO the Ralts, but Henry chose to put all 6 there. And okay, a little bit of time. Why do you think Shoichi? Well, why do you think Henry might have done that?
Well, without having damage counters on board, you can't Adrenabrain. So taking out all of the Pokemon on the field with damage counters on them, it will give Saito the inability to use an Adrenabrain next turn.
Absolutely. This is something that's it's not necessarily always like an obvious thing, because normally you think, oh, I want to leave as many residual damage as possible to play around with, but you have to bear in mind your opponent's Adrenabrain. So very smart from Henry to kind of, you know, over knock out the rolls just to make sure that Shoichi can throw that damage back. Yeah, certainly is. And now with Henry only 3 prize cards away from taking this round 6, a response knockout from the Lily's Clefairy, you imagine, with, he would hope, some sort of disruption, maybe an Ino, maybe something to get rid of the options that Henry has available to him. Does have that Dracloak staring down at him from the bench, so we'll have to try and mitigate that from evolving with another energy attachment to find that response knockout on the Lily's Clefairy. An Ino in the hand. Going to be thinning out the deck with this Earthen Vessel. I don't think there's any more energy in the deck. I think I think I see a Darkless energy, but chooses not to take it out of the deck. Shuffling up here. He does have to try and find some sort of disruption, even though Henry only has, he only has about 6 cards in hand. Putting him to 3 is always a better option, isn't it? Trying to mitigate him from finding those pieces to the puzzle to get another Dragapult set up. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of apropos of nothing, but the main thing that I'm thinking about, like, looking at this game is also just how normally you'd think, God of War is so favored into Dragapult, right? I mean, like an item knocking version. But when you're going to game this list, like, getting like a little bit greedy with the lines, you're playing like 2-1-2 on the Gardevoir, all it takes is one or both to be prized, and you're so much vulnerable to your setup being disrupted by, well, I mean, it's kind of what Dragapult does best, right? Yeah. It kind of blows away weak setups, and this version of the deck is a lot more prone to it because your lines are so thin.
Yeah, you're depending so much on the disruption element of your own deck if you're playing the Gardevoir Jellicent into this Dragapult. And like I said earlier, the Dragapult deck doesn't necessarily need items in order to get set up.
It doesn't have much of anything, does it?
No, you have that inbuilt engine with the Dracloak. I mean, Henry isn't playing any rare candy. He doesn't need it, right? No Dragapults need it.
Who needs rare candy when you have a stage 1 that just lets you draw a ton of cards, right?
Yeah, exactly. So those energy cards aren't really being depended on too highly for Dragapult, as we've seen in previous tournaments.
Key find there for Shoichi. Does find that Night Stretcher to get back the Rolts, but I mean,
maybe this one will survive.
Yeah, maybe this one, but like, but again, the Monkey Dory's there, and you have no way to deal with it, so you can just fling that damage across, and then suddenly you're in the same position again.
I mean, you can try and survive with a Bravery Charm attachment onto the Rolls, but that doesn't feel good, does it? You want to be using the Bravery Charm on your attackers, like the Screamtail and the Mega Diancie. You don't want to be using it just to survive.
Also, there's a key step missing in attaching a Bravery Charm to your Rolts. Having one in hand. There isn't one.
So, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess, yeah, sure. At the very least, you can use the Lily's Clefairy here. You can take the knockout, but you are really not that far away from winning this game. Could you even? No, I guess with no Dusclops down, there's no way to take the free prizes on the next turn. But you're really not far off.
I think with a Ralts being benched, it does actually put Henry within range of winning the game.
Yeah,
he's only got 3 prize cards left. He has this Dracloak ready to come into the active next turn with this knockout on this Dragapult here.
Yeah,
and of course, course, with a bench of a 70 HP Pokemon with the Adrenaline, and here's the damage counters coming down, it does put Henry within range, like I just said, of taking the 3 prizes for game. That Lily's Clefairy, only 190 HP, is such an easy 2 prize Pokemon to knock out. Does have 3 Ultra Ball in hand and flip the script as an option.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly why Shoichi was agonizing over benching it so much, because just for the sake of, will it even survive? And if it doesn't survive, I just outright lose the game.
Well, I think at this point he loses the game anyway, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Henry's so advanced in this game. He's in such a dominant position, and he knows with this response knockout with the Lily's Clefairy, it just puts Henry within 1 prize of winning the game. It's the weakness of Lily's Clefairy, right?
Yes.
It's such a hard hitter in Dragapult naturally with that ability, making Dragon Pokemon weak to Psychic, but you have to kind of deal with the fact that it's just so easy to be knocked out. It's just such an easy 2 prizes for my opponent to take.
I think this is like a great sort of like learning moment for folks at home. What Shoichi is doing here, he's not playing to not lose, he's playing to win. He recognizes that there is a vulnerability that he's exposed himself to with this, but if he doesn't play it, he loses it anyway, so you might as well take the marginal chance.
Wasn't able to find that Dragapult from the Recon Directive. He was, I'm talking about the Fire Energy, wasn't able to find it. Here's the INO, this is a big 3 cards, Freya.
It's an energy for the win, and that is it.
Yeah.
3 cards off this INO.
Does he find it?
1, 2, 3, there's an Ultra Ball.
There's an Ultra Ball, that's not going to be good. That's not going to put you within winning this game. It's just going to be a simple Itchy Pollen.
Although, to be fair, you know that Shoichi doesn't play any Gusting cards.
No, it is safe. Yeah. It's safe at this point.
So it's actually, that's a really, you know that, sure, it doesn't feel great to put a Dragapult down when the Lily's Clefairy is still there, but with no Gusting cards, you're fine.
I think now, though, this INO is so more detrimental to Henry's board states just for the fact that he has no draw engine. Oh, well, unless that Badu is knocked out. Yeah, I was just about to say, I don't know if he does want to take this knockout on this Badu, actually.
I don't think so.
Keeping Henry to a 3-card hand might be the way forward here. Promoting that Monkey Dory, at least keeping him out of range of a game of a game here. But if Henry is able to find the boss, and,
the evolution of Curlier.
Oh no, sorry, the evolution of Curlier doesn't put it within range. No.
Yeah. Okay. So now he has to find some Dusclops as well to go with it. So what's in the hand? What's that Dusclops I just saw?
Unsure.
Oh, goodness gracious me. If that's a Dusclops, that could very easily get there. Yeah, it is.
Have the Dusclops, is able to evolve now. Does put that Curlier within range. So he needs... how many cards here? So he needs Boss. He needs the Dusclops, which he already has, and he needs an energy attachment for this Dragapult. So those are the exact cards he needs to be able to take game here.
Oh, but Lily's Determination as well. That's so big. I see Shoichi is just like, please, don't have it.
But with no draw engine on the field now and no flip the script being active, he is susceptible to the hand that he already has. There's no option to draw more here, so it's whether...
With Lily's, right?
Oh, no, sorry. I mean, without playing the Lilies, sorry.
To find the
boss's
draw,
orders. So Night Stretcher for that Fire Energy, so is going to be able to use that Phantom Dive, and here's the Lily's Determination. 6 whole cards now for Henry, and I think the time is ticking to find that boss's orders.
Yeah, and, wow. Just taking a moment to look over this, right? Even, there's no way to counter catch, and there's no way to gust, like you said, but you have to play this Lily to draw cards. You have to be careful that, because it might actually be that it's just worth it to use this Dusclops and then use the residual damage, KO the Curlier, and accept that you're going to get return KO'd by the Clefairy. But then if you do that, do you have a way to take your last single prize to win?
I think the boss's orders is in hand now from that Lily's Determination, so Henry will be able to take game next turn if that Curlier doesn't evolve into that Gardevoir EX for that higher HP.
And do you know what I want to see? I think exactly what he's about to do. Itchy Pollen. That's the move.
But the Gardevoir is in hand, so is able to evolve this turn.
But again, there's no gusting and items shut off, so I think if you're Henry, it doesn't feel great, but I think you're completely fine here. I mean, Gardevoir doesn't actually do anything.
No, you're still fine here as well if you're Henry, because you're still able to use the Dusknoir on the Monkey Dory and still find Gust onto one of these 2 prize... onto the Lily's Clefairy, I should say. or even either of the two prize Pokemon, even Latias or Pheasantipity with connection of the Adrenabrain. I absolutely love these matchups. They're so intricate. They're so intricate. I mean, you can go on so many tangents about how either player can take this game.
Yeah, and I think Henry has played this absolutely beautifully here, and so has Shoichi. Like, you know, back against the wall, you know, he's not really had much of a chance to set up in a great way at all, but now it's just finding a way to stay in, and like you were saying, not playing to not lose, playing to win, and it is paying off for him in spades right now.
Certainly is. And just looking through the discard pile, I actually do think I see the counter catcher at the end of that discard pile. I think he actually got rid of it as secret box. So the first player of the game, I kind of forgot. Sorry.
I'm just glad that my eyesight wasn't failing me. So,
exactly.
So my instinct was right.
We would have been talking about it the whole game at this point.
Yeah. Not that matters this turn because there's item block anyway. But you know, either way. This is going to be some very, very key final turns. So there's going to be. We should lock in as much as these two are locked in right now, because my goodness, it is on a knife's edge right now. Shoichi taking a look at both discard piles. This is something that, especially in the later turns of a complex game like this, both players will want to do very, very thoroughly to make sure they know exactly what their opponent is working with and what they are working with.
Especially with two decks with so many options. I mean, with Dragapult, you have the options of the damage counters from the Duskmar. You have the option of Blood Moon Ursaluna. You know, there's many different ways that you can approach a game, and with that naturally comes the discard checking, the checking of how many energy you've used, etc., etc. So yeah, naturally the prize checking, the discard checking will just come naturally.
So decision number one: double Psychic Embrace onto the Gardevoir itself, 4 damage put onto it. 3 that gets moved over from the Adrenabrain to the Budew. That's knocked out. Henry chooses to promote the Monkey Dory after that. Now, what's the next move for Shoichi here?
Well, I think it's just going to be dependent on how Henry has this turn, because Henry can win. Can win next turn. Oh no, sorry, it's still with Seiichi, isn't it?
Yeah.
With that Adrenabrain, of course. I think now it's just going to be an easy. I don't know whether I would take the knockout on the Monkey Dory. I mean, Pheasantipity flip the script is now active any case, so there's no danger in taking another one prize Pokemon. But I think the threat is already on the bench. I mean, the threat to Seiichi is the Dusclops, or Dusknoir, I should say, next turn, and the Dragapult EX. And if he's unable to deal with those threats, I know it's going to be pretty awkward. Does have Screamtail, can take out Knockout on that Dusclops, but whether he can find it, and I don't think he was able to find it either from cards in hand or the prize cards from that Adrenabrain.
No, he wasn't, and I think that's exactly what he's thinking about now. And can't play items either, of course. Still under the Budew's knocked out, but Ichipolin's still in effect,
of course.
Can't use that Ultra Ball to find it either. There is a Professor Turo scenario. Oh, he's debating playing it, but. I mean, I guess it would have to be the Lili's Clefairy, right? Because that's like the one thing that can actually be KO'd in one hit by a Dragapult without a damage mod. But that doesn't feel great.
Yeah, no, but the Adrenabrain does put all of those other 2 prize Pokemon within range as well. And with the easy, it takes out the Monkey Dory.
Okay,
I really like this play.
All 2 prizes, because now you take away that option for the multi-prize turn. Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, and keeps things out of range of the Dusknoir for an easy 1 prize. And the prize mapping for Henry now is made a little bit awkward now. Still has 3 prize cards remaining.
Wait, hold on a second. Is there some kind of debate here? No, there wasn't a double supporter, right?
No, I don't think so.
No. But there's some discussion going on with the judges. They were just talking about it here. Okay, we're going ahead. So, yeah, I was worried to miss a double supporter, but no, he didn't play a supporter that turn. Just a Turo, picking up that Monkey Dory. So, action onto Henry.
I think for Henry now, if he's able to find a counter catcher onto that Lili's Clefairy in connection with some sort of disruption like Iono, I think that would probably be best.
Yeah, because you
isn't able to take the game now at this turn.
Because really what you want is KO the Clefairy and make sure that Shoichi can't get it back. Yeah, because otherwise the Gardevoir can come in and just do Miracle Force and it'll do 380 damage, and that will be the game for Shoichi.
I really like using the Dusknoir before doing Ino as well, putting Seiichi to only 1 card in hand from an Ino as well.
It's a classic.
It is, yeah. It's a classic move, isn't it?
Yeah, just being able to kind of force your opponent to take a prize and then make that Ino 1 card less. The Ino is in hand already as well. Can go ahead and attach a Psych Genji to something. Is there what would you want to attach it to?
I'm not sure at this point.
Yeah, with the KO on the Monkey Dory, if you could get that back and bank a Rainbow or a Luminous, or well, it has to be a Luminous Energy on it, that would be great as well. But I actually don't know if Henry has any Luminous net yet left. He has been for a lot.
Yeah, use that Dusknoir now on the Gardevoir. So now Saichi down to 1 prize card remaining, and Henry does already have that Aino in hand, does have that counter catcher as well. These cards work so well together, don't they?
Yes.
Can even take knockout on the Gardevoir, and still the Lily Clefairy is out of range of the Dragapult.
Oh, and hold on a second. Okay, I think Henry's making a decision here, which is with the limited amount of Pokemon on both benches,
yes,
actually it's better to KO the Gardevoir here.
Yeah, it does put the Lily Clefairy out of range of taking the knockout from the on the Dragapult, I should say. So I actually really don't mind this play.
No, and I think especially with, you know, a Aino to 1, it's just a matter of calculating what gives you the best odds, right? And I think Henry is thinking, if all you need is 1 recovery card to get rid of Lily's Clefairy, that's actually less outside than multiple Pokemon.
Yeah, and I mean, it does restrict the options for Saichi as well, because with Gardevoir still on the field, it is its accelerator. It does take out the option for perhaps a Screamtail knockout on the Latias and the Pheasantipity. And here we see, you know, such a great play. The spread of damage on each of these Pokemon, putting them all within range of Phantom Drive.
Crucial topic here. So Shuichi drew a Dark Energy for turn, and what was that draw just now?
Sure.
I didn't quite see what it was.
I think it's just a case now to find as
it's
much.
a rare candy.
Nah, there's nothing there.
It's all going to be down to
the script.
Well, Mystery Garden as well. Don't forget, you can make use of that to draw 1 card right now, because you can discard any energy for it.
Yeah.
So you can discard this Dark Energy to draw 1 card, and then just flip the script to draw 3 more.
I don't know whether I would rather flip the script first to try and find more Psychic Pokemon to use that Mystery Garden.
But if you find more Psychic Pokemon, you win anyway.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, good point.
So I think you just want to. Oh, okay, but he has decided to go for it. Flip script 1, 2,
Mew,
3.
Ultra Ball as well.
Wait, finds a Mew and an Ultra Ball.
Can so discard that hand to make that Mystery Garden so more effective. Ultra Ball finding another basic Pokemon.
Wait, I'm trying to work out if this is enough here. So that's going to be 120 right now. 1 more bench will be 140. So that'll double to 280. 1 more bench Pokemon and Shuichi wins the game. Yeah. And so actually maybe, one more. And I think maybe you actually might have had the right idea all along. Find another bench, because you need a full bench for it. So now you can, one of them is a Mew as well. So you can flip the script and then Mystery Garden. Flip the script, restart for 2. Oh, there it is.
Finds the Monkey Dory.
Unbelievable.
Easy knockout there on the Dragapult. Saichi taking game 2 here in our round 6, and it is now a game 3 in our winning in. That was certainly a nail biter.
What a comeback from Shuichi. I'm a little bit mind blown right now. What's a phenomenal play just to find his way back from the abyss.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think
I'm a bit speechless, to be honest.
I think what's crazy about that game is that Dragapult, the Gardevoir was only active for about 2 turns.
Yeah, that's all he needed.
Didn't even need it at this point, so no wonder he's only playing the 2 roles. But yeah, perfect plays there from Saichi. I mean, using all of the options that were available to him at the right time. That Lily's Clefairy coming in so clutch in those 2 knockouts for the Dragapult, and Henry just wasn't able to find a way around in those crucial turns. Yeah. Wasn't able to find the damage counter spread with the Dusknoir. Wasn't able to find boss's orders at the right time. And you can only give Gardevoir a couple of turns, and it really does bite back, doesn't it?
Yeah, and Shuichi every single time just found exactly the right marginal play to do it. So, and even coming here right to the end, going into the flip script and then benches some more Psychic Pokemon, Mystery Garden, restart, finding his way through. Phenomenal play from Shuichi.
Yeah,
wow.
A real good display there of some Pokemon master class of both decks, really. I mean, Henry did exactly what he had to try and take that win.
Yeah. So going into game 3, is that 1 Rolls prize again? Could this Shuichi come on, man?
Well, who needs it?
Well, he has 1, right?
Nestball straight for that Rolls. That Rolls is coming out thick and fast in this game. Hopefully able to find some acceleration of a rare candy and a Gardevoir. Well, already has the rare candy in hand as well. Even the secret box as well. This is a great start for any sort of Dragapult deck.
Oh, the hard open the secret box. You've got to love it.
Certainly, and keeping that. What did he keep there? Sorry, that just
quite missive. So it looks like discarding a rare candy, a Bravery Charm, and an Ultra Ball. And okay, one thing I do like to see here, going to point this out straight away. Look how fast Shuichi's looking through the deck. He knows that there's not a lot of time left, so he's going to have to play lightning fast if this game is going to go to not a tie.
Yeah, both of these players want to take home the win, right? And I mean, you need your wins to put yourself in a good position for a potential top 8. So both of these players recognizing that, or at least Saito is at this point, and And here we see the benching of the Monkey Dory getting set up quite nicely at this point, and with Lily's determination in hand, with the Mew as well. And oh no, just going for the Oceanic Bloom, not losing.
Oh, no, just passing.
Yeah. Oh no, sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah,
getting ahead of myself again.
Yeah, Henry would have chosen to go second, of course. That hand is hard to tell. I saw Duskull, I saw an Ultra Ball. Starting with a Nest Ball, that's not a supporter though. I didn't see if there was a supporter in the hand.
I don't think there was.
Okay. Well, at least you have some Pokemon Search to try and get something going. And of course, as ever, Budu can buy you time. That's the most amazing thing about it.
Yeah, it's such a great card for this Dragon Ball deck because, of course, you are a slowly evolving deck. You're a stage 2, but not only you're a stage 2, but you really rely on those stage 1s. So it's crucial to try and disrupt your opponent in those earlier turns to mitigate any sort of oncoming pressure. So, yeah, those Budu, you notice how important they are with 2 in the list, not just 1. You don't just play a cheeky option to item lock in those unfortunate turns. This is a strategy of the deck. This is a fundamental part of how Dragapult works.
Yeah. So it's really pretty much everything that, well, yeah, fundamental part of how Dragapult works, but at the same time, you really would like a better setup than you have currently. If you force like Ultra Ball for a Dreepy, it never really feels great, let's be real.
Certainly doesn't. No. Ultra Ball for another Dreepy there, like you said. And I think for Henry, I think all of his hand's gone. I think there's only one or 2 cards in hand now.
There better be a supporter. Oh, nope, it's not.
Just 3 cards. Does have that Dracloak for next turn, and with an energy attachment, just 1 card in hand.
Okay, I mean, if you're going to have a last card in hand, there are worse cards for it to be than a Dracloak. Oh, and Chuichi draws the rare candy, draws the Gardevoir for turn after discarding the rare candy. Oh, brutal.
Yeah, you always feel bad, don't you? I mean, could have got rid of that Mew, but opted for that rare candy. Knowing that the Itchy Pollen was coming out next turn for Henry, you can imagine why he just got rid of that, rid of the rare candy. It wasn't going to be much of a use to him this turn. And I think for Henry, it's actually not a terrible board state considering his hand. Is going to be is going to be safe from any sort of gusting, and plus with that Recon Directive. Oh, and top decks to Lily's Determination.
Built different. What do I keep saying?
Last game it was 2 Dracloak in hand. This turn it was just the top deck of the Lily's Determination, and still with a Recon Directive being evolved into this turn. So Henry will be seeing plenty of cards now, and you can imagine some Monkey Dory coming down, trying to start getting set up for those latter turns and those big, huge, kind of prize card swings. We'll be looking for options to put some damage counters on board, maybe even some more Duskull as well, Monkey Dory. These are all crucial parts of how Dragapult gets ahead of the curve.
Yeah. And also, we're able to evolve up into that Dusclops already, given that the Duskull was able to be benched on the first turn. Finds the Luminous to bank onto that Dracloak as well for good measure, knowing that's not going anywhere anytime soon. There is a Jamming Tower, so there's a debate over whether to play it now. I think, honestly, why wouldn't you? I guess maybe you want to save it for like a more meaningful turn when maybe the hand is lower so it doesn't get countered.
I think it's maybe just in case Saito has to go for a Bravery Charm on the Ralts, because Henry will be really staring down that Ralts for next turn if he's unable to.
It will be a bait, right? So
yes.
that
Yeah, totally. Yeah, totally. I think, unfortunately for Saito, prizing that Ralts is going to be a bit of a detriment to him because, of course, with Henry looking that easy prize card on that Ralts, it's going to be maybe even a repeat of the last game.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, we're here focused on the game. I'm looking at that clock over in the left. I don't think this game is finishing, to be honest.
No, just a par 50 seconds left on the clock in this game. You can imagine both of these players maybe even, contemplating how... Well, I don't think either player can take a win here, but maybe apart from Henry, if he's able to find some further Duskull down the line for a board wipe, but
the Brilliant didn't have enough time to do that, right? 35 seconds left on the clock. Shoichi might not even finish his turn within that, just because there's going to be a lot of decision-making to do here. Oh, there's Rare Candy Gardevoir, so wow, that would have been super strong if, there was more time to play. And a Dark Energy to bank onto that Monkey Dory to boot.
Yeah. Does have the Mega Diancie in hand as well. Can start benching that. Can't start putting some energy on that, but going for the Adrenabrain instead. Darkness Energy on the Monkey Dory, such an important part of the Gardevoir deck. Taking out the knockout on that Budu. trying to say, you know...
Oh, does take the second rolls from the prizes. That's pretty good.
Very good. Okay, you can imagine that's definitely going to be coming down 4 sides, as you imagine.
And time.
Yeah. Just confirm if time's been called on the table now. 10 extra minutes of overtime to be played. 1 extra turn each. Benching that Lily's Clefairy as well. Just Henry just confirming, am I the first turn? And both going for the tie. There's the handshake. A tie for both of these players, playing out their skins, really, in both of those games.
And, okay, to be fair, a tie does mean that both of these players now have 16 match points. That is enough to make it to phase 2.
Yeah, they both made it. I think both players would rather have...
An incredible accolade to have as we get a chance to finally see those prizes, Ben.
Yeah, and Terra Box here on the left-hand side. And then I should say the Lapany Dust Noir, a deck that's coming straight out of Phantasmal Flames. The Mega Lapany EX. And now both of our players look at the start of this game, and there's the fist bump getting into our round 7 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
Yeah, so it looks like Stefan's going to be kicking us off. It looked like that was the draw for turn. I'm just going to get a confirmation as well. But, yep, there it is. There's the Dust Gold just hitting the bench right now. You've already mentioned a bit about this deck, Ben.
Yeah.
Oh, there's actually is that the energy that you've been searching for the past couple of days?
Yeah, I know, yeah. If anybody's got one, let me know. Enriching Energy, a spec of choice on this deck, able to draw 4 cards once attached. And I should mention already, what a great starter from Stefan. The Klefki with the mischievous lock ability is going to turn off that so important Fan Rotom for Giannis. That's going to be offline, and that's going to be met with a bit of dismay, I would imagine, for Giannis.
Yeah, it's a fantastic starter, of course, because that's one of the key elements of the deck that Giannis is piloting as well. This Wellspring Ogerpon, or Ogerpon sort of toolbox deck, particularly being piloted when utilizing things like the Fan Rotom. So it needs to find a way to maybe, if there's even a way to do so, maneuver that Klefki out of the active. But typically, you'd want to be going into that Fan Rotom. Typically, you want to be using Fan Call, getting free Pokemon with 100 HP or less, colorless Pokemon, I say, which allows you to burst into those Hoot-Hoots and the Noctowls before finding those key resources to actually start to maybe utilize some of your different attackers, like that Wellspring Ogerpon EX, which has that Torrential Pump, allowing you to potentially snipe down some smaller HP Pokemon. The other aspect of this Klefki in the active, with that mischievous lock as well, you are also stopping that active Pokemon lair, that Latias EX from maneuvering.
Yeah, the Latias EX is going to be staying in the active for quite a while. But yeah, like we've already mentioned, that Fan Rotom, so crucial for an engine in this Terra box to find those crucial Hoot-Hoots for a setup. And it's all about how Giannis gets rid of this threat. He, like you said, is able to use something like a Boss's Orders to get this Klefki out the active, but I didn't think I saw that in hand at all. Is eyeing up that Fan Rotom, hopefully, going for that Terrapagos EX, maybe starting to get some energy attached to it to start swinging, start attacking. But for Stefan, I think this is the prime spot to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, outside of maybe finding one of those Beneries, I mean, we haven't really spoken about the deck too much yet because we didn't even get a chance for Stefan to actually search through the deck. We get an attachment on the Terrapagos EX here now, and now it's back over to Stefan. Just to talk about this deck a little bit, Ben, it's one of the newer archetypes that has come out because of Phantasmal Flames. It's the combination of that Mega Lapany EX that has that fantastic attack. Gale Thrust, if it maneuvers from the bench to the active spot, deals a lot of damage. Not necessarily always able to knock out big Pokemon, but why it's able to is because you can combine it with things like those Curse Blasts from the Dusclops and the Duskflowers. And it really is one of those newer sort of decks that some people weren't really too sure whether they could find the right way of playing it or piloting it, but Stefan has. He's the one who is 6-0 at this tournament so far. I
think for Mega Lapany, it's a question of what was his perfect partner, much like a lot of the additions of this Phantasmal Flame set, but it seems to have found a home in this deck, and obviously it's a record of 6-0. You can say, you know, well, this is a deck that I maybe should keep my eye on. But with that Gale Thrust, of course, you will have to put it into the active to unlock that extra damage. But what a perfect partner it is in Dusknoir. Obviously, that Curse Blast will knock it out. And of course, if you do promote it as an active, you can put that Gale Thrust right back into the active. And not only that, but it does play an abundance of switch cards, Switch itself, but also a Jet Energy as well to find some extra ways of unlocking that Gale Thrust. So yeah, it's a popular archetype, I would say, at the moment, especially with that Mega Lapany.
Yeah, it's definitely one to keep an eye out for, especially hopefully we get a bit of a true demonstration, but it's looking pretty good so far, especially because that Klefki in that active spot does find one of the Veneers at the moment from that Lily's Determination. Of course, getting to draw 8 cards into your hand because you haven't yet taken a prize so long as you have 6 prize cards remaining. We have Nest Ball being played here. I can only imagine we'd maybe try and eye up a second Veneer just to kind of get those multiple attackers going. You can start to try and utilize your Dusclopses and your Dusknoirs at some stage. But yeah, there you go. There's a second Veneer just to kind of get, you know, your attackers live and ready as well. Playing a 3-2 line does place a couple of other sort of tech inclusions as well. One of those cute inclusions is something like the Hops Cramorant has been tried out here. But also, for a bit of a draw engine, it does also have access to Mega Kangaskhan EX, which we've already seen popularized with Mega Absol.
And with so many switching options, that Mega Kangaskhan, you know, it is a bit of a chunky option, but at least with many other switching options you can, you know, kind of do some funky plays with the Dusknoir and the Jet Energies and the switches. And here we see a pass over to Giannis. Not much in hand here.
Well, it wasn't a pass. It was a joust. We'll joust.
Okay,
we might as well.
Sorry.
Might as well for the moment.
Yeah, I was disrespecting the joust there. Earthen Vessel coming down. He really needs to start thinning out this deck. Not much in hand either for Giannis. So yeah, not a great start from him. Isn't even able to retreat into that Terrapagos EX to start swinging on that Klefki. And for Stefan, it's just, can I keep this Klefki in the active? Can I disrupt my opponent as much as possible whilst I get my Dusknoirs, whilst I get my Lopunny set up?
Yeah, I mean, unless you actually start attaching energies to the Latias EX or use Boss's Orders or find a way to, I don't know, use a Professor Churro scenario to maneuver that active Latias, it's actually quite a big retreat cost for itself, despite having that Skyline. It does require 2 energies to hard retreat out of the active spot. So that's the troubling bit. I
will say there is a world where Stefan can win this turn as it passes over to Stefan. If he's able to evolve both of these Pokemon into Dusknoir, he's able to take a knockout on a Terrapagos EX or even the Latias, and then Gale Thrust for knockout on this remaining Pokemon to take the game. So there is a world where Stefan can find game this turn. So let's see if he can do it. Evolving into the Mega Lapany is the step 1 here. Does, I think, have an evolution here in hand. I don't know whether it was the Dusknoir. Does have INO as well. So I'm wondering if he can find it now. Oh, no, sorry, it was a Dusclops. That's unfortunate, at least, but at least he does have Klefki in the active still.
I think you're okay at the moment. You've evolved the Dusclops up. You've got a bit of time to work with because you've seen that Giannis is not working with too much. There comes the Jet Energy to move the Mega Lopunny EX to the active spot. Gale Thrust currently live, dealing that 60 damage plus an additional 170. Will actually take a big knockout on this Latias. There it is. First 2 prizes taken for Swiss round 7 here, the Stuttgart Regional Championships. And it's just a pickup. It's a concede by Giannis for game 1. And that'll be Stefan and his now putting their prizes down. Just get a glimpse. Sparkling Crystal and double energy switch on Giannis's side. Nothing too crazy for Stefan, but there's the fist bump. Here's game 2 of our Swiss round 7.
Yeah, not fantastic prizes from Giannis, but at least they're a little bit manageable here. Nothing that'll turn off any sort of engines to get up and running or start attacking, at least. And then from Stefan, starting that Mega Kangaskhan will be an optimal engine to start drawing some cards earlier on to get set up. And here we see Ultra Ball playing down from Giannis, eyeing up, you'd imagine, that Fan Rotom that was unable to be played last turn. Looking at some of the crucial pieces in the deck. It's such an important aspect to this deck to prize check effectively, just because of the amount of Pokemon you play, the amount of supporters you play. There are a lot of one-offs in this deck, right? This is the way the deck's built. This is the way that Terra Box deals with a lot of threads. It plays a lot of options, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be a bit surprised because he won't be able to kind of utilize things like that energy switch, not yet anyway, and the sparking crystal. So does have to almost prioritize maybe getting an energy attachment to his attacker this turn, because typically the majority of his attackers will need to be utilizing sort of multiple attachments and maybe a Crispin on the next turn. Here comes the Fan Rotom. Fan Cool utilized. He's already kind of earmarked some of those cards to the active spot. Ditto being eyed up as well, because that could just go straight into the active. It's not going to attack with Splup, but it will use transformative starts, I should say, and then actually go into another one of those key pieces that are so useful, and you just get Ditto out of the deck. It's just such a useful Pokemon.
It's such a fantastic card because it is searchable via Fan Rotom's Fan Call, but, you know, like I just said, you play so many options against a lot of decks in the format. So at least with Transformative Star, you're able to switch into anything that you require per that matchup. You know, do I switch into a Wellspring? Do I switch into the Terapagos EX? Do I switch into the Pikachu EX? You know, there's a lot of different options that you have available to you, and that is why Ditto is so important. And you see the retreat into that Transformative Start. What does he find here off this Transformative Start? It is going to be the Wellspring Ogerpon. Just understanding he's already recognized, you know, from Stefan's from the last game, Stefan does play a lot of smaller HP Pokemon. With Wellspring Ogerpon, at least he can start taking some surprise knockouts with the Torrential Plump.
He actually has gone down the Pikachu route, you know, because he knows that Mega Kangaskhan does have that 300 HP. The type of deck that Stefan's playing probably doesn't have anything like the kind of HP buffing types of cards that we've seen with Mega Absol and Mega Kangaskhan. You could have gone down the route potentially of the Wellspring Ogerpon EX, but Sobbed isn't that useful when you know your opponent is playing Jet Energies, you know your opponent is playing Switches. There's a big energy attachment to the Pikachu and a pass over. It's on Stefan to have his first turn of this game 2 here, and let's just see how this is going to pan out.
It really surprised me he's going with the Pikachu because it is so susceptible to damage counters, and Stefan already playing that Duskmar. It is an easy 2 prize card Pokemon to take out with 200 HP. I think the advantage of the Pikachu is that Resolute Heart ability, and it's so easy to get around with Stefan's deck. So I'm eager to see how Giannis utilizes this Pikachu. But, you know, it is an easy 3 prize cards against the Kangaskhan, of course. So Crispin next turn will put you 3 prize cards ahead. But like I said, it's whether you can weather the storm afterwards, which is my biggest worry.
I think it's got to be an easy target. If you've seen that Mega Kangaskhan be down, if he doesn't maneuver it into or back onto the bench with another sort of other way of switching, utilizing a Latias or utilizing something else to maybe put like a Klefki active, despite Klefki kind of losing its sort of core true ability in this matchup at this point, because, you know, your opponent's already got the Fan Call off. As we do see some further Nest Balls and Buddy Poffins being utilized now, we're likely to see sort of a board state of double Duskull. There you go, double Duskull and double Baneri. Get those attackers ready to go. Third Nest Ball, or sort of third Pokemon Ball Search is now being utilized. Does eye up that Klefki for the moment, just to slow the game down, or try to slow down the game, or maybe use it a bit of a sort of semi-sacrificial lamb a little bit, I suppose, but trying to slow down the game a little bit more after utilizing that fantastic Kangaskhan ability, Run Errand, to draw further 2 as well, but targets the Latias EX instead. Yeah,
it's how you get this Kangaskhan out the active if you do see this Pikachu as a threat next turn. And I know what you were thinking. Torrential Pump next turn does 100 damage. How are you going to gust out another little Pokemon out for these 2 prizes? But Giannis does play, and I should say he does play the Iron Bundle. So the Iron Bundle, an easy way to get around these larger HP Pokemon to start taking prizes with the Torrential Pump. But for Stefan, fortunately enough, going for, I'd say this is the best case scenario from Stefan. I don't think he would have wanted to see a Wellspring, because it does make for some awkward situations, especially that, you know, you doubt so much on these evolution lines.
Now, I think another way that Giannis has to play this is, and the reason why he may have gone Pikachu, is he knows the energy switch is not there. He knows those sparkling crystals not there. So the only way to power up a Wellspring Ogerpon is via Crispin. There's a Run Errand to draw 2 further cards there from Stefan now after a Professor's research. So does have 9 cards in hand to work with at the moment. So there's plenty of cards. There's the Jamming Town, maybe just kind of slow down and stop a potential Sparking Crystal. He doesn't know his prize, right? Here goes the Kangaskhan to the bench, Baneri to the active spot. does have a runaround attack, but I don't think it's ever going to be useful.
Run around switching this Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon. I think that's going to be used from Stefan. Doesn't really do much for you. He promoted this Baneri as a more of a sacrificial, I was going to say sacrificial lamb, but it's actually a sacrificial bunny in the circumstance, isn't it? It's whether Giannis can't Crispin and he can't boss in the same turn, so isn't going to be able to take out that Kangaskhan this turn, but at least with Crispin here is able to start putting accelerating energy onto that Pikachu EX, ready to use that Topaz Bolt on the Mega Kangaskhan. But like I said, it's easy to play around, right? I mean, if Stefan this turn is able to find something to place damage counters, like a Dusclops, maybe perhaps, and is able to find that Mega Lopunny, that Pikachu is going to be easy dinner, right? Yeah,
absolutely. And I think that was just kind of the unfortunate scenario for Giannis, right? Just because he couldn't maybe get both of a Wellspring Ogerpon EX and a Pikachu EX as attacking options. So depending on how Stefan played out his turn, it just means he has to play this Crispin now and kind of just decide how we want to sort of utilize this Pikachu in the active spot, as we do get the Fan Rotom being brought to the active spot now. This is an easy way to swing away as low 70 HP Pokemon. We're utilizing that Assault Landing attack from Fan Rotom, taking that first prize, now kind of asking those questions of Stefan. You know, he sent up that just Baneri. We don't have the Wellspring Ogerpon EX, and we're taking our first prize of the game.
Yeah, I really do love the Fan Rotom attack. Assault Landing is such a surprising attacker. Sometimes you kind of taking a step back because everybody focuses on the ability, don't they? They always focus on Fan Core, but Assault Landing is a really efficient attacker, and especially in this circumstance where you're promoting a one-prize Pokemon. You're getting ahead of the prize race, and you're keeping your biggest attacker on the board safe on the bench, right?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things now, though, Stefan, because he is piloting a deck that has those Curse Blasts, does have opportunities to take multiple prize turns or maybe kind of manipulate the board state where you're just taking out things like those Hoo-Hoos where possible, whilst, you know, despite Giannis kind of representing just a single prizer in the active spot, Stefan has certain plays. We're going down the Cypher Maniac's code breaking for this turn, able to select or tutor, that's what a lot of people like to say, put 2 cards to the top of your deck. Because you have the Mega Kangaskhan, it means you're basically putting any 2 cards you would like into your hand once you've used Run Errand. So there we go. There's the 2 cards selected. Looks like it's going to be that Enriching Energy as well. That's the ace spec of choice for this deck. Something I know, Ben, you've kind of championed in this deck a little bit already. Haven't seen you kind of immediately go buy the pieces for it. But it's an energy card that once you attach it to a Pokemon, it provides a color's energy. But the main draw is being able to, once you attach this card from your hand to a Pokemon, you get to draw 4 cards. So right now it's being put as one of the top 2 cards here. I couldn't quite see what the second card was, but we'll get a glimpse. Now, there are many options for Stefan here. Putting the 2 cards onto the top of the deck, goes for the Rare Candy into the Dusknoir. Now, this is evolving into the Mega Lopunny as well. Now, there is a world where you're able to use the Curse Blast onto this Pikachu X, Gust with a Counter Catcher, promote this Mega Lopunny for an easy knockout on this Pikachu EX, which I would say is the only threat for Stefan on this board right now. There is a world where that can happen. It's whether Stefan goes for that option. There are many options available to him. So does have Night Stretcher in hand. I don't think I saw any sort of Counter Catcher. Now going for the Curse Blast. What does he go for here? Going for that Pikachu EX. Damage counters now being placed. That Resolute Heart now turned off. I wonder if you ever just wanted to have gone into the Dusclops instead. And maybe right now you've expended the Rare Candy. That's a good point as well. But it's something to consider. But at the same time, Pikachu now down to 70 HP after that Curse Blast. There's a Rare Candy for another Dusclops. Well, same one. There you go. Oh, could we go for a double? The Night Stretcher and the Rare Candy. Another Dusknoir here. Another Curse Blast will take out that Pikachu. Taking out that Pikachu with 2 Dusknoir. It does give Giannis 2 prizes, but Stefan also now in the prize race at this point. Does have Counter Catcher in hand as well. So could take out the Mew. Could take out the Mew and put himself only 2 prize cards away from game here. But this is, let's just see how we're going to maneuver this turn. We get the Buddy Poff in after the prizes. Did grab one of his 2 counter catchers that were both prized from the prizes as well. So can now utilize the counter catcher onto the Mew if he chooses to do so. Now, often, like you've already said, there's multiple angles you typically can take. You could try and target the Pikachu. You could try to target the engine, which are the Hoo-Hoos, if you wanted to do so as well. Try and limit what access to things that Jonas has access to right now, because right now there's no even a terrestrial Pokemon for Noctowl to work. There's a counter catcher on the Mew.
There's the counter catcher. You can imagine a retreat into the Mega Lopunny, drawing 4 from the enriching energy. Does have Latias on board as well, able to retreat that Kangaskhan. Now going into the Gale Thrust here, an easy 2 prize cards. This is such a confident board state from Stefan, only because as well, being 2 prize cards away, Giannis is on 3 here, right? You have 2 Duskull on the bench here. You know that you can only use 2 Curse Plus in total. Otherwise, you give Giannis the game here. So he's counting on Giannis not being able to take a prize card if he's counting on these 2 Curse Blasts next turn. Or maybe it's even an insurance here from Stefan. You know, I need to use a Curse Blast to take this game regardless. I don't maybe need to use 2. Here's the Pikachu EX coming down on the field. Noctowl Jewel Seeker. Crispin is now active.
Yeah,
he's able to search it from the bench.
Has taken a few prizes.
Hasn't taken that crystal, though.
Has missed the sparkling crystal. That's the key thing here.
But
at the same time, the Mega Lopunny EX is I didn't quite realize just how bulky it is.
Oh, yes, massive.
330 HP. I mean, even Pikachu's not taking it out. Not right now.
I really do like the benching of the 2 Duskull as insurance effectively. That Resolute Heart, understanding that this could be a threat to me. This could be coming back soon with a Night Stretch or any sort of recovery. This is the Pokemon to get around. This is my biggest threat. So at least benching 2 Duskull, you're keeping that Curse Blast as an option. And then, of course, a nice little Gale Thrust to take the knockout on this Pikachu. Those were my list 2 prize cards. If not, Stefan able to bench another 2 prizer.
I mean, if there was a world or a way, the typical situation you find yourself is, and one card that Giannis does play is something like that Briar, but you can't really load up all the energies onto a Pikachu and play with a Crispin and a Briar as well. But that could have been one way that you typically find an out to grab 3 prizes. But here is the Crispin here now. It's on Giannis to see how we're going to navigate this turn, because remember that Pikachu is not able to take down that Mega Lopunny EX. And also at the same time, because you play Crispin, you can't really disrupt your opponent's hand. Not that you typically see too many in the deck either. Let's just double check there.
Going for another Noctowl maybe. Going for a Jewel Seeker.
Energy attachments.
Yeah, so... we'll confirm there.
Yeah, well, I guess if that...
Oh, no, sorry, it was an energy switch. It was Crispin, with the energy switch and the Topaz Bolt, but also... game from Stefan's unfortunate start. And here we see the prize cards coming down for both players. Nothing too detrimental for either player. That Ditto might come into play for Giannis if he's only able to use Fan Call for those crucial Hootu to Noctowl for this turn, so won't be able to use the transformative start for, I would say, the most optimal beginning to his game. Stefan kicking us off here with an Ultra Ball for this game and started that Mega Kangaskhan once more.
Yeah, absolutely. Was trying to hope to draw into one of the important Pokemons he needs from that run errand, so that's why he didn't play one of those Ball Search cards first, which often sometimes people think is sort of more productive to do so, but by leaving more outs in your deck, you can draw into a Pokemon before utilizing a Ball Search, and maybe use a Ball Search for other Pokemon. As we do see the Ultra Ball being played, as you've said, Ben, just double checking what is prized. I mean, from what we remembered, I mean, there's that one rare candy. It's nothing too crazy. We can work with this right now, and at the moment, we're probably going to try and go into that Klefki if we can do so with that Klefki immediately chosen. Yeah. And then we can try and stop that Iron Bundle actually ever maneuvering out the active spot. There comes the Latias EX as well. We'll turn off his own ability as soon as the Klefki goes into the active spot. But, you know, when you have ways to maneuver around because of the jet energies and the switches that you've got in your deck already, I don't think it matters too much.
No, I don't think it matters too much because it just puts Giannis in such a such a disadvantage with the mischievous lock. It is so effective against these fan rotom decks, I should say. And here we see the pass from Stefan into Giannis. What can he do at this point? Does he have boss's orders in hand? Can he get away from this mischievous lock? Can't use Iron Bundle to get it out. And here we see just a Crispin, and the Crispin coming straight down. That's not even a thought to Giannis. Just playing it straight down here. Searching for 2 energy cards here of different types. Is able to attach 1 immediately. Maybe even to the Latias. Forced to use it as an attacker due to a poor hand. Oh, this is rough for Giannis at this point.
Yeah, certainly not pretty. I mean, when you're having to play a Crispin, your opponent's looking at you, play a Crispin, and all you have as targets for the Crispin is that Iron Bundle in the active spot and the Latias on the bench. And, you know, typically you don't see too many Psychic Energies in the deck, so I wonder if we are going to load up the Latias for a potential Eon Blade at some stage. Which isn't ideal. It's not a pretty situation to be in. We do get the Earthen Vessel now as well to grab the other Psychic Energy from the deck. So there are 2 in the deck here. Has pitched away one of those Grass Energies. But let's just see how we're going to work with this, because right now things are looking real rough when you don't have access to Fan Rotom and Fan Cool.
Now there is a world where Stefan can win next turn if another Pokemon does to come down for Giannis. I said it last game, I didn't get it, but I'm hoping for it this game at least. A Curse Blast from a Dusknoir will take a knockout on this Iron Bundle, and a Gale Thrust will take a knockout on this Latias. If Giannis isn't able to find another Pokemon, which I don't believe he can, and I did see Stefan's hand, but I believe I saw a Dusknoir in there. So
there's a Dusknoir.
Let's see what he can do here. Oh, there's the Rare Candy.
Wow, Rare Candy, Dusknoir, and Lily in hand. We can play to a massive turn here. Lily for a draw 8. All he needs is a way to get the Mega Lopunny EX and a Jet Energy, and that will be all she wrote.
Or even a switch if you're able to find the Enriching Energy. You know, there are lots of different ways that Stefan can get this Mega Lopunny into the active. The Curse Blast is already there. The Curse Blast taking the knockout on the Iron Bundle. And then, of course, having to promote that Latias and his only Pokemon on field will leave it susceptible to an easy Gale Thrust for knockout. Let's see if he can get it. 8 cards now from Stefan. What have you got here?
Let's have a little look at this together. 8 big cards. There's an Enriching Energy. I don't know if I saw a switch right now. So right now, we're not able to maneuver the active out of the active spot. That Klefki is a bit stuck there. Does have Nest Ball as well to thin down a bit more, but does mean he's missing a couple of pieces here. If he plays the Enriching Energy, still would need 2 more pieces from that draw 4, which is a way to get that Mega Lopunny EX and a way to switch the active out the active spot. So there's the
4
attachment.
cards.
Could this be the moment? I mean, at this moment in time, maybe you don't even need to push it. There's a Mega Lopunny, misses the switch.
No switch.
But it's okay. I think in this scenario, Klefki's in the active spot. You're slowing down the game enough. Should still evolve up that Baneri just so it's protected. And now, I think he's probably still just quite happy to just leave Klefki in the active spot.
Yeah, you know, it was the Hollywood turn, wasn't it?
It would have been a dream.
You were able to see 12 cards from the Lily's Determination and the Enriching Energy. Unfortunate not to find that switch. But yeah, Klefki's still in the active. It's still an optimal position to be in. You can understand your opponent's board state. It's not that fantastic. And here we see the pass over to Giannis. What can he get? Oh, it's a Noctowl. This is still rough for Giannis.
That's it. That's all she wrote. Is a pass back over. Attachment to the Klefki just to kind of maneuver it somehow is probably all we need.
Has Ino, has Lily's Determination.
Maybe just goes into the Dusclops as well. I mean, at this point, is it even more optimal to play the Lilies or the Ionos? Because you don't want to shuffle those cards back in.
It's a good point. You know, a lot of these cards are not useful to you right now. So, yeah, a very good point there. Is able to take some more cards from the deck with an Ultra Ball, increasing that hand, getting more of those cards that you don't want to see for next turn. Oh, and does go for the Lily's Determination.
I think just playing the longer game, because if you give an Iono to Giannis and you do happen to miss the card, you are just giving Giannis a chance to get back into the game. This, however, means you're keeping Giannis with the hand that he's currently got, and you're just shuffling and drawing your 8, having already discarded a couple of pieces just to give yourself a better chance. So we just need an energy card of some sort or a switch, And that will be everything. So 8 cards, 8 massive cards here. This could be it for this Swiss round 7 in game 3. What do we see? We can see the Jet Energy. This is it. The Jet Energy 4, the Mega Loppity EX, the Dust Noir, I should say, Curse Class of the...
What you already won with, as you do see now, the prize is going out. Oh, I don't like that Scream Tail.
Yeah, I'm not too big of a fan of that Technical Machine Devolution either, but over on Daniel's side, again, nothing too bad. So a lot to work with as our players are now ready to kick off. And here it is, fist bump. This is our Swiss round 8, our final Swiss round of our Stuttgart Regional Championships here. Both players looking to try and push themselves far into phase 2.
Yeah, final round of phase 1, we should say.
Sorry,
yes.
Yeah, so ahead of myself.
Yeah, plenty of Swiss rounds still to go after this one, but so this is the last Swiss round of phase 1, and so after this, we will be going to phase 2. But for now, let's see how the setup goes. We have Aaron going first with an okay setup, it looks like. Got a Earthen Vessel to go ahead and get a couple of energy from the deck. A Rolts down, definitely going to want to see that. Why don't you take us through how this Gardevoir Jellicent deck wants to set up, Alex?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fantastic ability on that Gardevoir EX. Once we get up to the Gardevoir, of course, has that Psychic Embrace ability, which allows you to accelerate energy from your discard pile. So the key thing is to try and get those energies into the discard pile as soon as possible. Can take a bit of time to get there, and what generally helps is actually utilizing things like that Frillish, using things like that Jellicent EX to slow down your opponent's side, utilizing those item locks, Oceanic Gloom from Frillish as an attack, or Oceanic Curse as an ability from Jellicent. And from then onwards, you're utilizing Monkey Dories, because you, as part of Psychic Embrace, you're getting damage counters on your board state, and you're actually then able to fling over that damage counters over using Monkey Dories or Adrenabrain, and really just start setting up multiple knockouts or sort of key bigger knockouts from your opponent's side of the board.
Yeah, the synergy really here is between the fact that Psychic Embrace accelerates energy, which is what you want to power up attacks, but you turn that disadvantage, quote unquote, of putting damage counters on yourself into an advantage, either to, as you mentioned, fling the damage over a Monkey Dory with Adrenabrain, which very timely hits the bench, or putting damage onto your Screen Tail and Drifloon so that those two attackers can do big damage as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's then a passover. Aaron does have a Lily's Determination in hand, I'm pretty sure I saw. And Daniel here has drawn a card for his turn. He's just kind of helping to make sure, of course, he shuffles up or cuts his opponent's deck. You do have the opportunity to do so when your opponent has gone through the deck. And now there's an opportunity here for Daniel to either try and work out what's in his prizes with this Fighting Gong, but Freya, I think, as a Golden Goal enjoyer, run us through this deck.
Gladly. So this is one of those like linear strategy decks that is aiming to do something very, very simple. You want to draw through the deck as quickly as possible with all the means that you have. So one way to do that will be with that Lunatone with the Lunar Cycle ability. Lets you discard a fighting energy from your hand to draw 3 cards as long as you have a Solrock out. And then you power through with that. You get into you evolve up your Gimme Ghoul into Goldengo EX, which has its own ability to draw cards. It draws just once per turn, 1 card if it's on the bench or 2 cards if it's in the active. And then its main attack, Make It Rain for 1 metal energy, discard any number of basic energy cards from your hand and do 50 damage for each one. So you draw through your deck, you build up the energy in your hand and the discard pile with the multiple abilities. You can get them back with superior energy retrieval and go for big one-hit knockouts.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for running us through that whole deck, Freya. I mean, this is going to be one of those key things, and this is why we also highlighted throughout sort of today, maybe even earlier today as well, that Solrock Lunatone combo, just being able to help the addition of drawing even more cards than what it already can, but also just having a kind of very efficient attacker in Solrock.
Yeah, absolutely. That was one bit I didn't mention, of course. This is something that Goldengo didn't really have access to before, but now it does. Not only do you have the new Lunar Cycle ability to draw cards with the Lunatone, but the Solrock also has a great attack, as you mentioned. It does 70 damage for a single fighting energy, as long as you have to have a Lunatone out to do it, but you want both out anyway. And then that 70 damage, not only is it very efficient with 1 energy, but it punches through weakness and resistance. So even something like the Fight and Resistant Rolts, if it's 70 HP, it will get KO'd by a Solrock.
Yeah, one of the good things that Aaron has in the active, though, is that Frillish. It's one of those few Pokemon who doesn't have 70 HP. It actually has 80. It's a pretty tanky sort of jellyfish there, just in the active spot. Yep.
Here comes the... Oh, okay, no. I might have just cut myself off there.
Well, give it a chance. Give it a chance. Secret box here.
Okay, secret box. Yeah, that's Was that an Arven? Oh, it was Arven to grab to okay, and then it's going to go ahead. So there's the one tool that the Golden Go deck most often, almost always plays to kind of get over that hump, and that is the Vitality Band. Just makes the Pokemon it's attached to do 10 extra damage, but that fixes the math so much. It means you can KO Frillish. It means that sometimes, say, if you're 10 over a multiple of 50, you need one less energy to get the knockout. So it's a great math fixer for the deck, and it's going to fix the math beautifully to KO this Frillish if Daniel can get the Solrock into the active with an energy and the Vitality Band.
Well, we've already seen the air balloon grab from the Arven, so here comes a secret box. Does have to discard a couple of awkward pieces. I mean, a Golden Go and another, that looks like an Arven going down again there. But with that secret box, the ace choice of spec. Oh, ace choice of spec.
Ace choice of spec.
Wow, that was incredible.
Spectacular.
The ace spec of choice. Discard any free cards from your hand, but it allows you to grab a tool card, an item card, a stadium, and another supporter. So giving up a supporter there is not really a concern, as it looks like. Just kind of deliberating exactly is, but as you've carefully picked out there, the Artson alongside that Vitality Band and another Arven for the next turn as well. So I imagine we could see a massive punch into that Frillish here. Artson being utilized first allows you to grab any basic Pokemon without a rule box and place it onto your bench.
Yeah, this is really, really poignant for Daniel to be able to find this because, I mean, sure, carrying Ralts is great because that means you can't evolve into Gardevoir, but the way that Daniel is going to lose against Aaron is if Aaron is consistently able to maintain an item lock either with Frillish or Jellicent, and then Daniel can't use any items to get back his energy. If you deal with the Frillish now, it's going to take at least some effort for Aaron to establish it again.
So we saw Daniel now get a Nest Ball and grab a Genesect EX. He's not actually representing a single prize board, Freya. Is it much of an issue right now?
No, I don't think so, because this isn't against some decks would be an issue, but against Gardevoir, that you don't really, you're actually acknowledging the bigger risk here, which is getting Ironode, and the Genesect with its ability, Metallic Signal, lets you get Golden Go out of the deck, and that's the much bigger risk here. So actually very sensible from Daniel, I think.
Yeah, also benches that Mega Mawile EX, but there is that massive first prize being taken in this Swiss round 8. Game 1 here, Cosmic Beam dealing 80 damage because of that Vitality Band, and it's back over to Aaron for his turn 2.
Yeah, his turn 2, and this is really where he wants to establish another Frillish, but he just have to commit to the Ralts and go for the Leads Determination. We'll draw 8 cards here, but you really want to try and get that Frillish back online.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those where it's useful at the start of the game, mid-game, late game. It's such a useful way to try and slow down your opponent's board state. But, considering Daniel hasn't been able to needed to use anything, those key resources like the superior energy retrievals yet, maybe saving it for mid to late game may be a bit more important for the time being, as we just want to stabilize the board. We want to get the right things live, active. We want to get those energy cards in the discard. Currently is 2 in the discard right now, 1 attached to the active. 8 cards here from the Lily. Let's see what you're working with here. It does find a Dark Energy, a couple, another Psychic Energy, it looks like.
Yeah, Psychic Dark Artisan, is that a Bravery Charm found as well, but not really any way to set up what Pokemon. That's what Aaron would have really wanted.
Yeah, that's the only unfortunate scenario here, is playing quote-unquote the more what many people are saying as a kind of turbo build. You're not using Technical Machine Evolution in your list. You're utilizing the Lily's Determination, draw as many cards, get the rare candy, evolve into the Gardevoir EXs. Here is a flip the script, though.
Oh, and that's a very big find out to flip the script. Finds a secret box. That's absolutely what Aaron would have wanted to see.
Yes, again, just matching Daniel's turn here, using that A-Spec, discarding 3 cards, easy discard of the Psychic Energy and the Artisan, because there's already 1 in play.
Yep, so don't need to leave that 1 in hand, but then it's just this last discard. I guess it could be the Jellicent here, just because you can't really use it to evolve from anything right now.
And you have Super Rod in hand, so you can try and push it back afterwards. You kind of want to look after that Gardevoir EX, but I guess it's just working out. It does have Night Stretcher, so I guess there's a few different options to work around this spot.
So the Gardevoir EX is actually an interesting choice because, okay, obviously not to go for it, but there is a world in which, in theory, discarding a Gardevoir EX actually gives you more outs to Gardevoir, because it means that if you get disrupted, a Night Stretcher could also become one.
Yeah, but when you're just secret boxing for rare candy anyway, you're only going to evolve up. If you pitch away the Gardevoir EX, you're just going to Night Stretcher it back. So let's just remove that extra turn or step as we grab the Mystery Garden. Mystery Garden, Stadium, as well as another opportunity to draw additional further cards alongside a Bravery Charm and a Lily's Determination for a future turn.
Yeah, that'd be useful. The full art Mystery Garden, of course. It really like the new direction with these full art stadiums. They're not all gold anymore. Maybe the gold one's also nice. Don't get me wrong, but that full art Mystery Garden is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, there we go. It looks like just confirmation, because I don't think he has necessarily used the Artisan as of yet.
Not yet.
But it was a little tilted from what Daniel had on his turn, so it looks like he's just utilizing it now. He's just eyeing up that Drifloon for the moment. Typically a card you would see come down a little bit later on. Here comes, or maybe even a Frillish again, as you already mentioned, Freya, and just try and get that item lock sort of back online again. Or not again for the first time, I should say.
I mean, the only problem here is, of course, because you were talking about maybe Frillish could be better in the middle late game, and I can kind of agree in the sense that, you know, this Frillish is going to get KO'd by this Solrock unless you could put a Bravery Charm on it, and maybe that's what Aaron is thinking here, because then that way 8 damage will be enough. There's a Red Candy Gardevoir as well.
Yeah, there you go, to the active. So now it just needs the Psychic Embrace to the active to maneuver it out of the active spot. We'll get some damage counters online, on the board, ready to play with at some stage as well. I just need to get confirmation whether that energy attachment was already committed to the active, so can't get a Dark Energy onto the Monkey Dory. So there it is, Psychic Embrace.
A little bit unfortunate, yeah, but indeed there was a Psychic Energy attached just before the latest determination, so that is correct. We'll have to Psychic Embrace one time to retreat, but then Psychic Embrace again. And yeah, with the Bravery Charm, that does mean that Daniel Magda would need to find something like a Premium Power Pro to get a knockout, but he's going to get item locked, so that's not viable anyway. And it doesn't even play it?
No, it doesn't play a copy.
Ignore me then. So it's impossible no matter what.
Well, there you go. So the Frillish in the active spot, that 50 extra HP from that Bravery Charm, taking it to 130 minus 20 from this Psychic Embrace to the active, but does mean we can start item locking your opponent, and they're just trying to weave in the right Pokemon when you need to at this point. As it is just confirmed. Yep, there you go, the attachment to Gardevoir. There is the attack. Solrock and Daniel Magda is currently item locked.
Yeah, and that's going to put a real stopper on him. Although, having said that, did have the 2 Golden Go in hand already from the Metallic Signal the previous turn. We'll be able to use that ability again this turn to fin 2 more, or I guess maybe just 1 more out of the deck. And we'll be able to go ahead and just draw a bunch of cards here. Hopefully find something that isn't an item. Yeah,
I mean, it's just one of those things where you can still be fairly efficient with what you're doing, right? I mean, you still got the Solrock in the active spot. I mean, swinging away isn't ideal. Don't want to pitch away too many energy cards with that Lunatone ability at the moment anyway, because sometimes you might need those energies to actually start swinging away against this Frillish on. Both coin bonuses used. There is the Lunatone ability being used as well. Luna cycle to discard a fighting and draw 3 additional cards. So let's just see how...
Sort of drawing through those cards just a little bit more slowly, just debating what the best way to approach this is. There is a Boss's Orders in hand. I am wondering, is it a viable move just to go after this Ralts here? I mean, if you take it out, it means that then 1 Boss's Orders KO on a Gardevoir, and there's no more energy acceleration for Aaron. So that might be an opportunity to take it out before it becomes harder to knock out. And it goes well with your prize map too, because you've already taken 1 prize, you take 1 more, and then you're back on even.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's probably going to be key if we're able to utilize that Boss's Orders, as you just mentioned there, Freya. So let's just look. Always going to go down the Arvin route for the moment here. Maybe just kind of slow the game down, or slow his progress down for the second. Let's just see what pieces he's actually really after. Does grab the Buddy Poffin, which isn't playable, of course, because of that Frillish attack for the moment.
Yes, and with that, I mean, I think there's only 1 more Air Balloon left in the deck, right? Or is he only playing 1? No, there's 2, but there's 1 on the field, and he didn't grab a tool there, so I guess the other Air Balloon must be in the hand?
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe not accessible, but it's fine for the moment. Let's just see how Daniel can play this out. Yeah, you did. I think you did just see it in hand as well, right?
Yep. So that's it. It's playing in Arvin for a card isn't that great. But straight away evolving into the Jellicents.
Yeah. So now an ability item lock and tool card lock is in place now with Oceanic Curse from that Jellicent EX. Does, of course, require a few more energies to be able to actually start swinging away for some more relevant damage. I guess Power Press can, with a Monkey Dory tick, could knock out this Solrock quite easily if you don't want to put too much energies with Psychic Embrace on it. But yeah, Aaron right now just saying, well, I've got Oceanic Curse. Maybe that's why Daniel didn't want to utilize the Boss's Orders, because to get out of Oceanic Curse, you can Boss's Orders out of it.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And of course, Daniel, I believe, is only playing the 3 copies of bosses. Oh no, he's playing the full complement of 4.
Full
Okay,
4.
4, right, of course. Not playing the Prime Catcher, so wanted to make sure you have access to 4 gusting options. And of course, those are 4 gusting options that actually work against her Jellicent, unlike Prime Catcher. So very good that he's playing the full 4 copies there. Oh, Bravery Charm onto the Drifloon is big.
Yeah, we're making that balloon a little bit bigger, at least for the moment. So we've got our big sort of attacking threat on the board right now. I mean, Jellicent's in the active spot. It does mean we typically have to actually get loads more Psychic Embrace onto it as well to even consider retreating. Does have a free retreat cost on it at the moment, but that is one way to maneuver. If we can also weave in something like a Boss's Orders of your own or a Counter Catcher, we currently play one of each of those in Aaron's list. As Arben has been piloted, Earthen Vessel being eyed up here. And here we go, just kind of pitching away one of those other key cards. I mean, some of those cards are actually quite good. I don't know which one you want to really pitch away. Eyed up the Super Rod.
I mean, I think the Dark Energy is fine, right? Because then, in the worst case scenario, you can just Super Rod it back if you want to establish on a Monkey Dory. But there's only one Monkey Dory on the field, so
Yeah,
you don't need it this turn.
Yeah, such an incredible call out, and that's correct. He has pitched away. did have the energies already eyed up at the top of the deck. That's why it looked like it was so seamless there. But yeah, the Earthen Vessel.
Hold on a second. Yeah.
Earthen Vessel pitching away a Dark Energy to grab 2 Psychics. So we've got some more energies to play with here. Doesn't have a way to discard them, but can utilize it as an attachment if we haven't attached already. We have attached to the Monkey Dory though already, that Dark. So Mystery Garden gives us a way to draw more cards, which is kind of cool. Maybe Mystery Garden first.
You can Mystery Garden first, or you could also Super Rod first, just to get one more card out of hand. But no, going to go for it now. Going to be able to draw 2 cards from that, given that there's 5 Psychic Pokemon out. Finds a Night Stretcher and a Mew EX. Not going to be very helpful right now.
So yeah, just deliberating now where we can put that Adrenabrain damage onto. Of course, Power Press right now won't necessarily knock out the Soul Rock without actually moving some damage across, because it's dealing 80 damage. Does stick on a 3rd energy. Is going to be retreating.
Oh, okay.
Into the Monkey Dory.
I guess, are we seeing a Mind Bend angle here? I guess we must be.
Mind Bend. Here we go. Kind of an interesting way. Just kind of showcasing we're using Adrenabrain as well. Mind Bend onto the active, so now it's down to 60 HP, and there's a Mind Bend for 60 damage. First prize, I should say, for Aaron taken now, kind of evening up the prize race. Daniel here has an opportunity, maybe, to find the right cards and maybe take a pretty big knockout on not just a single prizer.
Yeah, so I guess that to me telegraphs from Aaron's side that he really, really values getting the Soul Rock off the board. He just wanted it gone now, but of course the kind of trade-off for that is that it does mean that Daniel Handa has an opportunity to play items, draw a bunch of cards, and as you said, get enough energy in the hand to KO one of these big EXs. You could go, for the Jellicent, so that's all ready to go, or you could even just KO this Gardevoir and deny their energy acceleration.
Yeah, you got that Pheasantipity there still as well. There's free targets, so let's just see the direction. I mean, considering Gardevoir right now has 20 damage counters on it, so that could have been one way to kind of put it back over the 300. It's only needing 6 energies to knock it out right now, for example. But let's just see how Daniel plays this out. He has already coin bonus that one with the air balloon on it and then retreated to the other Golden Goal EX. Does get another Gimme Ghoul down now onto the bench.
With a buddy popping.
Oh, yeah, exactly that.
And he had to look through the deck just to see how much energy he has left, and he's going to be counting this very meticulously to make sure he can pull this off. We know that the Boss's Orders is in hand because the hand wasn't disrupted. So here we go with the Earthen Vessel, going to be grabbing a couple energy from that. I think he's got it all to put together. I think he's able to do it.
Yeah, I wonder what he's going to be eyeing up, because if we take out the Jellicent, once we've got the energies into the hand, that's one way to kind of get the item lock off the board, like completely, unless Aaron goes for a route to get another finish down. There's the energy attachment to even use Make It Rain. Boss's Orders on the Drifloon, targeting the attacker.
This is something I didn't even consider, but honestly, I like this a lot. Drifloon is one of the few things that can actually knock out a Goldengo EX in one hit. So take it out and get yourself back onto an even prize map. This is super smart from Daniel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, also removes one of those other Bravery Charms in play, because we've already seen one utilized on the Frillish and now not currently live on the Jellicent EX. But then there's no more sort of big Bravery Charms that are available right now. So therefore, as a big attacker, not quite available for Aaron. But, and as you've already mentioned, Fred, does bring back the prize race to now just going for 2 of those 2 prizes, and that would essentially give Daniel the win. I mean, Aaron could technically still win in 2 attacks. that Mega Marwile EX sitting pretty on the bench.
Yeah, it's sitting pretty, and it is worth 3 prize cards, but it is also, you know, a bit of a chonker, so it's going to be a little bit hard to deal with, especially given that Daniel just knocked out Drifloon, which is probably the thing that's most likely to be able to knock it out at one hit.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's just see the direction that Aaron takes here. Do get the Night Stretcher. It looks like bringing the Drifloon back to hand for the moment.
So how many Bravery Charm does Aaron play? Is it 2 or it's 3? Okay, so that means that Drifloon is going to be capped now at 180 damage.
Yeah, that's something we want to always highlight because it's... But, you know, typically you have damage manipulation because you have Monkey Dories as a way to kind of increase the amount that you're dealing with. You know, even with 2 Monkey Dories, you don't have the bench space for it. But that would be pushing up to 240. And that's still not enough for Golden Go EX. As we do get a Lily's Determination, you have taken a prize now, Aaron. So you are going to be drawing 6 cards from this Lily's Determination. A great inclusion to these Stage 2 archetypes, especially some of the slower ones where you don't often take too many prizes too early. You can always seem to draw up to 8 and maybe burst into one of your key attackers.
Yeah. Now, I think I need to kind of do like a little bit of self-correction here. Earlier, I was talking about how maybe you could target this Jellicent or maybe you could target this Gardevoir. Gardevoir could be one thing, but you can reestablish it with the rolls that's there. With the Jellicent, I actually think Daniel would prefer that this Jellicent stays a Jellicent because you can boss around the ability. You can't boss around Frillish and the item lock from the attack. So I think you're actually more scared of Frillish than you are of Jellicent here, especially because you play 4 copies of Boss's Orders. Yeah,
great call out, Freya. Something that we will continue to keep an eye out on, as you do see a counter catcher now on that Genesect EX. You know, it's only got 220 HP, so it is an easier target. The only way to kind of knock this out, I mean, Gardevoir with a Monkey Dory push would push it to 220, right?
It would. Although, having said that, I think that Aaron is about to do a trick that is often done by these Gardevoir decks. Genesect is really annoying to retreat because it has a retreat cost of 2, and especially given that I believe, thinking back to it, the reason why Daniel didn't grab a second air balloon is that I think the other one's been discarded, so there's no easy way to retreat this other than Professor Tourist scenario. So I think, yeah, we're going to see Psychic Embrace onto this Drifloon, and it's going to be hitting this Genesect for not quite a KO, so you can take a multiple prize turn later, and that can be very strong.
Yeah, and recognizing what I mentioned earlier, there comes the Adrenabrain off the Gardevoir to move it out of range, or easier sort of range for the Golden Go, and it's just a smack with that Balloon Blast, 30 times the number of damage counters on the Drifloon. There right now, that Genesect up to 200 damage, 20 HP remaining.
Yeah, the maths has mathed beautifully there. Aaron has absolutely made the right call here, I believe. So it's just going to be on Daniel now. Can he find an out to retreat this Genesect? So there's no Prime Catcher, so that's not an option. You probably need to be finding one of those Professor Tourist scenario that he plays.
Yeah, and that could be a devastating turn if we get to that, because not only do you maneuver it from the active spot, you're healing all that damage, you're nullifying essentially that last turn.
It's a double whammy of devastation, really, if Daniel's able to find that. So what he needs to think about here is the way I play out this turn, how do I maximize my odds of finding that? We do know that one Professor Tourist scenario is prized, so there's only one left in the deck, which is going to hurt his odds a little bit, but he's digging through the deck as best as he can. Earthen Vessels find a couple of energy. Okay, there's the other air balloon in the hand. Oh, okay, I completely missed it. Yeah, there it is. And also the Picnic Basket would work as well, because that would also kind of undo a lot of that damage and also heal Aaron's side to kind of prevent some of the damage being moved over that way. Let's see how he finds it here. There's the Picnic Basket, he finds it!
Yeah, incredible sort of pick up there as it heals both sides. An incredible inclusion in a lot of sort of these types of decks right now. Heal 30 damage from each Pokemon, both yours and your opponent's. Now that Drifloon has 3 energies on it, and it's only got 3 damage counters on it. So to even ramp up even more damage, you're gonna need to find more Psychic Energies in the discard pile if we don't already have some. I believe there are some there, but it just kind of makes an awkward scenario where you could cause this Drifloon to have too many energies for that it needs.
It's a really... Picnic Basket makes Gardevoir's work so annoying for that exact reason. You have a bunch of energy on something that you really don't want it on anymore, but you can't even accelerate the damage on it in the same way you could before because of the way the maths works out with the multiples of 20. You have to maybe like use Adrenabrain, move over 1, and then do Psychic Embrace 2 more times to get to the maximum damage output of Drifloon. It's very, very awkward.
Yeah, it's one of those things we're going to continue keeping an eye out on as we do get a Superior Energy Retrieval finally utilized here by Daniel. Now it's just kind of seeing what we're targeting. Boss's orders on the Gardevoir.
Now's the time. You've got the NG in hand. You KO the Gardevoir. You do it with the picnic basket to make a comeback really annoying. And you parry up the Mega Mawile as a backup as well. Daniel is doing his best to set up a checkmate board, and he's doing it beautifully. Make it rain. 7 energy discarded. 350 damage. 2 prize cards away from winning the game. Over to Aaron. How do you respond?
Yeah, and this way, by having Mega Mawile EX set up, this is what I liked about playing Mega Mawile just as a card in general. That gobble down attack, 80 times the number of prize cards you've taken, and you've taken 4, Daniel. It means you're dealing 80, 160, 240, 320 damage just by this Mega Mawile EX, and that's enough to take down pretty much any Pokemon in the format right now.
Like a KO a Gardevoir in 1 hit. Like, who needs 7 energy for a Make It Rain? You can just do that. Goodness gracious.
Exactly. So even if the Jellicent comes up and locks you out of item cards, you can smack away with this Mega Mawile EX. Let's see how Aaron can play out this turn, though. Monkey Dory comes down with a Dark Energy and an instant Iono. You know how important that's going to be. We don't have Gardevoir live anymore, so we can't load up any more that energies onto that Drifloon to deal sort of more, you know, useful enough damage. Right now, only dealing 30 times 3, which is 90 damage. Oh, hits a rare candy. Gardevoir EX from the Iono.
That is exactly what he needed. So that combined with the Iono, and now I think this is going to be the move here. You use these Monkey Dory, that you have not used their abilities yet. You use them and you move the damage over from this Jellicent over to your opponent's board to make it as healthy as possible. And then you attack with the Jellicent, put them under item lock, and hope Daniel doesn't find an out.
I mean, Mega Mawile's powered up.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter, yeah. Oh, it was. So you had to combine that with some kind of gusting then, so they can't go into the active.
It probably needed to find a way to take out the Mega Mawile somehow, but that's a scary thing. But we're going to see a flip the script as well. Draw 3 more cards. Can this story be changed? Right now, Daniel's pushed himself in such an advantageous position.
I mean, if you don't find a way to gust, you can still try and risk it with the Jellicent and hope that Daniel doesn't find an energy to retreat. Then just not take the knockout. Yeah. And then just kind of take the win next. And that would be one way of doing it. But that is very awkward. There's no 2 ways about it.
You're going to need a couple of turns to try and maybe maneuver a position where you take multiple prize knockouts pretty soon over the next couple of turns as it goes Monkey Dory, Adrenaline Brain onto that Genesect, takes 2 prizes, goes down to 3 prize cards now. Is there a big way to take a massive knockout on a Mega Mawile? That'd be one way, but of course, at the moment, has used Iono, can't open up a bench space.
Yeah, Screen Tail is great, but not if your bench is full.
Yeah, and absolutely not. So maybe it's just a scenario that you just have to maybe go into.
If there was a counter catcher still available, maybe you could go ahead and Mind Bend, trying to confuse this Mega Mawile. But oh, hold on,
Psychic Embrace can't knock itself out. So
no,
you can only put 1 on there.
Yeah,
so go to 50.
Yeah, that's one. It was a restriction that Psychic Embrace specifically says you can't use it to knock out itself or the Pokemon you're attached to.
I think it was just trying to put to deal as much damage as possible.
Yeah.
For the moment, so we do have the Drifloon now up to 50 damage.
But this is what I was talking about earlier with the way the master comes awkward. Yeah, because you go from sort of being 10 short of yourself to 20 short of yourself, so it means that it's 1 less energy you can actually attach. So it's going to be 150. But no item lock is really, really brutal because Daniel has so many outs to find the win here.
Yeah, so maybe maybe retreating into the Jellicent, maybe just getting a fairly weak sort of power press attack off so that you can't allow Daniel to hit any of the energy cards.
Wait, hold on a second. There's superior energy retrieval. How many energy are in the hand? Do we have enough for the KO already?
Do we have something in hand to maybe Boss's orders as well?
Wait. Oh, no, this works as well. Just attach, retreat, go into the Mega Mawile. The Boss's orders must be in hand, right?
Yeah, that must be it.
There it is. Boss's orders. Bring up the Pheasantipity, take the KO, and take the game. Daniel takes game 1.
Final 2 prizes. Mega Mawile gobble down on that Pheasantipity.
And now the hand was, but it must have been pretty atrocious if that was the decision made. Meanwhile, in the prize cards, oh, there we go. That's a bit better for, well, free energy isn't great for Daniel, but I mean, for both players, I think that they're going to be a lot more content with that.
So it looks like Aaron's going first once again. Daniel doesn't want to be under Frillish Lock immediately as soon as he's played out his first turn. And Daniel here, right now, it's just going to be a pass off from Aaron. No routes. Yeah. As we do see, look, the pace that Daniel's kind of playing. Gets that Genesect down, gets Arven down now as well, getting a chance to pick up an item card and a tool card of choice. Genesect on the board, so we'll be able to utilize that Metallic Signal as well. Get some more useful cards out of the deck, like the Golden Go EXs. Maybe we'll be looking to try and build out that board state, though. Air Balloon and the Buddy Buddy Poffin. Sure, he's going to try and play down as many of those items as early and as soon as possible. Double Gibble straight down there from Daniel.
Yeah, and I think very sensible grabbing the Air Balloon. Maybe, you might even consider attaching that now, because there is a universe where Aaron just evolves straight away into Jellicent and puts it active. If you don't put down that Air Balloon, you might not be able to.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the Earthen Vessel discarding another Earthen Vessel. Does get the Metal Energy onto the active, and will just use Minor Errand Running, allowing him to grab two energy cards from the deck and put them into the hand. I think it's just confirming exactly what's happened. Aaron, now back over to you. This is your turn too. Is holding the Gardevoir. What are we working? We've got Ultra Ball. Does have Lily's Determination, so we're going to get into the game. Does have that Jellicent, I think.
Yeah, they're there, right at the end of the hand. Yeah, well, the start of the hand, I guess.
Yeah, different way how you see it, different angles. There's the Jellicent. So again, didn't see the Air Balloon coming down, so maybe recognizing that and going, I might as well evolve this up now and make you can't retreat away. Yeah,
and hold on a second. I was going to say, he was this close to discarding the rare candy. Wait, no, never mind. That was game two. Yeah, that was game two. So all 3 rare candies are available now, so that's absolutely fine. But in game 2, that could have been a different story.
Absolutely. Screamtail no longer hiding in the prizes like we saw in game 1 and the very brief game 2 that we had, as Aaron gets a chance finally to work out what is prize, what he has access to. And this is going to be, maybe we're in for a game here for Aaron, I think.
I think so as well. Now, the decision is still interesting in terms of the discards, because he discarded the Lydic Clefairy and the Night Stretcher. What this telegraphs to me is that I think Aaron wants to keep this rare candy Gardevoir in hand. I mean, because otherwise, so you have a Lilies there, so like, why would you discard the other cards where you can just keep the Night Stretcher for the flexibility of what to get back?
Yeah, I think just
I guess keep him in the deck, right?
If there wasn't, keep him in the deck. If there wasn't energy in the hand, I could see Aaron just attaching to the Munkidora and retreating to the Jellicent EX and then just passing. But because there wasn't an energy, just keeping them in the deck as options to draw with Lily's Determination. Remember, because one of those cool things about this great supporter that's come into the deck is you shuffle your hand back into the and draw 8, rather than anything like Professor's Research, where you would pitch them away, which maybe then you would have Ultra Balled away that Gardevoir and then just pitch the rare candy away and hope you hit one of them later.
Yeah, I guess depending on if you know what your prizes are. Oh, hold on a second. Is that it's good? Just has it back there in hand already. So the decision already paying off. Although having said that, you could have maybe increased your outs even further if you know that both Gardevoir are available to you. And maybe that's why you didn't take this risk. Strictly speaking, like we were talking about earlier, discarding the Gardevoir means you have more outs to it afterwards, because you can find the Ultra Ball for the second Gardevoir, the Gardevoir itself, or the Night Stretcher. But in this instance, it's paying off.
Rather than Ultra Balling away, the other card was that one of the Night Stretchers.
Yeah.
Could have held on to it, but it's fine. We're okay. We're hit into hand right now anyway, so let's get that energy, I'm sure, to the active, and maybe we're going to have to maneuver into the Jellicent as soon as possible. Ardson going for the second routes now.
That's big.
Protecting the board state, because that's obviously so key on future turns, especially if we do have rare candy Gardevoir in hand as well. So now it's just all down to how Aaron's going to play this out. I imagine it's going to be the Psychic Energy attached and then just maneuver into the Jellicent, just trying to slow the game down a bit.
Or that works too. Maybe Aaron thinking, I don't necessarily... Item Lock obviously is important to set up, but I don't value it as much right now, because you can just draw your way out of it and use Boss's Orders, which Daniel just drew as well, so it kind of ended up being a correct decision, because Daniel would have had the out regardless.
Yeah, but could have made them expend it.
Yeah.
Which is sometimes a little bit awkward often, but we do have Golden Goals now all active and live, as we do see the first coin bonus in the active.
Did you keep Boss's Orders with that?
Possibly. I mean, there are 4 in the deck, Fred. There's a lot of them. All coin bonuses used. Odds are now being played here now as well. Getting Lunatone prepped. Soul Rock getting prepped as well. We've got Nest Ball for the Soul Rock. So now we've got Lunar Cycle live. We've got Cosmic Beam live. But it's likely just going to be utilizing that Golden Goal to start swinging away and causing havoc on Aaron's board.
And I have to draw attention to something here. I am a huge fan of how lightning fast Daniel's playing. Like, this is a man on a mission to finish this game within time, and he's doing everything physically possible he can to make sure that happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's sometimes a key trait with a lot of our players, especially when we know that we only have the 1 additional turn after time as well. And, you know, sometimes when you are playing at pace, it's a bit hard for you or sometimes your opponent to follow. And that's why we do sometimes just get the quick question like, oh, yeah, what you grabbed of that? Or what have you gotten with that Fighting Gong? There comes a Night Stretcher now suddenly coming down. No Fighting Energy to hand. And just playing all those items now that he needs to. He's not going to expend the Superior Energy Retrieval if he doesn't have to right now, of course.
Yeah.
Vitality Band, again, attached to the Soul Rock.
Yeah, well, again, while you can, right? Oh, although another way to deal with the item lock, just KO the item locker.
This is why I kind of maybe thought you would have put the Jellicent in the active, but that's 2 big prizes from the Golden Go EX there. Daniel going down to 4 prizes, removing the Jellicent EX from play. Here comes the Rare Candy. I mean, Aaron's playing just as fast. It looked like that Rare Candy slammed down for God of War into the active spot, but 6 energy cards there utilized to just actually take out that item locking, tool locking Pokemon from Aaron's side of the board.
Yeah, and now the decision becomes, I mean, Aaron's hand is not great here. I guess you just have to go for the Lily's Determination. I hope you find something, but it's Daniel had as aggressive a turn as he needed to. Yeah, maybe this is the answer here. Maybe you just go for this Frillish again, and you try to slow Daniel down that way. Maybe you combine with a Hand Disruptor, but you don't have a Hand Disruptor.
No, not right now. So just deciding which route to go down. Just iron up either of his attackers, which is Screamtail or Drifloon, or potentially that Frillish to try and slow the game down at some point. But it all comes down to the resources that Daniel has been able to utilize so far.
Yeah, and he's going to go for the Screamtail. Did have the TM Devolution in hand, but opting not to use it just yet. Hasn't been able to set up the board really to make use of it, so going to keep it for later and go for another Lily's Determination. Not taking a prize card yet, so we'll still be able to draw the full 8 cards from this, and he's going to need a lot to pull off his comeback.
I mean, the scary thing, Aaron would have looked at all of the energies that Daniel's expended so far. There's 1 on the Golden Go. There's 6 that was utilized for the knockout on the Jellicent. There are actually 3 prize, Freya. So that's a total of 10 energies. And Daniel plays 11. So we're not going to see the only 6 that we're going to be working with from the discard pile. And then the 1 that's remaining somewhere in deck or hand. I
mean, if Aaron was able to see Daniel's prize cards, he might be able to actually go for that, but not the case here. But does have the secret box?
I mean, item lock might not be a terrible direction to go down right now. Secret box pitching away that technical machine devolution. We get a counter catcher alongside a bravery charm. I mean, even going into a counter catcher and then a Frillish turn isn't that bad.
Well, as long as he can do it, right? Yeah, find the Ino for next turn. You definitely need a little bit of hand disruption, but now just a stadium to find.
Yeah, it's already chosen the Screamtail from the Artisan.
Yeah,
so
but you can maybe go for a Mystery Garden.
Yeah, very true.
Draw some more cards, but no, gonna get nothing, it looks like.
Yeah, just the 3 cards there from the secret box, not even using it to full value, as we do get the Bravery Charm onto that Screamtail now. Oh, the counter catcher on the Genesect EX. Just try and make things that little bit harder.
Oh, hold on, Mystery Gun's in hand, that's why he didn't go for it.
Oh, there you go.
Only plays 1 of each, I believe. It's very common in these decks to only play 1 of each.
Absolutely, and that's one way to just kind of burst through some of the cards in your deck as well. He was already considering just semi-pitching away that Iono there. Pitches away the other Night Stretcher now, which is... I
feel like Aaron just doesn't like Night Stretcher. He seems to always want to discard it. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe doesn't need to do so. But yeah, grabs 2 further Psychic Energy. Has already attached... I think he's already attached a turn to the active Gardevoir as well. Something I just need to kind of double-check and follow across. Because
I do believe so as well, yeah.
Otherwise, I would have questioned what were the attachment, or maybe not.
Oh, no. No.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm pretty sure it was.
Yeah,
there you go.
It was.
I am following the game. There you go. Mystery Garden to place down now, bumping his own Artisan, and now can draw up to 5 cards with a discard of any energy card from your hand.
But of course, you're going to discard the Psychic. Get more there for the Psychic Embrace. Oh, that's 2 pretty good draws.
Yeah, and we can keep loading up the discard pile. That Screamtail will potentially be able to actually swing away for massive amounts of damage.
And this is such a nice combo here as well. This is the best Gardevoir players do this very, very well. You chain your energy discards in a way where you just bank as many psychic energies as possible in a discard pile, so you have the maximum amount of versatility with the Psychic Embrace.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bravery Charm adding 50 HP to the Screamtail does take it to 140. With Psychic Embrace, you can go to a maximum 120 without any sort of awkward Monkey Dory shenanigans, meaning you're dealing 240 damage for it. And then if you've got any more sort of Monkey Dory sort of Adrenaline Brains to use, you can actually do 270. You can actually take a knockout on a Golden Go EX this turn.
Yeah, and I think that is what Aaron is going for here. I think he's realizing there is not enough time left on the clock for me to try and win a game by just doing item lock. So instead, Ultra Balls for this Pheasantipity EX, flips the script, draws 3 cards, finds a Professor Tourist scenario. That could be big later on.
Yeah, there's the Psychic Embrace to the active there to remove over to the Screamtail now. So just with that Monkey Dory from that Gardevoir to the Golden Go, you are dealing 260 damage. There's 4 of them. Does need 1 more? Is that 5?
That's no, that's 8. So it does need 1 more.
There's only 4 energies. Needs 1 more.
Yeah. So yeah, there we go. There's 10. So that's going to be now 200 damage.
Yep, so it does need 1 more for the 240, which is what I mentioned earlier. There you go. So that will be 240 damage now, because it's 20 times the number of damage counters on your Pokemon. Does now need to utilize the Adrenabrain if we want to take out a Golden Go and bring the prize race to 4 prizes each. Here we go. Monkey Dory, Adrenabrain off the Gardevoir onto the Golden Go with the Metal Energy on it. And then a roaring scream for a knockout here, taking the prize race to 4 prizes each. Just over 8 minutes to go. We'll see if we can find an actual winner in this game 3 here after Daniel Magda's 20-second concession.
Yeah, I think that 20-second concession might end up being one of the wisest ones that we've seen, especially given that Aaron has been forced to take this route where he can't slow the game down with a Frillish or a Jellicent, because Daniel focused down on that so quickly, and that now means that Daniel has access to all of his items, and he's going to make use of every single one of them to take a big KO here.
Yeah, this is kind of the scary thing. I mean, there's an easy target that Aaron has put onto the board with that Pheasantipity to get 2 further prizes as well. Or do you just go full gung-ho and maybe try and take out that Gardevoir EX that's currently in play, leaving yourself with just that kind of easier Pheasantipity target later down the line?
I think with the hand size being what it is and knowing that you're going to get Iron Ode, I think you want your last KO to be something that needs less resources. So I actually do like going for the Gardevoir first here, especially because it also, sure, Aaron can draw 3 cards from the flip the script, but I think denying the Gardevoir potentially is more important here.
But at that stage, I wonder if then Aaron will pivot the direction and maybe utilize some of those Frillish item locking at some stage. But, you know, let's see how Daniel plays this out. First, of course, there was a secret box being utilized. Superior Energy Retrieval, Artisan, and an Arven put to hand right now. Superior Energy Retrieval, pitching away Arven and a Golden Go. Gets 4 energies from the discard pile. Needs a Metal Energy to be able to attack. Lunar Cycles first. 3 more cards. Seriously, there's so many cards being drawn here just because of all of those Pokemon that is currently in play.
Oh, hold on a second, though. I don't think Daniel actually has a second Superior Energy Retrieval. I think he might have missed it.
Could be a bit big. Has used Pheasantipity already. So just kind of double-checking what direction we go down. Picnic Basket, just to kind of heal the 30 off that Screamtail.
That's smart. It does mean it'll do less damage, I guess. Oh, do you have to KO the Screamtail here?
It's the direction.
I see no way to get more energy.
But it looks like we're going to boss his orders onto the route.
Yeah, okay, that also works, to be fair. It's another way to kind of try and further deny any acceleration from the Psychic Embrace later on. I think this is a good backup plan. Yeah,
so with the heal of the Screamtail, there's a knockout on the routes for now. We're just kind of progressing the board state. Screamtail here only currently doing 180 damage right now. So there's not many more Psychic Energies in the discard pile. So there's a loaded up 6 energies on that Screamtail. And typically they play 7.
I think there's literally none. I think the last Psychic Energy is still in the deck or in the hand.
Yeah, exactly that. So there's a top deck for a Rare Candy. Not useful for the moment, of course. I think Aaron's going to have to be working with maybe just this Gardevoir EX for the moment, which isn't a terrible thing to be doing for the moment, because you still do have an attacker, but you just need to start chaining how you best play this, because 6 energies loaded on the Screamtail can cause it to be, those energies to be a bit stranded.
Yeah, although, having said that, we just mentioned earlier how Aaron did draw into that Professor Turris scenario. That would be one way to get the energies back into the discard pile. When you play the Turris scenario, the cards attached go to the discard, so that could be a way to get them back in there so you can Psychic Embrace them to something else.
Yeah, but then does remove that Bravery Charm from the active Screamtail. That's kind of the awkward spot, but do we have the second Bravery Charm in hand? It looks like we just Ultra Balled for the Drifloon here. So maybe we're eyeing up just a massive KO on the active spot here. Is there a Bravery Charm in hand? I think I might have saw a little inkling of it.
There's a Turris scenario.
What's that last card?
Oh, come to show us.
No, maybe it's the Arven. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Just a little bit short.
Oh, but hold on a second. You could go ahead and use Double Monkey Dory before using the Screamtail. Before picking up Screamtail or the Turo, because that damage is going to be gone anyway. You might as well use it before he heals off. Flip the script for 3 cards, though.
Psychic, Iona.
There's a 3rd card.
Oh, go! Massive!
Of the last card of the flip the script, that's huge!
Massive pickup. That would allow that Professor Churro scenario plan to work. Could have used the Monkey Dory damage to maybe cause some more havoc first, but we get the Bravery Charm onto the Drifloon, and now we can load it with that Psychic Embrace. It looks like we're just putting the Gardevoir active first. Let's get some damage counters on the board. Yeah, they're realizing maybe I could have just done this and saved the damage on that Gardevoir, but here we go. Drifloon does also have the opportunity to attach the other Dark to the Monkey Dory as well, so can fully heal the Gardevoir once it retreats.
Yeah,
there it is.
It's kind of a roundabout way to the same outcome, but you do get to move 2 less damage over, so, you know.
Yeah, but maybe it doesn't matter too much. But here we go, Drifloon. We're getting loaded up with all those energies. The other energies are currently still on the Gardevoir from the retreat. Don't forget that.
Yep.
As well.
Yeah, you're going to need to discard those.
Yeah, it's still just stuck on that Gardevoir. Come on, make sure we move it. Someone help him. But right now it's only 80. 80 times 3, it's 240 damage, I guess, with the Adrenabrains. It's still okay.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, here we go. So this could be a massive turn here. Taking the next 2 prizes, pushing yourself 2 prizes closer. Monkey Dory damage being utilized and moved over. There you go, 20 to the active. And the other Monkey Dory Adrenabrain now. Just chuck it on the other Golden Go, maybe? Or maybe the... Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, onto the Fez, so it goes to 190. That means a Miracle Force can knock it out. Yeah, I think that's a fair cop.
And a massive knockout there. Balloon Blast taking out the active Golden Go EX, taking himself 2 prizes closer. Daniel back up against the wall here, has 3 prizes to take, missed the Superior Energy Retrieval, which could have been so crucial on that previous turn.
Yeah, that was a really, really big miss there. Daniel's not out of it by any means. We can't forget that this Gelatin Gardevoir deck doesn't play a ton of gusting options, but maybe the Screamtail could be a way to finish off, especially combined with the Monkey Dory.
So maybe you have to swing away with a Soul Rock?
Maybe. Either that or maybe to deny... No, do you know what you really want to do here? You just want to use a Gusting card and take out this Gardevoir, because there isn't enough way to manipulate damage that involves... that doesn't involve some kind of a Psychic Embrace. You basically, if you take out the Gardevoir, I think you deny there being enough damage for Aaron to win the game. I think.
Unless he finds the boss's orders on the Pheasantipity. 80 times 3 is 240. You are taking out either Genesect or Pheasantipity there.
But you know your opponent is likely not playing boss's order. Okay, there is... How many copies in there? One. Okay, but this is quite unusual for Gardevoir Jellicent. Most Gardevoir Jellicents are playing 0, so that would be very... I mean, have we seen Aaron play it? Yeah, I can't remember, actually.
No, I don't think we have, but, you know, it's one of those things that, yeah, you can't account for every card in your opponent's deck, as we do see this Rear Energy Retrieval now, pitching away one of those Soul Rock and a Mega Mawile. Yes, 4 to 4 energies does have plenty to work with. Yeah, I feel like we're just going to have to try and take down the Gardevoir here and slow down.
One card left in deck. Goodness gracious me. I mean, there has to be a boss in hand, right? There's no way.
But at that point, when you're expending all of those energies, I guess Aaron technically could try and go down the route of just Frillish and make you draw twice.
Yeah, I guess so.
But what else can you do? You get the attachment to the Golden Go EX to the active. Boss's orders on the Gardevoir. We need 7 energies. 7 energies. Make it rain for a massive knockout on the Gardevoir. Now it's over to you, Aaron. Can you take the victory here? 1 minute 20 on the clock. Daniel has 1 prize left. He will get 1 turn if Aaron does not win this turn here. Let's see how this pans out.
I think that with, again, like I was saying earlier, with no Gardevoir on the field, I don't think there's enough ways to manipulate your damage, even with the attackers you have on board, to take the win here, because the more damage you take off the Drifloon with the Monkey Dories, the less damage you're doing with the attack.
Well, actually, well, we still just need boss's orders. That's the only thing we can do here.
Yeah.
Is boss's orders in the discard pile? I don't think I've seen it yet. Does have flip the script for the draw. And is there any other options? If not, do we just have to go down the angle of Frillish and maybe utilize that item locking attack, that Oceanic Gloom as an option there, maybe just to weaken things for the moment or slow the game? But we do have Flip the Script live.
We do. There are many a supporter in hand, not boss's orders.
Not that one-off boss's orders. That's what we really want. Maybe you just flip the script first. I mean, boss's orders would be the win, right? 80 damage on the Drifloon.
Yeah.
Times 30 for the actual attack, Balloon Blast. Kind of double checking what's in there. Is boss's orders in there? There it is. Boss's orders. He's got 8 cards in deck, I think. So maybe, taking 1 out, of course. 7 cards in deck. You're just under 50% of actually drawing it with flip the script. And that could be one way. This could be a vital last turn. I mean, time has now been called. This is the final turn of time for Aaron, and Daniel will get 1 more turn.
Yeah. Aaron gives the deck to the judge for the shuffle, doing it Tord style. He is out of his hands now. The judge is going to shuffle the deck, and he's going to be flip the script for 3 cards to find this boss's orders to take the game and the match.
So here we go. Is there anything else we can do in the hand? Probably not, right?
Well, you don't want a super rod, right? That would be a terrible idea.
Absolutely not. So I think it's just got to be this play. It's got to be done. We're going to have to flip the script. Can we turn this game on its head?
Flip the script. 3 cards drawn to find a game. 1, 2.
That's not it. Final card.
1 chance. No.
He's missed it. Now the game plan changes.
Hold on a second. Does Aaron have enough ways to thin cards out of his hand to go for this Mew EX?
He gets the Mew. I mean, very unlikely. because there's so many supporters in hand.
Right? Yeah. Oh.
I'm again, if I was Aaron here, I would have gone for this, maybe the Super Rod into Ultra Ball for a Frillish.
I mean, there's a Frillish on the board.
Oh yeah, there's Frillish.
Yeah.
There you go, fine.
So I guess that's what you do instead, right? I think that would probably get you a tie.
It was one of those unfortunate scenarios because that Boss's Orders was the next card. It was almost just losing just under 50%. But it's just.
But you have to go for it, right?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Oh.
It was it's a flip of the coin in reality, but you know, now just double checking the resources that Daniel has utilized already, has access to Frillish already on the board, has energy in hand. So now it's just kind of seeing how we're going to end up playing this turn out, because this is where it could be a little bit interesting to either completely slow the game down. There's the retreat, surely.
That is into Frillish.
And then attachment and Iono.
Yeah, I guess it has to be that, right?
Not many other, but there are other supporter choices. There's energy in, oh, it doesn't need a psychic energy. That is a dark energy.
No, it's a psychic.
It's a psychic.
Yeah, not.
Hello?
Opting not to attach it. Hold on. Oh, wait, what? Surely you have to item lock here. Huh?
Unless we're more in. Yeah, I think maybe he's just realized.
Oh, no.
And he's just double checked that it was in hand there.
Oh, Aaron, misreading the hand.
And there's definitely no energies in those last few cards. We know one of them's a Boss's Orders.
Oh, no. Aaron, from a potential victory to a potential tie, now to a potential loss.
That's one way how we would how Benjamin Yard would have described as momentum there. We do see the Monkey Dory Adrenabrains over to the Pheasantipity. Now over to Daniel. This is the +1 turn of time. Here we go. We do have the first coin bonus. We know that deck is spin as well.
In hand already.
And Boss's Orders has just been picked up. Is that enough? There we go.
You just KO'd the active. You only need one prize card.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep, so one Superior Energy Retreat.
Stuttgart winning Birmingham, top 8 at Worlds, as we see the prize cards coming down. That Pheasantipity I don't love.
Yeah, nothing too detrimental apart from that Pheasantipity, like you said. So
and there is the fist bump. We are off, and it looks like Drew will be starting us off with this Golden Go list. But to finish my thought about Owen, we had this phenomenal trio of results this season. 123 in Frankfurt, 110 in Lille, 292 in Gdansk. Day 2s, but no big finishes. Are we going to see that here? And was that the whole turn from Drew?
That was the whole turn, and not only that, but that Gimmickle was actually a top deck. So if that didn't happen, maybe if he drew into a supporter or whatnot, he wouldn't have been able to even get set up into a Golden Go next turn. So that is a very lucky draw. Let's pass over to Oyvind now, starting off with that Buddy Puffin. I think I saw a little bit of a clap there from Drew. Maybe can I borrow that Buddy Puffin for 1 second?
Yeah, a little bit of jealousy coming in. Like, wait, I could really have done with one of those, mate. Now, of course, we see this first deck search here, and as you mentioned, Ben, so many one-offs in this Charizard deck. You really need to be super careful figuring out what is prized, what is available, what is missing. Although I don't think there's anything too important in the prizes. There's one Duskull, but there's 2 in the list. There's a Charizard, a Charmander, but there's 2 in the list. So there's enough. You're covered for most of it.
I wouldn't say for this matchup the prize cards are too detrimental, but you know, there's so many one-offs in this deck, like we keep mentioning. There's a good friend of mine who always posts his Charizard list up in the chat, and I'm like, I am not touching that with a barge pole. You're paying like 25 one-offs. There's absolutely no chance I'm taking that to any tournament. What a headache. And as you can imagine, Oyvind just doing a very, very thorough prize check there in the deck. Buddy Puff for that Pidgey and the Tatsugiri, and the Arven coming down there. Yes, I love this. The Technical Machine Evolution in the list as well, with I think another Buddy Puffin. Here it comes down, maybe setting up perhaps a Duskull and another Charmander, getting them evolved into those Charmeleon from the Technical Machine Evolution. This is a very strong start from Oyvind.
It's a fantastic start, of course. What you need in this deck, you need your Pidgeot so you can quick search every turn for the card you want. You need your Charizard, who is often your main attacker. You need your Dusknoir, so you can be dropping extra damage counters to fix those numbers. It is a deck where you need a lot of setup, and right now, this is going quite nicely. We see an Ardzon coming down. Now, that goes against the Chi-Yu, but what this really means is that what Irvin's done here is essentially cherry-pick his perfect bench. He's played enough cards that he's basically like, these are the cards I want.
I really love that Chi-Yu. So that Chi-Yu is specifically for this matchup, having the weakness against Goldingo, being a fire type. Chi-Yu will give the ability for Oyvind to take a 2-prize knockout on a Goldingo and get ahead of the prize race by taking the 2-prize away from Drew, giving him the only option by taking the knockouts on the Chi-Yu. That's how Charizard can get ahead in this matchup.
Absolutely. For 2 energy, it does 50 damage. Not that great. But if one of your Pokemon was knocked out by damage from an attack during your opponent's last turn, then it goes up to 140. Double weakness is 280. That's a lot better. Drew does have a Buddy Buddy Poffin here for turn 2. So, I mean, look, the good news is you had a Gimme Gold last turn, so you can start Golden going if you wish. But you've also now got that Buddy Buddy Poffin to start getting set up. Bit sad, however, that... Oh no, Tatsugiri actually is in range of a Soul Rock, so potentially if you can get that Lunatone, cheeky way to take your first prize as well.
Yeah, one thing we didn't mention, Oyvind didn't have an energy in hand to be able to use that Technical Machine Evolution. That is a bit of a shame, so we'll have to maybe use it next turn. That will put him a turn behind, I would say, in this matchup. I don't know if Oyvind would rather be a little bit more aggressive here, take some of the first few prizes against Drew. And Drew having his own Buddy Buddy Poffin, like you say, at least it's going to be on his second turn, finding a Lunatone as well from that Artisan, I believe. Just going through the deck now, doing his first prize check of the game, thankfully. Just checking out what his options are.
Absolutely, and once again, you know, there's a Soul Rock and a Lunatone prize, but you're playing a 2-2. The others are on the field. You're good. Your one Pheasant Dipty not being available is a little bit of a pain, but other than that, we are doing all right. So you got your free Gimme Go, and this is a lot more like what Drew really wanted. Free Gimme Go ready to evolve up into Golden Go. The combination of Soul Rock and Lunatone giving both draw with Lunatone and an attack with Soul Rock. Soul Rock does 70 for a single fighting energy, and that Tatsugiri in the active has 70 HP, so you will be able to get a nice cheeky KO, start the prize race, and especially, you know, against a deck which is set up against you things like Chi-Yu, being able to take prizes without Golden Go is a huge boon, and here we see the first draw with Lunatone.
Yeah, this is a great start from Drew, actually, despite his first turn not being that optimal. At least, you know, if you do not start many Gimme Ghoul, at least you can get up and running in the prize race, having the Soul Rock as a basic. Here we see the Earthen Vessel, perhaps searching for more fighting energy.
We need one for the Soul Rock.
We need one for the Cosmic Beam, that's right. But at least you can get ready for your next turn with Lunar Cycle while thinning out in the deck. What Drew doesn't want to do here is evolve into those Golden Go. Like we've been mentioning, this is the strength of this newer build since the Mega Evolution release.
I mean, if you evolve into a Golden Go, what Oyvind wants to do really badly is use Chi-Yu, gust one of the Golden Go up and get an easy return KO. So you absolutely, it was one of those, it's annoying to give up those coin bonus drawing, but you've got your Lunatone, you've got what you need. You will evolve into Golden Go. You kind of have to finish out the game. But let's wait until we absolutely have to. It looks like we've got a boss in hand, though. So we're not going after the Tatsugiri. Oh, you could get the only Pidgey. You could get the only Duskull. That's what it looks like we're going for here. And we see the KO. Drew goes up by a prize. And there will be no Curse Blasting for at least 2 turns.
Yeah, this is a great start from Drew. Finding the boss on that Duskull does give Oyvind a lot of questions to answer. How do you get rid of this Soul Rock now? How do you get ahead of the prize race? And this is exactly what the Curse Blast would have given you. It would have given you the opportunity to take 2 prize cards this turn. But you know, for Drew, he's going to have those Golden Go at some point, right? They are going to come out. They are going to be used. But you want to almost bait them to evolve into that Golden Go. But at the same token, Drew wants Oyvind to evolve into those larger 2 prize Pokemon. So it's a bit of a cat and mouse at this situation. But you know, Drew optimally going for that Duskull, giving no option for Oyvind to get ahead of the prize race by taking out some of these Gimme Ghoul. And now we see the Tatsugiri looking at the top 7 cards. Oh, 6 cards, sorry.
Track some customers.
Yes, going to find a supporter there. I'm unsure what his optimal supporter is at this point. Does have the energy in hand, thankfully, for that Technical Machine Evolution, at least for now. Opting to go for that Iono. Yeah, it's a difficult spot to be in for Ivan. As well as that, you don't want to use the Chi Yu. I mean, you can't anyway. You have to somehow accelerate energy for that 2 energy requirements.
You need to evolve into Charizard, and even then...
Yeah. And then, of course, like I said, then you've lost almost, because lost in the sense that Drew's succeeded in baiting out those 2 prizes. Yeah, so it's an awkward situation for Ivan at this point.
Absolutely it is. Well, there's an energy, and there goes that TM onto that Tatsugiri. So it looks like we are going to be seeing a TM evolution here, and that is going to allow you to evolve 2 of your bench Pokemon by searching your deck. And we did see little pokes there towards a Pidgey and the Charmander. So we're going to see a Pidgeotto, and we're going to see a Charmeleon.
Yeah. Getting ready for some evolutions next turn. Already has the Pidgeot EX in hand, as we saw there. Or even just shuffling up now. And for Drew, it's pretty easy going at this point. I mean, you're not going to evolve into any Goldingos. I think the strategy is still the same. I think it's just Cosmic Beam. If you can find a way to gust up maybe one of the Charmanders, that would be good. But the Tatsugiri is easy enough as well. I think for Drew is pretty comfortable right now, and especially when he's going to be finishing this turn 2 prize cards ahead of the race.
Absolutely. Well, you're not going to be getting the stage 1s, but you're right. You can get a Charmander, or you can get that second Pidgey if you like. So if not, you just KO the active Tatsugiri. You're still getting a prize, and you're going ahead by 2 prizes, and all you've done is attack with the Soul Rock. And it's one of those things, when you look at this pair of cards, everyone always goes straight to that Lunatone. Drawing 3 cards, that's phenomenal. But early game, taking cheeky prizes with Soul Rock can be so much more fun. Well, if you're going to evolve 1 Golden Go, you might as well just go for it and go for multiple. Does open up
into another one.
3 in a way, 3 coin bonuses, and Drew basically going, yeah, it's a bit of a risk, but I'm up by 2 prizes. So all they're going to do is even it up, and now I get the coin bonus, and I get big KO potential as well.
I think for me, it was still safe not evolving into the Goldingo, but like you mentioned, it's not so much of a big problem. I mean, now that you're drawing cards, you're thinning out the deck of the cards that you don't need, so it is a little bit of a fail-safe option at this point. And like you mentioned, the biggest strength at the moment is that Drew is going to be ahead of the prize race by 2 prizes specifically, and when he's going to be 2 prizes ahead, only requiring 4, I think his prize map is going to be taking out perhaps that Pidgeot EX that's going to be evolved next turn, and the Charizard EX. So his game plan is there.
Absolutely. And, if you work through the next couple of turns, what we could see is just KO the Tatsugiri, you're up by 2. Oh, no, my Golden Go goes down. Well, I return for 2 prizes. Yay, I'm back up by 2 again. My Golden Go goes down. I KO an EX. I win. It's that classic, 2 prize fight, but you took the first 2 prizes.
Yes.
Are going to have to navigate around the Chi Yu, which will be in the active, though.
Yeah, the secret box coming down.
Oh,
going for the boss's orders.
Here comes Boss's orders. Now this I adore, because you're still taking the second prize, but now you're taking out the Chi Yu. So if Oivind wants to actually use that, they're going to have to recover it from the discard and then accelerate the energy to it. That's a lot more difficult.
Yeah, this is a lot more difficult for Oivind. The Earthen Vessel coming down, discarding that lightning energy, has already got the Lavincia from that secret box, so is able to fish it out of the discard pile once that comes down. This is a really strong start from Drew. I don't know if he got the vitality band on the Golden Go, increasing the damage output by 10, so only requiring 2 energy to knock out this Chi Yu. This is pretty optimal for Drew, and what a position he's going to put himself in now next turn. Perhaps going for that Lavincia, maybe not wanting to discard those 2 metal energy from the Make It Rain, only because then he can get a nice Golden Go set. Oh, no, going for the 2 metal energy, and there goes the Chi Yu.
I really like this. I don't know how familiar he is with Oivind's list, but there's no Night Stretcher in the list. There's only Super Rod. So with Artisan on the field, then actually Super Rod gets you Chi Yu. By replacing the Artisan, you need a Super Rod, and then you have to find the Chi Yu in your deck. Makes it much more awkward to recover that annoying Firefish, which is going to be going after your big gold surfing coin dude. So here comes the idea. Yeah, it wasn't such a good description of the second one, I'll be honest with you.
This is really where, like we've been mentioning, the Golden Go has to have the answers for the Iono Disruption. Now, this is where I would say the Golden Go Golden Go archetype really fell short before, but with the Lunar Cycle adding that added extra layer of consistency, there's more draw in the deck. It didn't. I think he picked up the Pheasantipity from the prizes as well, which is even more advantageous to of a position to put himself in. So now I think for Drew, like we've been mentioning multiple times, and I've even said, like I mentioned a couple of times as well, now the 2 prize card mapping is knocking out this Pidgeot EX. And then once this Charizard evolves, that's your last remaining 2 prizes. His prize map is on board, or will be on board eventually, because Oyvind is being forced to evolve into that Charizard EX. He has to start doing damage at some point.
Yep.
And I think in connection with that INO, the best he can do effectively at this point is, look, I'm going to take a knockout here. And what have you got? What's your answer here at this point?
Yeah, agreed. That's the thing. This deck revolves around Charizard and the energy acceleration therefrom, so you have to get your Charizard out. You're not really throwing out decent attacks without it. So you have to get your Charizard out. Here it comes. Here is that Charizard. And as you said, Ben, we've now got 2 prize Pokemon sitting there. And what Golden Go loves to do is big KOs on 2 prize Pokemon. That is exactly what Drew is eyeing up here. And Oyvind sitting at 8-0 coming in here, but round 1 of phase 2, round 9 overall, very much on the back foot in this game 1.
Yeah. And without that Chi-Yu on board for Oyvind, there's no way to get around the fact that you have to use this 2 prize Pokemon. It's a very awkward position to be in. We see the Defiance Band coming down on the Charizard, now being able to take the knockout on the Golden Go. And now Oyvind taking his first 2 prize cards now. And this is where Drew really has to start hitting the road running. Looking at the top deck, what did you get? There's not much in that hand, you know. There's a Nest Ball, there's a Mega Mawile. I couldn't see that last card. I think it may have been a Bitty Poffin, but you want to start searching or start drawing into those superior energy retrieval at this point for some maximum damage output.
There's a Nest Ball, presumably for Pheasantipity. There we go. That's going to flip the script. And if you hit a fighting energy, then that's going to be 3 more cards from the Lunatome. Plus, you got 2 from the active Golden Go and 1 from the bench Golden Go. So that's like 9 cards.
Yeah, that is seeing a lot of cards. You know, going back to that last turn, actually, getting rid of those 2 metal energy for that knockout and that Chi-Yu is unlocking your superior energy retrieval, which I really like, actually, looking back at the, you know, hindsight and whatever.
Agreed.
And here we see the flip the script, has boss in hand, so can take an easier knockout on the Pidgeot EX if he would like to. There's the superior energy retrieval. There's a Nest Ball and an air balloon, which won't be much use to him. Can thin out the deck even further with a Nest Ball to start using that coin bonus to maximum effect. Can also, an option is getting a fighting energy from that superior energy retrieval to use Lunar Cycle as well. There's many options here. It's all about sequencing at this point for Drew.
It is. We see a Nest Ball coming out there now. I don't think there's anything he's desperately looking for here. But one thing it's actually allowed you to do is just take a good look at your deck.
Yes.
Don't figure it out. Don't have a think. Just literally look at your deck. You're not really wanting anything from the Nest Ball, but now you can look and go, here's how many fighting energy in my deck. I don't have to count my discard pile and my hand. No, I just have a look at the deck. I see exactly what's there. And now you've got your draw with Lunatone still. You've got your draw with Golden Go still. You're not there yet. Here's a coin bonus. Drawing 2 cards on the active. It is a Fight Gong and a
Earthen Vessel.
Thank you. So that is, both of those will get energy, which I believe is enough in the deck to do so.
Still needs an energy to attach to this Golden Go to start attacking with. Goes for those 2 fighting energy. Can now use Lunar Cycle as well. There's a Fighting Gong. Get another fighting energy. That's 3 energy in hand now. Does have the superior energy retrieval as well to find those further energy in the discard pile. I really still do like gusting up that Pidgeot EX to prevent Oyvind from finding perhaps a disruption card next turn like INO. Another coin bonus for 2 now as well, with thankfully thanks to that retreat. Additional 2 cards. What did you get? Fighting energy and another Fighting Gong. I'm sure if there's any more fighting energy left in deck at this point, but who knows?
I couldn't tell. There might be 1. There's not very many left either way. But with superior energy retrieval, that's going to get 4 more energy. Oh, and actually Levincia as well can go and grab it. So I think we're going to be in a pretty good position energy-wise here. Do you go after the Charizard or do you go after the Pidgeot? Pidgeot will get a disruption card, but if you get Charizard, your opponent isn't left with a decent attacker next turn without a lot more effort. So
yeah.
It really is, there's a couple of different options. What do you fancy?
I guess it depends if whether Oyvind can find the Chi-Yu to start attacking with next turn, then the boss will be a potential issue next turn to try and find it. So, whether you want to prioritize the Pidgeot EX, use that boss's orders, or save it for potentially if Oyvind can find that Chi-Yu and start attacking with it. And here we see another Buddy Puffin, or is that Fighting Gong?
That's a Fighting Gong.
Yep, Fighting Gong.
Just finning the hand at this point.
Playing both at the same time.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah.
So if an INO does come down here, essentially, we do see the boss's orders onto the Pidgeot. So really trying to protect against that INO. How much energy does Drew have? It's enough, all right? It's enough. So we see all of that. We see the big KO on the Pidgeot. Now Oyvind does have an attacker in terms of Charizard, but does not have a way to easily search out something like an INO, except there's a rare candy Pidgeot and a rare candy Dusknoir all in hand.
Yeah, not a bad turn at all, despite not even using a supporter to find all of those pieces.
Oh, and he's gone for Briar. So that means you can KO one Pokemon with the Dusknoir. Briar is going to lead to a free prize KO on the Golden Go. That's 4 prizes, and Oyvind takes game 1 out of nowhere.
Out of absolutely nowhere.
So you still get the extra prize off of the Charizard. Here are the prizes, and frankly, I don't like seeing A-Specs in the prizes.
No, who does? Secret box in the prize cards for Oyvind. Going to be important to see if that has any sort of impact. And here we see the Buddy Puffin coming down for Drew, eyeing up those 2 Gimme Ghouls, unable to search those Solrocks. I guess, it is a weakness of playing those 2 cards, the Solrock and Lunatone, out of range of the Buddy Puffin with their high HP of 110. So we'll have to find other ways of finding them. And here is one. It's a Nest Ball coming down. Does already have a Earthen Vessel in hand as well. Oh, was it a pass from Oyvind?
I don't.
It must have been if Drew's playing Arven.
Yeah, Arven is not as a supporter card. It's not Carmine. You can't play it on turn 1. So if Drew's using a supporter, Oyvind's had a turn, and we are getting confirmation Oyvind has had a turn. And if your entire turn was pass, that's generally not a very good turn. So Drew here setting up beautifully. We got 2 Gimme Ghoul, we've got Solrock and Lunatone, we got a 3rd Gimme Ghoul in the active, and this is setting up beautifully. The only saving grace here is Solrock's not going to do enough to go after that Pheasantipti, but Golden Go's actually pretty good at taking big KOs pretty quickly.
Yes, and with that Earthen Vessel, we'll be able to find that fighting energy to start using Cosmic Beam if he wishes. Does have Air Balloon in the hand already, thanks to that Arven as well. So can start putting some outward pressure on Oyvind. And here we see the Lunar Cycle come down. Does have the Pheasantipti. Going for the Gimme Ghoul attack here. Going for
it's
that
a minor errand
running. Yeah, just going to find 2 energy cards from the deck, put it into hand. Oh, attachment to the Pheasantipti. That's not a good look.
And an INO. It's not ideal. Essentially, the reason you attach to Pheasantipti is like, hey, now I can retreat it later.
Yeah.
And right now, it's just an INO to 6. And the good news is you won game 1. Mm-hmm. So, we saw in the previous round, Daniel Magd was just like, opening hand, nope, game 3. Oyvind might be quite close to that, despite trying to play. But I see I see at least 1 Buddy Puffin and an Artisan, so we can get 3 basics. We can start building here.
Yeah, those last 2 cards are insane. Oyvind was drawing. He did have the Ultra Ball from the previous 2 cards, but the Artisan and the Buddy Puffin, that's where it's at right now for Oyvind. We'll be able to find those low HP basic Pokemon, the Charmanders, the Pidgeots, etc. Does go for the Tatsugiri, maybe looking for an attract customers, doesn't have a supporter in hand. Of course, Drew doesn't necessarily want to go for the Tatsugiri, so at least he has the security of that as well. Maybe having to, maybe can use it next turn if Drew opts to go for a boss's orders as well. And flip the script now on the field as well, but that's not good for Oyvind. Remember how we were talking about Drew wanting to go for that 2-2-2 prize race if he can. So yeah, not a great starter for Oyvind, unfortunately.
No, it's not what you're looking for, and, you know, Drew is going to be loving this. There's already a Pheasant Dipty there, which is a very enticing two-price Pokemon to try and take out later, and that's already sitting there to potentially go after whenever you're ready, and you are getting set up a lot better than your opponent as well. So, you know, an Oyvind attached to the Pheasant Dipty, which means no potential TM Evolution shenanigans. Your attachment for the turn has already been used. It's just about, you know, you're basically kind of at least one, arguably two turns behind before you even get rolling. We retreat into a Tatsugiri. Look, you can attract some customers.
Yes.
Go and grab a supporter card, but you're not using TM Evolution, which is what you really want to be doing right now.
Yeah, you definitely want to be seeing that, and I think Ino is definitely the only option there for Oyvind to take.
Yep.
He's going to feel pretty comfortable with this Tatsugiri on the field. I do like opting to go for it instead of the Pidgeot, because he knows with the Pheasant Dipty on board, like I just spoke about, he knows that Drew is going to be prize hungry. He's going to be wanting to go for that Pheasant Dipty. He wants to be able to boss it if he can. So at least he has the comfort knowing that. And passing over to Drew now. What did he draw? I didn't see a Goldingo in hand from the previous turn. I do like the fact that Oyvind Ionoed last turn instead of the Lily's Determination, only because it took those energy cards out of the hand from Drew from that minor erring running as well.
Yeah, and you know one of them would have been a fighting energy to allow you to use Lunatone. That is at least 3 extra cards if things don't go your way. So yeah, that Lily is a nice little play there. You get 2 fewer cards, but you get to disrupt your opponent. Speaking of Lunatone, here's 3 cards drawn from that Lunatone ability. And we did get at least 1 Goldingo from that.
Yeah, we see the Ace Spec as well. Does have the
nice.
Genesect EX also. Has an option to find some additional Goldingo to put on the field. And I think for Drew, it's how does he approach this? Does he go for a boss's orders, or even go for the boss's orders? Can take a single prize with the Solrock on the Tatsugiri. It's a difficult one to say, really. I mean, here we go, the Earthen Vessel, discarding that Lightning Energy. He knows he can get that back easily with the Levincia later on. Going for an additional Lightning Energy in hand from it. Also, a Fighting Energy. Yeah, I don't really know which way Drew's going to go here.
There are a bunch of different options, and the thing is, if there's like 1 Pidgey or 1 Duskull sitting there on the bench, you feel really good about using Boss's Orders and going, ha, I've taken out your 1 option. But when the only thing really on the bench worth going after, or that you can go after, is 2 Charmander, it's not the same, because your opponent can still just evolve up and get that Charizard. You're taking a prize, but you're not really cutting off an evolution line. So there's an argument to just leave it, go after the Tatsugiri, and kind of save your boss for future turns when you're going to get a little bit more value out of it.
Yeah, and the secret box looking like it's going to be played from Drew. Does have the boss's orders already in hand, I must say that. Looking to discard the Mega Morwell and a Lightning Energy and a boss's orders. Maybe he's discarding the boss's orders to find another boss's orders.
Might be. It's going into the discard there, Bet. Or is it? Is it not? Is it? The problem is, if you show it like that and you don't discard it, you're giving your opponent information. Or even now knows Drew has the boss's orders in hand. So if you don't discard it, your opponent will have extra information they can use to play around. But it does go into the discard for a Professor Turo. No, an Arven.
Arven, yeah. Here we go. Here's the Arven Air Balloon. I mean, it's such a great card, isn't it? Secret Box. You can find so many different pieces from its effect. Stadium, tool, supporter. So great. Eyeing up that Fighting Gong. So obviously not going for the boss's orders on the Pheasant Dipty. You'd imagine a Cosmic Beam is going to be coming out of that Solrock pretty soon. Able to search out the Fighting Energy from that Fighting Gong as well. Yeah, so not going for the Pheasant Dipty. Interesting choice, because now that you're knocking out this Tatsugiri, you will be opening up the option for Oyvind to use Flip the Script as well.
It is going to give Oyvind an extra 3 cards. And if you're Drew, you got to kind of think in the back of your mind, you were sure game 1 was sewn up. You felt so good about game 1. And then the end happened. That's going to put you a little bit on edge going into game 2. For now, does look like Solrock is going to get the easy KO on the active Tatsugiri. Cosmic Beam for 70. Tatsugiri's got 70 HP. Job's a good one. Get that one out, and then we can move on and worry about anything else later.
Yeah, he definitely, I'm just thinking, he definitely had enough energy in hand and was searchable to take the knockout on the Pheasantipity. He could have even searched for the Vitality Band from the deck with Secret Box as well, could have manually retreated with the Gimme Ghoul. So interesting choice from Drew, just opting to go for the one prize knockout on the Tatsugiri. He knows that Oyvind took an INO from that Tatsugiri on the previous turn as well. So you can imagine that coming down from Oyvind. No other attract the customers on field now to search out a different supporter.
But there's a world in which you take out the Pheasantipity and then Oyvind goes, oh, cool. So I'm going to play my Chi-Yu and then I'm going to evolve my Charizard, get the energy on the Chi-Yu, take a 2-prize return KO. Oh, but by the way, at the same time, I'm IOing you, there we go, to 4 cards. And actually, that's not a great position to be in. So it may well have been just trying to avoid that scenario.
It's a difficult choice, isn't it? Because you have to try and mitigate for the further turns, right? If you know that Oyvind is going to be disrupting you, you want to try and, I don't know, just tamper down the disruption potential from these INOs. Despite when coming down now, Drew down to only 5 cards in hand. Did he find any way to get out of this? Any fighting energy? Any sort of golden go? Even so, I mean, if Oyvind is able to take a knockout on this Solrock Lunar Cycle, isn't going to be an option either.
No, absolutely not. Solrock only works with Lunatone. Lunatone only works with Solrock. They are a team. They have been for years in the card game. But it seems like Oyvind there. No attack here. Very much a setup turn. So passing back with the Charmander in the active. So Drew is going to be in a position to do what he did last game and go up by 2 prizes. But it's an 80 HP Charmander in the active, so you're going to need to use something else. Solrock will be 10 damage short, but we know Drew plays Vitality Band.
Yes,
so that would solve the problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think he would be wanting to go for the boss's orders on this Duskull here.
Oh, agreed.
We know that Duskull was the way that Oyvind was able to find a way out of the awkward prize race that Drew had put him in. And now that Drew is already on 1 prize card taken, it would put him in that race for a 2-2-2 once more. He'd already, Pheasantipity is on the field as well. So there are a lot of options for Drew if... he's going to be able to put himself in an advantageous position if he is able to find the boss's orders. And I think there was one just behind that Vitality Band, perhaps.
I know. He's got the Vitality Band if he wants a Charmander. The card behind it, I could not make out exactly what it was. It may well be a boss. There is a Vitality Band going on the active Solrock, so it might be the Charmander play we mentioned. It was a boss. So there is an option here to, no, we are just going after the Charmander, 80 damage, gets a KO. I don't mind this because you're up by 2 prizes and now you've got boss. Pheasantipity, 2 prizes, boss. Yeah. Charizard, 2 prizes. Boss. I don't mind that so much.
Yeah, it's not necessarily terrible. I mean, I say it's not necessarily terrible. What a phrase that is. Because you're not evolving into any sort of Goldengo here, so at least you're still keeping the single prize board stay. Chi-Yu is going to be able to take some knockouts, but at least it's not for 2 prizes, which is the main point. But I really would have liked the knockout on the Duskull. But going back to it, Goldengo, it is a 4-boss deck. They do play the utmost amount of Gust, apart from the counter catches. Already discarding 1, it would have put you down to only 2 boss remaining to be able to find in the latter turn. So maybe saving them for the more the right time, so to speak.
No, absolutely. Well, the Chi-Yu can get a KO on the Solrock, but again, it seems like a bit of a waste of a Chi-Yu. The Chi-Yu is in there as a counter to Goldengo. You want to be using it to swap a 1-prize Pokemon for a 2-prize Pokemon. Not happening yet. We see the Duskull evolved into a Dusclops. Can drop 50 damage down onto the bench. And there is, I believe, a 50 HP Gimme Ghoul sitting down there as well.
Yeah.
So you could just trade 1 for 1, but... you know, it's Pokemon your opponent really wants to keep, so that might be an option. Also make your INO, next turn a little bit smoother.
Yeah, Oyvind does have the opportunity to equal up the prize race now. Like you said, that Dusclops will be doing 50 damage with the Curse Blast on this Gimme Ghoul here. And of course, with the Chi Yu, being able to take the knockout on this Solrock here will equal up this prize race. So he does have that opportunity here.
Well, not entirely equal, because you do give your opponent the prize.
No, sorry, you're correct.
But you are still taking 2 prizes, and you're manipulating it in the way you want,
yes,
which makes me happy.
You're still putting yourself in that 2-2-2 prize race, I suppose. And with that Chi Yu taking a knockout, Oyvind now on 5 prize cards. Drew Stevenson, I think this is the time you play boss. I think you need to start taking these big knockouts on the Charizard EX or the Pheasantipity.
I absolutely agree. We did not see the Dusclops used last turn, incidentally. Did not choose to do the trade with the Gimme Ghoul on the bench, saving it for another time. Now, I agree. We can go after the Pheasantipity, or we can go after the Charizard here. Charizard is a very good attacker, so you're cutting off that option. It's also much bigger. You know, it's taking 7 energy discarded to KO the Charizard. Absolutely doable. It's just asking a lot, whereas Pheasantipity with Vitality Band, you're only asking 4.
Yeah, I really wouldn't mind an additional Gimme Ghoul on the field here as well, just because you know that Oyvind has the option for a Dusknoir next turn, so if you can't evolve it, it is a very easy prize for Oyvind to take, and it'll put you only down to 1 coin bonus to get out of any sort of INO plays, right? So here we now see Drew with a lot of cards in hand here. Does have the boss's orders, of course, from last turn as well. Here we see the coin bonus. I don't even think I saw a Metal Energy in hand.
And another coin bonus.
Yeah, another coin bonus. There's another Gimme Ghoul as well. Coin bonus. Oh, attaching that air balloon there.
There's retreat.
Yeah.
What, 2 more cards for the active. That was a nest ball and a picnic basket. They're not going to get you any energy. So we got 2 energy. We've got as an air balloon, not a vitality band. Now, there is a superior energy retrieval. So that's 6 energy.
Yeah, correct. I don't think I saw Levincia in hand either.
Now, that is enough for Pidgeot if you want to gust and KO the Pidgeot. It's not enough for Charizard yet. You will need a 7th to get Charizard.
Yes, 4 energy from the discard pile there. Just a bunch of energy, isn't it? Throwing down with this Goldango deck. Make it rain. 50 damage for each energy you're able to discard. Here we see the boss's orders on that Pheasantipity.
Only 5 energy needed for that. Lack of Vitality Band, a bit sad, but there is the energy. KO there. And yeah, I like this. We've actually got a boss in hand already for next turn. Oyvind, I mean, look at the size of Drew's hand. Add in the coin bonus and the Lunatone. You and the Pheasantipity, you've got to INO. But even then, there's potential for, like, what, 3, 6, 7, 8, like 10 cards.
Yeah.
And that's if you don't get a second Golden Go active.
Oh, here we see the Professor's Turo picking up that Charizard EX.
Love it.
Now putting himself to a single prize board state. And with that Chi Yu taking the knockout, Oyvind now only 3 prize cards away from taking this game. Would have loved to have seen another Charmander placed on the field, so he could unlock that potential Briar play next turn as well. But I think now, if Drew's able to find the Dusknoir, it could be pretty good for... Oh, no, there's a scoop.
We are just scooping up, and it looks like... Did Drew take that game? No one's told us what's happening with this game. We are seeing them shuffling up as if there is going to be a game 3, and it looks like Drew put himself in a very good position there and evened it up at 1 each. We're just looking for confirmation. That was a very sudden pickup from both players. There is your confirmation. It was Drew that won game 2, and essentially Oyvind just went, you know what? This game's not going well enough for me. We're running out of time a bit. Let's go to game 3. Here is the replay.
Yeah, what a game it was. So Drew able to find his optimal board state and taking out here the prize race pretty efficiently. Oyvind not able to find the crucial pieces he was in that last game, that game 1. And Drew taking advantage of those single prize board states, that Cosmic Beam doing its work here. And I think for Oyvind, I think the writing was on the wall when Drew maybe flashed the boss's orders.
Yes.
Because if he was able to take out that Charmander, it would have removed all attacking options for Oyvind to be able to take the game. That's the only reason I can find here. But But yeah, like we said, Drew able to find and unlock that 2-2-2 prize race once that confirms it. So showing the boss's orders there, taking out any option for Oyvind for that potential Briar play for that turn.
Well, we see a fist bump, and it looks like we are going to be going into game 3 here. We see the prizes from both players. One Dusclops is the only one in the deck, so that's something to keep an eye on, especially if a Duskull started. But we are rolling, and Drew goes straight away. Genesect searching out a couple of gold and go. We have less than 12 minutes remaining. Both of these players, and look, when you start 8-0, you got a bit more wiggle room in phase 2, but you still want to get that win to maximize your match points so far.
Yeah, both of these players will want to be going turbo. Unfortunate starter, really, from Drew. That Genesect EX is a pretty easy 2 prizes for any Charizard deck to take, even with the Chi-Yu as well. It's a metal Pokemon that is weak to fire. The reason why it's in that deck, that metallic signal ability, so good to find those crucial Goldengos. Of course, in this deck, you're unable to search out the Goldego EX any other way. It doesn't play Ultra Ball. It doesn't play any other ball search to find the Goldego. So this is the chosen way to find those EX Pokemon.
It absolutely is. So it looks like we're passing straight away. That was it. That was the turn. No Gimmighoul for Drew. That was a terrible turn, starting with a Genesect, searching out 2 Goldego to thin out the deck, and then that's literally your only play. Now we pass over to Irvin here, and it looks like we're getting an Arvin, and that is going to be a much better start because, well, you can go for a TM Evolution and a secret box. You know what that gets you, Ben?
It gets you stuff.
Everything. It gets you everything.
Yeah, it gets you everything to start getting set up. And I think for Oyvind, he's feeling pretty comfortable right now with no Gimmighouls, no Solrock, no Lunatone to set up for Drew. Oyvind feeling pretty good about himself in terms of the pace of play here. It is an evolving deck, this Charizard. It is slow. It is methodical in those earlier turns. And if you're not feeling any onward pressure from your opponent, you're able to take advantage pretty quickly.
Well, we get a TM Evolution. One got discarded, but just to search another one out. Lily's Determination for next turn. Artisan to get a basic. That is going to help Drew get a basic. But also you're thinking, well, I'm in a great position here. I've had a really good start. And you're behind. We'll see if it gets played, but it's not going to help as much as if it had been the previous turn. I don't want to play it, and it looks like we're not playing it. TM Evolution gets a Pidgeotto and a Charmeleon, and that basically was due on a 1-turn clock, because if Irvin gets a Charizard next turn, and that is literally, maybe a little bit more. But either way, he's in a good position to try and finish off things next turn. But Arvin gets Drew something, so at least we're going to have another turn or 2.
Yeah, it does have the Duskull on field already, so it is able to maybe do some damage counter shenanigans next turn. If Drew is forced to put down that 50 HP Gimmighoul, there could be some awkward moments in this next turn for Oyvind.
Well, there's no Dusclops because the only one there is... Oh, well, that was game 2. Game 2 was... Yeah. The only Dusclops is prize, so there's not going to be a Dusclops. It would have to be...
It is a 2-1-1 line, yeah. Yeah, okay, fine. So it will have to be the rare candy into a Dusk Noir if any sort of damage counter opportunities for him, sorry. Arvin going for that secret box and that vitality band, and here is exactly why the debate comes into what a spec is the most optimal for Goldego at this point. Is it the Precious Trolley? Is it the secret box? And secret box will be able to find you a lot of things: an item, a tool card, a stadium, a supporter, but it doesn't find you everything in terms of board state. It doesn't find you all of those crucial basic Pokemon that you need to get set up for those later turns.
I'm just digging through some maths here, Ben. That Genesect's actually super annoying to KO because it's got 220 HP, and Charizard is actually Darkness type, so not hitting for weakness. Yes. So in order to do it, you'd have to get the Candy Dusknoir. You would then have to self-KO for Curse Blast, which would then put your opponent ahead on prizes and activate your single copy of Defiance Band, plus the 30 extra damage to your opponent taking a prize. Then you would be able to KO the Genesect.
Yeah.
That's what it's going to take.
It's a weird interaction because you're giving your opponent a prize card, but you don't want to be able to. You don't want to have to use the Dust Noir on the Genesect. That would be counterintuitive. You would want to be able to have to use the Defiance Band. So yeah, it's not great for Oivind, but at least he's got 2 stage 1s up already in this game. Does find the air balloon. Sorry, Drew. Going back to his board state. Does have the fighting energy in hand, and of course with that Lunatone and Solrock now on field, that Cosmic Beam is active, can take an easy knockout on that Duskull to put himself in the optimal position.
Irvin's hand has a Pidgeot and an Ultra Ball for a Charizard and a Lily's Determination for a new 8-card hand. And then you would need 2 out of Candy Dust Noir Defiance Band, search the 3rd out with Pidgeot, and that would be a free prize turn next turn. This is actually potentially doable, or at least a 2 prize turn. Oh, hits a rare Candy. So what you can do here is actually Ultra Ball for the Dust Noir, rare Candy in the active, evolve the Pidgeot and Lily's Determination.
Yeah, this is a really harsh turn on Drew now coming up, because with that rare Candy, like you said, able to find that Dust Noir, already has Pidgeot EX in the hand as well, and with the Lily's Determination for a fresh 8 cards, it could leave Drew with 1 Pokemon on the field now as well.
And I don't think you even need to worry about Defiance Band here. You can just KO Lunatone on the bench with Dust Noir, KO Solrock in the active with Charizard, and be like, yeah, you've only got a Genesect. This is not going ideal. And even another Duskull down to try and get over the edge with that Genesect if you need to next turn. Now we see the search with Pidgeot, and if you don't have a Charizard, which it doesn't look like we do, we search it with Pidgeot. We get the energy from the ability. Lily's Determination, that was all pre-supporter, Ben.
Yeah, there's a high five between both players. At least Drew's finding the trying to find the humor in this situation. I can tell by his body language, you know, he's feeling, you know, Oivind's just finding everything he can right now, or everything he wants right now to be able to take the game. And yeah, this is going to be pretty awkward for Drew in these next 2 turns. Without the Lunar Cycle, without any sort of Golden Go on board as well, you know, it's asking a hell of a question to Drew to try and get set up.
It really is. Buddy Poffin goes and gets a Charmander only. We are then going to use Curse Blast to KO the Lunatone on the bench. Now you 1 prize each, but in comes Charizard, KO the active Solrock, and now you've got 2 prizes, and your opponent's got a Genesect with no energy. Yeah,
no energy, no draw support on board. So, you know, where we've spoken about how effective this Goldengo deck is, it's because of those coin bonuses. It's because of those Lunar Cycles to get up and running. That is the consistent foundation of this deck. And without that on field, you put yourself in a pretty awkward position. I mean, it's no fault of trying. I think Oivind has been fortunate to find those right pieces at the right time. We saw it in game 1. Now we're seeing it in game 3. Able to find those rare candies at the right time. And I say he's fortunate to find it, but there's been some work being done by the Pidgeot EX, and I think that's something that we do tend to forget with that Charizard deck. You are able to find those intricate pieces to get your game set up.
No, you absolutely are. Well, we've used Genesect's ability. We've had a cheeky gander at our deck. We've gotten all of our Golden Go into our hand. Fight Gong is going to go and get one of those parts, either Solrock or Lunatone, or a Fighting Energy, which is what we actually go for. Artisan is going to go and get the Lunatone. Do we have an out to the Solrock? Because we're going to need that if we're going to be using Lunatone's ability.
1 is prized, so he will have to fetch that one from the discard pile. I would have liked to have thought that there's a Night Stretcher in hand to fetch that out of the discard pile, if possible.
1 in the prizes, 1 in the discard, so he does have to be recovered.
Yeah, I think for Drew, really.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I think for Drew really needs to try and find some sort of gust on that Duskull. As we've mentioned, though, already, doesn't play any sort of counter catcher, so is reliant on boss's orders only to find gust. And we see that Solrock coming down on the field, 3 extra cards down to Lunar Cycle. What are those 3 cards? I think there's a Pheasant Dipty there.
There is a Pheasant Dipty, so that's 3 extra cards. us from Flip the Script. You haven't found it yet. Buddy Poffin will go and get, I mean, presumably 2 Gimme Ghoul. Because at some point, you're going to need some Gimme Ghoul. Keep an eye on the clock, by the way. We've only got 2 minutes and 36 seconds remaining. So Irvin in a good position here, but still needs to actually finish out this game. And like we said, right now, actually, Defiance Band not being active, you're not going to be KOing that Genesect. Charizard only does 210. If Drew takes a prize, Genesect does get into range, which is very important because Irvin needs to start taking some multi-prize turns to finish out this game. I don't think there's 4 turns left for Irvin here.
No, not at all. I mean, with 2 full prize cards remaining, does have the Pheasantipity on the field now
which
for
is
Drew.
in range because that's 210.
Yeah, does also have that Genesect. So if Drew is going to be taking prizes on, say, this Duskull or this Charmander is an easy prize for this Solrock, like you said, you are increasing that damage output from that Charizard. So it's the case of what does Drew prioritize in this space? Does he prioritize going for the win, or does he just go, how do I not lose this matchup? You know, where's your headspace at? You know, do you go for potentially going for time? Can I more or less stall out here?
I think you kind of have to. Not taking a prize means that you're playing for the tie at this point.
Yes.
You would have had to take a prize, hope your opponent finished their turn, have a full turn taking a 2-prize KO before time was called. Not very likely. Here we go with a Dusknoir onto the Gimme Ghoul. We are gusting up the Pheasantipity. Pheasantipity now gets KO'd by the Charizard. That means that Irvin is down to, presumably, is at 1 prize remaining.
1 prize remaining, yeah.
And is going to guarantee, even if Drew takes the rest of the time on the clock, Irvin is going to have 1 more turn to take 1 more prize, and I think is going to have just enough time to finish this out and take a 2-1 victory. Or, no, that is just a handshake, so Irvin will be taking this 2 games to 1. Nothing Drew could do to stop it. Great Dusknoir.